Welcome to Blizzard Art Live in-game animation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to In-Game Animation. My name is James McCoy, and I'll be your moderator for the next hour as these super ninja wizard animators are going to show us how they do their work. We're really excited to be here, and I'm just going to start right into it. I'm going to introduce our first contestant. His name is Michael Cuevas. He's a senior animator on Heroes of the Storm. He's been working at Blizzard for 3 years, and a lesser-known fact about Mike is that he used to moonlight at nightclubs as a DJ. So animator by day, DJ by night.
Wait, what was your DJ name?
Just Mike Cuevas. Sorry.
Mike Cuevas.
That's okay.
Very boring.
That's a great name. It's a great name.
Okay, Mike, what are you going to show today?
Today I'm going to be animating Cho'Gall, which was our Blizzcon 2015 reveal for Heroes of the Storm, and I will be doing a melee attack, which may or may not make it into the game after BlizzCon, but I'm going to try to push leadership to do it. So that's what I'm going to do.
Awesome. Can't wait to see that. Looking forward to it. All right. Michael Cuevas. On center stage, I have Matt Boehm. He's a senior animator on the Overwatch team. He's been here for 3 years as well. And before this, he worked on BioShock at Irrational Games. And a little lesser known fact about Matt is that he used to sell fancy leather shoes.
That's right, yeah. Bankers and lawyers need their shoes.
The bankers and lawyers. Yeah. And what are you going to show today?
I am going to be showing Doomfist first-person quick melee attack.
Awesome. Very cool.
So the only punch he does with his other hand.
His other hand, his offhand.
Yeah, not the big fist.
Okay. Very good. Can't wait to see that. Matt Boehm, everybody. And in this corner, I have Kevin Rucker from the World of Warcraft team. He is a senior animator. He's been here for 4 years. He's shipped titles like Warlords of Draenor and Legion. And a lesser-known fact about Kevin is that he also teaches animation online and has been doing so for quite a while. So free classes from Kevin. For everybody, just kidding. Kevin Rucker. So Kevin, what are you going to show today?
I'm going to be showing you how we made this combat revamp animation for Legion on the human male.
Very cool. Human male revamp combat animation. Awesome. Well, you guys go ahead and get started. The way that this works, you guys, is that I'm going to sit here and talk. These guys are going to animate. And we really want you to take away something. You know, we want you to learn something here today. So what we really would like is some participation. We would love questions. If anybody here has any questions, don't be shy. There are no bad questions. So please come over to this area over here. There's another animator over there that I can introduce. His name is Casey McDermott. He's a veteran animator of 6 years, and he works on the Blizzard Animation team making the movies. And so come up to him, talk to him, and he will sort of get your questions going up here. So thanks for being here, everybody. These guys are going to get started. And what I thought I would do is just sort of explain a little bit of what's going on here. Not everybody has seen like animators animate. So we're going to do our best that we can to explain what's going on here first. Kevin has a character model with a character skeleton called a rig. And he is moving points around and making it move. Basically, the basic principle of 3D animation is that these guys are constructing poses by moving the controls around, and they're recording those poses, and then they're going to the next pose and making another pose. So, yeah, maybe you can, just like that. That's how you do it.
That's how you okay.
So the thing about these rigs is they can do absolutely anything. They are very elastic. They go extremely far. So it's really all about, you know, when you first sit down and animate, you got to get that out of your system. You got to drop the jaw and throw the arms and do all that stuff. And then after you get that out of your system, you can start animating and do serious mode. I always have to do that when I get a new character. I have to play around with it. So this is kind of how it works. All these guys are doing the same thing. They start with a character model and a character rig. But before it even gets to the animator, there's quite a lot of people that are involved. You might have a concept artist who designs the character. The game team is figuring out what the character is all about. Then you have a character modeler building it, a texture artist painting the textures, and then you have a rigging TD putting the character skeleton together. And then you might even have a tools programmer writing the tools that the animators can use. So animation's a team sport. It requires quite a lot of people to get started. Another thing about animation is that we very much do everything based on what's happened in the past. Back in the old Disney days, there were what they called the 9 old men of Disney. Has anybody ever heard of those guys before? Yeah, quite impressive. The 9 old men. There was actually more guys than that really coined, really invented that style of animation. But we really look back on those 9 old men because they invented what we call the 12 principles of animation. And these guys, we still use that stuff today. This stuff was invented those guys got hired in early 1930s, and as they kept going through the years working on these projects, all these Disney projects, they learned to develop these principles of animation, and they work in 2D and they also work in 3D. So these guys use them every day. Every day it's kind of like the animator's bread and butter. So as I said, we're gonna make sure you guys go home with some information. The 12 principles are squash and stretch, anticipation, straight ahead versus pose to pose, staging, follow through versus overlapping action, ease in, ease out, arcs, making arcs, secondary action, timing, exaggeration, solid drawing, and appeal. Those are like the main 12 principles. And we're not going to get too deep into those, but you might hear us kind of talk about those here and there. Those words might come up. So what these guys are also doing is each one of these characters are from different game teams, and they have a little bit different requirements. Like on Heroes of the Storm, the characters are small on screen, and the actions need to be very big and readable and very, very responsive. And you see them from kind of one angle. Whereas on Overwatch, Matt is doing first-person animation, and you see it from a locked-off camera. And so everything you see is very, very, very close to camera. And then for Kevin on World of Warcraft, his character is pretty large on screen. It's kind of a medium distance, and you see all the way around the character. You're kind of used to seeing your character in the round, as we call it. So animating for each one of these styles is very, very different, requires kind of a different skill set, and has a different final result. For example, for Matt, for Overwatch, it's kind of interesting. Maybe Matt, you could talk just a little bit about how first person works and how your camera works with the game camera.
Sure.
Yeah.
As far as games go, first person, we're kind of lucky because we have a locked off camera, which means we can fake a lot of stuff off screen that you're not going to see, hopefully not see. And some people worry about that. Like they think the camera can be sort of restricting as far as what they're animating and the shapes they're getting and the poses they're making, but it actually really lets you do a lot of crazy stuff. Let me show you some examples of some crazy stuff.
Oh, very cool. He's going to show stuff.
I actually got some cool stuff. So this is Zenyatta's kick. Yeah, everybody loves Zenyatta's kick. Look at that. But look at that. Isn't that cool? So this is what you see in game. Slowed down. And it's all designed just to read well from that one perspective, because that's the perspective that you're playing from. That's the same kick in Maya from the same angle. But this is what's actually happening behind the camera.
A bunch of arms and legs.
Yes, and he doesn't even have a body here. He's just a leg and some floating arms. But look how far out that leg goes in one frame, and we're doing that to give that sense of impact, that sense of fast motion for that really just to sell a hit.
Yeah.
And we don't have motion blur or anything like that in our engines, so we do it with these lovely stretchy smear frames.
There's a vocabulary word, smear frame. That'll be on the test.
Yeah, here's the side-by-side. So you can kind of see the wacky stretch going on in the first-person camera, but it doesn't read the same as it does from the side. And it's all just to give that feeling of whack.
Yeah.
And what I love about Overwatch is that we have a split camera. So our player view camera is split from our world camera, so that allows our players to have an FOV slider in case you want to play with, say, a high FOV to get a better peripheral vision of what's going on in the game, or if you just get headaches at a certain field of view and you just want to change the field of view. Normally in older games, older first-person games with one locked camera, if they let the player do that, or if the player hacked it and did that on their own, eventually you start seeing all the crazy weird stuff that happens in the rig outside of the camera. So you can see on Doomfist's rig, his arms are hollow in here. There's nothing going on. That's just, we're saving faces to save performance. And you start to see that if you crank the camera out really wide, unless, it's almost like I prepared for this. Unless, it's a pregnant pause. We got this.
Wait for it.
Wait for it, yeah. Big reveal. Woo. Come on, toolbar. So this is an example of the world FOV scaling up. You can see the world is doing that sort of fisheye thing. But Zarya's model stays the same. And this is wonderful for me as an animator. So what I pose stays, and I don't have to worry about what it's going to look like if that model is also stretching and scaling. It could get really ugly really fast. And that distresses me because I make pretty artwork, right?
Yeah.
It's like I want it to be pretty at all times. And so with Overwatch, thankfully, thank our graphics engineer, we can do this where it's separated, and I can do what I want, and the player can do what they want, and they can get the best gameplay experience out of it.
That's really interesting. So the game camera is completely separate from the world camera.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And it makes for challenges if you ever interact with the world. Say there's a lever that you need to reach out and grab that lever. It's going to be really difficult when your world can be at any FOV that the slider allows, and then your camera's at a different FOV. So you'll see fakery where you just sort of press a button and a magic happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. I like it.
Oh, that's great. You have the advantage of doing some tricks, doing whatever you want behind the camera whenever you need it. Whereas Kevin's got to make it look good in all directions, in completely 360 directions. Kevin, you want to talk a little bit about your process? I see you starting out and you're snapping from pose to pose, almost like you're flipping through different drawings. It's snapping from pose to pose here.
Yeah. So this is, there's lots of different ways to animate, but I like to do what he said, pose to pose, which means trying to find, when I'm doing a new move, like this is going to be his one-handed idle. He's going to be spinning to the right. This big anticipation, and he's going to do a big hit. So I usually just kind of block in just a few poses to get an idea of what the move's going to be like. I put this little circle in here to help describe the path, what it's going to do. And then I start doing more poses and breakdowns. Like he does the hit, here's the hit pose, and a few frames later he overshoots. And he's going to start to bend down and go back to idle here. But it's just snapping. And every key we set plots on a graph. Super cool. Look at this graph right here. But so like this, translate Y on the root goes up and down. And at each key we set puts it on this graph over time. See frame 12, it's here. Frame 14 or 16, it drops down. And then the computer program, this is called Maya, will kind of figure out the in-betweens for us. But Maya's not a great animator, so we'll usually have to add more keys and help describe the motion a little better. But yeah, and then, let's see, I have a scene later on that I'll show you. This is stepped, and then when you spline it, it kind of smooths it out a little better. But this just allows me to see only my poses and not have Maya do anything kind of crazy.
Very nice.
But yeah.
So you start out on stepped. you just seeing the main key poses, and you're only focusing on those. You don't have the spline on there because you're trying not to worry about the splining or the smoothness set. You just want to see the poses and
just poses and timing, pretty much.
Poses and timing first, and then later smooth it together, and then maybe then what do you do when you go into splining?
Well, splining, we're just trying to make it look smooth, so it's not all choppy like this. Then at the end, we'll animate the hair, and then the cloth, the cape, and the tabards on the front. We'll put those in. This is right now. If I turn this on, it's not really doing anything. Like, that looks awesome. But you can't do the cape until the body's done, so it's a layer we do at the very end.
So body first, you get the main body mechanics and the poses down first, and then you spline it. And then when that is looking good, then you'll put the cloth and hair and everything at the end.
This has 5 controls on it, and we move this around. And so this has a whole other set of things to do. Takes a little bit of time.
Takes time. Animation takes time.
A little bit of time, yeah. But if anyone at home or you guys are seeing this, cool animation.
That's what animation really looks like.
Yeah,
The animation matrix.
if I can figure this out, this is just like, here's the arm, all these little colored lines down here and numbers. It's all mainly just making a guy move. There's really good animators out there that don't even use the graph editor at all. Sometimes they use it a lot, but it's mainly what the character looks like when they move around. That's the main important thing. But
Very good. I'm going to come over here and talk to Mike. Oh, and we have a question, too. Let's do a question.
Hi there. My question is about smear frames, which we touched on a little bit before, but most people are familiar with those in 2D animation, but I've noticed some Blizzard games use them a lot in 3D animation, specifically Overwatch. And I was just wondering how you decide the best time to use those and how to use them to the best effect, because they can be really distracting if they're used incorrectly.
Very good question. Thank you very much. You want to take that one, Matt?
Sure. Yeah, usually we use them for fast action or to help sell weight of something. You really just want to feel it. You don't want to see it. So if you're seeing it too much, I think it's a little goopy. Especially with Overwatch, yes, we have them, and it is part of our visual style, but we still want to maintain a snappiness to our animation. It's more of a stylized realism sort of thing. It's not full-on Tex Avery wackiness. So it's kind of up to the animator's eye and what feels good. And what feels good in Maya is not necessarily what feels good in the game engine. So we're constantly going back and forth between the game engine and Maya just to get what feels. Because we animate at 30 frames per second, but the game generally plays at 60 frames per second, sometimes faster, usually faster if you got it, depending on your machine, depending on the refresh rate of your monitor and all that. But the game engine is going to be interpolating on its own between our frames. And so if you have something really goopy and stretchy that's just going crazy, it's going to get even stretchier and weird in the game engine. Does that answer? And just because we were talking about stretch frames, I just wanted to show how cool this was.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
This was, look at that arm. It's a work of beauty. I love it. That was done by Jesse Davis. So you can see that, hopefully, especially from the first-person camera, it's something you feel, not something you generally see, unless you're going to slow it down frame by frame. Yeah. And certainly not from the first-person perspective as much from the third-person perspective. It's cool.
They're usually maybe like a frame long, maybe.
Yeah, usually it's only a frame or 2 frames. If we're doing a jump or like a landing animation, there's one animation where the top of the body might still be where it was in the jump, and the bottom of the body is already squishing into the ground. You might have seen some bugs that pop up with maybe Farah or Widowmaker, where their body's squished down here and the rest is up here. That's 1 frame of animation. And then hopefully that we don't see it in game, but it happens. It happens.
It's all over Overwatch, yeah. We use it in the movies as well, and the movies are the same way. Even though the movies are 24 frames a second, we still use it about 1 frame, not much more than that. If it's any longer, you'll really notice it. It looks strange.
Yeah, it's not like everything's like gummy bears or something.
Yeah,
like goopy and yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question.
Good question. think we might have another question. Oh, you have a question?
Yeah, what's the hardest thing you've had to animate, like in your career so far?
Oh, very good. You guys might each want to take that.
Yeah, you start with that one, Mike.
Go ahead and start with you, Mike. Yeah.
Previously, before I was at Blizzard, I worked on God of War. And on God of War, there's a level that's a gigantic person. So there was that, and then there was a bunch of tentacles and this crab horse thing that had like hundreds of legs. So I try to forget about that time.
You have nightmares.
But that was pretty difficult.
Oh, man. That's a good question. There's a lot of stuff that's just hard to animate. So Mercy's emote where she spins the staff in the air, that was the first emote I had a chance to work on for Overwatch. I don't know if you remember it or if you play Overwatch. She pulls her staff in the air, spins it, and then slams it into the ground. Spinning anything in a 3D animation package and then getting it to line back up with your previous idols and not freak out and is difficult because there's a thing called Euler rotation, which I'm not a math guy, so I can't give you the specifics on. But when I'm doing a 360 spin, every time I set a key, it would want to reset itself. It's like, no, you want to make this nice and flat, right? You don't want to go 360 degrees. It's like, no, I actually want that in there. Yeah. So it was constantly fighting against the package. And in 3D packages, there's also things called constraints, which is how you snap an object to another object so it moves with it. And if you're moving that object from one thing to another, you have to make sure on a correct frame that you're switching that constraint on and off, or it's going to follow the previous hand. So getting that staff to switch hands and spin, oh, that was fun. I like that emote, though. It turned out okay.
Tough.
Yeah.
How about you, Kevin?
It's a good question. I also worked on a God of War game for the PSP, and that's a hard game to work on. But I think on that game, they had a lot of multiple character interactions with camera. So anytime you have to have, because, I mean, you can see here, nothing touches anything. And then they can go through the ground. Final. So to have a character touch and interact and get hit, so you have to make it look like it is, even though it's not. So that's just a challenge. But he killed this like big Cyclops thing that was a lot of fun. It was hard. But
That's tough.
that's a good question. All of it.
Everything's hard.
Yeah.
For me, I had a tough one was working with Naga because they have like a human torso, but they have a snake body, and then the snake mechanics are really tough on 3D animation. You need to kind of research special rigs on how to do that. So snakes or serpentine creatures can be difficult. Yeah. Ask Ray Harryhausen how he thinks about serpentine creatures. Yeah. Great question. Thank you very much. Let's take another question.
Hi, my name's Karina, and I'm excited to be here because it's my birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I had a question for you, mainly all of you guys. So, like a hypothetical, and I'm sure maybe a lot of you have run into this situation. So say you are crunch time at work, and you have like just a matter of hours or days to get a high level of polish in your work. Like, what are your recommendations of trying to, like, what things to focus on to get high level of polish or some sort of polish in your work to be able to, like, say, okay, here we go, here's the work. If that makes sense.
That's a very good question. You work in the industry for sure.
Yeah.
Who wants to take that one?
That's tough because, we all want our work to be as best as it can be, so we kill ourselves sometimes with it. But in the end, as a gameplay animator, it's all about, does it play well? And so sometimes you just have to say, I guess enough's enough, I got to put this down. It plays well. It's still good. even if, like, there's things that I know in the game that I wanted it to go a little further, and I had this idea in my head I never quite hit it. But nobody ever mentions that to me. They're like, oh, you did this animation, it looks great, oh, I love it, and I love the game. It's like, oh, thanks. I mean, people tell me they hate the game too, but we'll just keep it to, I only remember the people that tell me they like it. And yeah, so it just comes down to, does it play well? And that's where I have to stop. Not that I won't put in too many hours.
I think
You definitely put in the hours. But you got to take care of yourself too, right?
I think budgeting your time also is good. You figure out how much time, what you have to do. Like this is, I have to do an attack and it needs to be less than 30 seconds. And to get a clear idea of what you need to do from your lead and how much time you have to do it. And that'll determine how much time you get to spend on everything. It's always good to look at reference or shoot some reference. But if you have 2 days, maybe you need to, and plan. Maybe you get to plan for half an hour and then maybe shoot reference for 10 minutes and edit it down. And then when you see it, it's like, oh, that's a good animation for 1 or 2 days. But if you have something that you have a good week, then you can start to plan a little bit more and then spend a little bit more time. But I think knowing ahead of time is good. So it's not, so you don't plan too much for such little time, although you'll be just working more hours. But keeping it within how much time you have is good. I think it's a good one. If you figure that out, let us know. That's a good.
Tell us the secret.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Very good. Do you want to take that one at all, Mike?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in terms of when we know an animation's done, like a lot of times, especially for heroes, animations is kind of, I wouldn't say it's as a high priority as effects are, because our game is from such a faraway camera view. So a lot of times we'll work on animation, and I'll look at it and I'll go, all right, but what does the effect artist think? And then he goes, I'm just going to cover up whatever you didn't finish. I'm like, oh, cool. Way to go. I'm going to go home now.
That is very true, though. Sometimes you think an animation's like, oh, this isn't reading, I don't get it.
Yeah.
But when VFX and sound get in there, then it's just like, ooh, money. Thanks for making my thing pretty. I didn't do the work, you did the work, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sound and VFX, they don't get enough credit because they come at the end of the line after animation. Sometimes we're crunching just to make sure that it gets in game so that the sound guys and ladies are not staying past the milestone due date just to make up for where we were slacking off.
Yeah, yeah. That's a very important thing, too, because we're part of a pipeline, so we're not at the very end, but we're somewhere in the middle. We have to be mindful that there are people at the end of the pipeline that rely on our work to be done. So there has to be a point in time when we say, okay, this is good enough. We want these guys to go home soon, too, so we want to pass it on as soon as possible.
Great question. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Go ahead. We have a pretty good amount of questions lined up here. Go for it.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm an animator as well, and I work in like the gold league of animation, which is CG television. I thought that was funny. Maybe there's not a lot of animators here. And I'm wondering for you guys, I don't know if you guys at all do like hiring or anything, but just when you look at...
I animate?
Oh.
That's a magic word.
Oh.
For Kevin.
Oh, you teach Ryan animate. Well, you probably see this. You see a lot of work that's in various stages and things. So I'm wondering, when you are looking at reels, it's a subjective question, but what do you look for that really sets apart, like this person has something that we can really work with, like they understand, and someone who doesn't? So, particularly if you were hiring, like who could you work with? What are you looking for that you can mold?
I could take this question. So I get this question a lot, actually. And one thing that I try to tell people is that each team at Blizzard is completely different. And like their animation needs are completely different. And not only that, there are certain points of time that we're actually looking for a specific type of animator, like even within a team. So let's say you have someone we have a team that's all spread out. We have a whole bunch of really good character animators, and then we need someone that's really good, strong with creatures. It just so happens that we'll just gravitate towards the animation reels that will show creature animation. So that's kind of a vague answer and probably not really good, but one thing that we look at above our needs is we try to look for people who really look like they are enjoying what they're doing, right? So a lot of times we'll see a reel using like a generic rig off the internet, but that person does so much and gives it so much love, like adds their own thing or adds their own spin to it, that we're like, oh, we could tell that that guy really enjoys what he's doing. And
That's a good point, because you see a lot of reels, especially with gameplay animation, they start to get a little samey.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's another melee attack and a death, and it's like, you like to see that stuff in a reel, but if they went above and beyond and made it their own in a way, it's like, that gets like, okay, this guy's got some creativity, there's some passion here from this animator.
yeah.
And then also to add to his point about hiring different needs, like different teams and different needs, I got my job on the Overwatch team. It was before Overwatch was announced. Nobody knew they were doing a first-person shooter, but I had shooter experience and first-person experience. So they saw my reel with my first-person stuff, and like, oh, we can get him in, and maybe he's got some knowledge he can bring. And that's how I got onto the team. It's like, my character stuff wouldn't have been up to par for what the other guys were doing with their character, full-body character animation. So I joined as the first person, and then as I was there, I just learned from them, which was amazing. So, you got anything for that?
That's good. So, well, you didn't really talk about, was it demo reel question? Is that what the question was?
Yeah.
So kind of what you should put on a demo reel?
Well, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I more mean like what is that, like the sort of the spark that you see when you're looking at work that isn't all there, but what is, what are you looking for that is worth working with versus maybe someone who's just like trying to do the generic sort of thing?
That's a good question. When you see like stuff that has effects and that's rendered, although you don't need to do that to be an animator, like you might add effects on a reel and then you'll never really get to do it at a company if it's really big. But seeing that extra stuff is pretty cool. They took time to do it. But also, practically speaking, just variety. I think when you see a bunch of run cycles or walk cycles, like, oh, okay. But if it's like you see a cool run that's maybe a hurt run, and then you see a crazy combo attack, and then a death where they fall and they hit the ground and they roll and settle really nicely, then it's like there's a lot of variety. I thought there's character or creature variety is always nice. Like if you have a bunch of two-legged people, then you might want to put a creature on there. Eating a person always helps. And then, because he's hungry, really. But
that's the real secret to a good demo.
Yeah. But that's just good to see. And polish is nice too, although you don't usually get a chance to make it super polished. And also on TV too, right? It's got to look good enough. But if you could spend time, like if you ever get a test, it has to be the best thing you've ever done. You never want to phone in a test, but yeah, hopefully that.
Thanks.
All right, yeah. It's a good question though.
So I'm a programmer and a 3D artist, but I'm looking up there, and this is all traditional keyframe animation and stuff like that. I'm sure all the different games and teams have different needs for certain kinds of animations, but like when it comes to cloth and stuff like that, obviously I know like when I'm playing Overwatch, I can see there's more going on than just keyframe animation. So is it the animators themselves that do the extra that does more like physics-based animation, or does another team take care of that? Like, do you guys just deal with the keyframe stuff and then hand it off to somebody else? Assuming that any physics is used for like cloth animation and stuff like that.
Depends on the game, right?
Yeah, Overwatch, we definitely do have cloth sim and ragdoll. As the animator, we're usually tasked with posing out the initial pose, and then hopefully the cloth sim does its job. But our tech artists and we have another engineer who handles the physics and stuff. They're usually the guys that make it actually work and do the magic. And so we lean on them for that sort of thing. But occasionally we will hand animate cloth if necessary. If you've seen the new hero Moira down on the show floor, Josiah Hotworth did this great flapping animation when she does her ultimate, and he hand-keyed all of that, which I thought was wonderful. But that cloth also still has cloth sim on it that we can turn on and off based on our needs. And usually it's on because hand animating cloth can be a real pain in the butt.
It's tough.
Yeah, and our tech artists and our engineers really do a great job getting that stuff to work well and make our lives easier as animators.
And yeah, for other games like Kevin, you can talk about WoW. You've got a special tool for that.
Oh yeah, we have the tool we have. It's called Quick Lag that lets us. We still have to animate everything by hand, but then this tool just loosens it up for us, which is cool. But we don't have any the automatic cloth and hair. It's all done. It's every ponytail you see, it's all done by hand, which is kind of fun. It's kind of fun doing capes and ponytails. Because it's tricky, but it's not as, I don't think it's as tricky as like a human doing some crazy attack or Tauren dancing or something like that. But it's a fun little challenge, I think.
Yeah, there's tools to help you out, and there's patterns to it too. Once you've animated some cloth or ponytails before, you remember that pattern, and you can take that onto your next character. So kind of a mix of both. Yeah.
I think cloth and secondary motion like that is like one of those things you can do where you're done with everything the main points that you want to get out of the way, and then you just put on your headphones, some really good tunes, and then you could just go off and do cloth, and it's actually kind of relaxing for me.
Yeah, I like it too. It's less about character and body mechanics, and then when you do cloth, you're focusing on the physics. Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Brad Madison. Thank you guys so much for coming in and sharing your knowledge with us. We really appreciate it. I just wanted to know, when you guys get tasked, with these really great animations, what do you use as a starting point for reference? Do you guys use like film clips? Do you film yourselves in the office, like, slapping somebody over the side of the face or something?
I've slapped a few people for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine a couple of you guys say you worked on God of War, and I can't imagine what you use as a starting reference for like when Kratos ripped somebody in half. I don't even want to.
You could only do that once.
Yeah.
One time, one take.
Yeah.
One take.
They just burn through interns over there.
There's a mixture of different ways that the guys plan, right? What do you guys use for different planning out reference methods?
I think depending on what it is, like for something like this, I'm not a swordsman, but I could kind of swing anyone can swing a sword, but I think depending on what it is, like this is just a dude swinging and then hitting. I can't do it this fast, but what I'll do is just grab my phone and just have someone hold it, and then I think just acting it out slowly, and then making sure the arc and the poses are there, and I can always just get those keys from the reference, and then spice them up a bit for the actual animation. Like I couldn't squish down like this, but you kind of edit and exaggerate in real time, I guess. On that God of War game, I did a centaur. They told me, "Oh, you're going to animate a centaur." I was like, I don't even know what a centaur is. Like it's a horseman. So that was a lot of horse reference, and then just
you taped yourself to a horse, and then
I taped myself, staple. I used duct tape, horse tape. But that's and then you can't. And one of them's like a turnaround and some other moves. You can't find a horse and tell it, "Hey, can you turn around?" So a lot of it's just studying. You get to study a cat or horse or just like snake motion and learn how they move. And then when you're tasked to, I got to have a guy or a snake do an attack and go back to idle, then you learn how they move, and you can kind of invent the motion, I think, from there, with some exaggeration with the timing and posing. But yeah, that's a good...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we almost never use exactly the video reference. If we shoot our own video reference, it's not really about matching it, because it's about taking the essence of that and exaggerating it, making it even more out of what we see in the reference. So it's just a starting point, but it's really helpful. Yeah.
Absolutely. One of my greatest claims to fame, actually, is I didn't animate it, but I shot the reference for Reaper's dance emote. If you play Overwatch, you know what his dance emote is. So it's basically just me standing there with my arms crossed. It's the greatest piece of acting. I haven't been contacted by the Academy yet, and I'm really, really angry about that. Me and Andy Serkis are going to petition for...
Well, great question. Thanks very much. Let's take another question.
Hello. My name is Ivan. I'm from San Diego.
I was wondering, it's kind of a two-part question. As animators, how much modeling and texturing might you have to do? Like, do you have to wear kind of multiple hats depending on the project? And two, as an aspiring animator, would it be completely out of the ordinary if someone just submitted a bunch of generic models with amazing animation? And would that be enough, or is there a requirement to know modeling and texturing?
We're pretty specialized nowadays. I would say back in the day, you really needed to be more of a generalist, but more specialized now.
Sure, actually, especially for a studio like Blizzard.
Yeah.
Smaller studios, smaller independent studios, obviously you're gonna probably be doing a lot of that stuff. It does help to know. I mean, if you learn that in school, it's good to know. Then you know the common language when you're talking to your character modeler or you're talking to your rigger. It's good that they know what you want and you can tell them what you want. It's like, oh, this is broken. Your IK is all weird on this or whatever. Or like the vert, this, you know.
Yeah, if you know a little bit about modeling, you know what topology works good to rig and animate. If you get a model with bad topology, and it's going to affect your animation quite a bit. So it's good to know some of it, but I also think it's good to specialize in the thing you really enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have never
no idea how to
really
model.
or rigged, and they're not going to fire me, I hope. But
I think when you're making a model, you're not animating. So if you really want to be an animator, you can get a rig from free online and then just animate. You're really good at animation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Great question. These are fantastic questions.
Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Nex, SoCal native, and I was wondering if you had any advice on making readable idle animations if you have a simple rig that you wouldn't be able to expand the chest, say, and just generally trying to make that readable, because I'm an aspiring animator who is looking into game design, and it's easy to come up with little fidgets and have a character look around at the environment, but the idle animation to change that altogether, I have no idea what to do.
Another great question.
That's a good question. Yeah. I'll let these guys really answer fully, but I just want to say that when it comes to a fidget, really, you don't need the animation or the idle. The pose, that single pose, you want that to read really well. It's all about that one pose. But these guys probably have some good insights on doing...
Yeah, like subtle. You talk about breathing, how to make them look like they're alive, or just how to do...
Yeah, just like not like a lifeless static pose when the character is not moving.
Right.
Just something slight enough so that it doesn't look lifeless.
That's a good question. You know about parent spaces. Do you know about parent spaces at all? Where you do... So there's a way... so each control has a something that's looking at. Let's see if I can explain this. So here, if I move this bottom spine control, it moves the other two spine controls. But then over here we have this parents over here, so we can say this is parented local. So this control is looking at this control, how to move. So if I take this top one and I change it to world, so it's looking outside the control, and then take this control and go world. Then now when I move this, it's going to stay relative to the world. All right. So what you can do is if you do something like this, then you can add this, you can start doing this thing where you start moving these around and the chest around individually so you can make it look like he's breathing, which is kind of cool. But a lot of it is the actual pose you're using. Because act that out again. You're an animator, you got to act this out. You said you don't want to make it look like what? Yeah, don't do that. Like this.
The T-pose.
Well, first of all, take it out of this pose, right? And then just practice, practice like just getting into just a static, not even moving, and they can already look alive. If it's really straight, then it can look kind of like a mannequin. But if everyone kind of stands, like James over here, look at these. And that's how it starts. And then you kind of start with a root and get that kind of moving, and you can start kind of layer on, like getting the shoulders to move a little bit. Then if it's a combat one, it's a little different. But if it's like this idle thing. But I think just the actual not even moving pose, if it looks good there, then a little bit of swaying and stuff can really help out.
Yeah, maybe the weight on one side more than the other, and use the contrapposto on the shoulders and the hips.
What's contrapposto?
Contrapposto is like when you're when your hips are moving in opposite directions. Like if I shift my weight on this side, this hip is higher, and then that shoulder is going to go down. That's contrapposto, like in all those, famous statues. You always see that. Getting the spine away from just like a block, kind of putting like a weight shift in it, that might help a lot.
So as a final note, I'm going to plug my game. And on Heroes of the Storm, if you go to the Hero Select screens and look at all the poses, like if you could just block out your mind, if you could block out the motion that they're doing, just look at the poses, because we do take a lot of time on the Hero Select to make sure that each individual silhouette and character is unique from each other. So there's a lot of variety there. Good question. Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Andrew, and I was wondering how you animate, say, the mouth moving in StarCraft with all the cinematic portraits and then in-game portraits.
Mike?
Oh, man. All right, so I actually worked a little bit on Legacy of the Void, so I didn't work on Wings of Liberty or Heart of the Swarm, but a lot of that is we rig up the face and then we do some lip sync animation, but we also use a automated program that does that analyzes vocal lines and then does the lip syncing for us, because we have to localize to different countries, right? So we can't lip sync to every language, right? Or else we'd never go home. So
you'd still be working on it.
But you can still, with that program, you can still animate on top of it. You can still change it and tweak it, and it does give you control to animate. Because when you run it through there, it didn't always come out right, and sometimes you have to modify it.
We run it through there, and then it gives us maybe like a 60 or 70% point that we can then massage. But yeah, a lot of it is a little automated.
Thank you very much.
Hi. My question was specifically kind of towards Overwatch. One of the things I noticed when I was playing that game is the reload animations and, the kind of just how the characters will either, like do something like that for Soldier or, like the Orisa kind of movement for kind of reloading. And I was wondering or what you guys were kind of looking for when you kind of tried to make it like memorable and distinct in that kind of area. Yeah.
Sure. Reloads actually start from the character. Like we try to match their personality. I mean, we need to hit a very specific design need. Most of our reloads are 1.5 seconds long, which is only 45 frames of animation, which is actually a lot, but not a lot, because I'm used to a single-player game that had 3-second reloads, and you can just do whatever the heck you felt like. But trying to get some good motion in 45 frames, where it's a lot of moving parts on a gun. So we're working with what the designers want, who the character is, what the character is doing, and then we talk to the designers, the artists who are creating the look of the character, the weapon artist. Actually, I think I might still have it open. It might have crashed. Yeah, hold on one sec. I've got Junkrat's Reload I can show you, which is really great. So it's Junkrat. I mean, he's kind of a lunatic. And his stuff is, his gun is, I can try to get my graph editor out of here. Go away, graph editor. His gun is based on who he is as a person, which is he's from some dystopia in Australia where they did not win a war against their Omnic. They just blew everything up, sort of Mad Max style. So his weapon is this sort of kit-bashed, crazy-looking thing with this wheel on it, and it's all just sort of slapped together. I think there's duct tape on it. It's really wonderful, and that's from our character artist and Kyle Rao, the weapon modeler who created it, sort of put that together. And we work pretty closely with those people to see, like, well, how is this going to move? Like, this fits the character, but will it move cool? And we ended up with this cool reload that is, well, he's a lunatic, he's crazy, the thing's kit bashed. It's like he doesn't care about his explodiness. He just likes, he cares about the explodiness. He doesn't care about finesse, and he doesn't have any sort of discipline the way Soldier 76 might. So I was like, oh, okay, well, his reload is probably just going to smack the dang thing out and then shove some new ones in there. And that's what we ended up with. And like, there's just jingly-jangly movie bits everywhere, and this thing's going nuts. It looks crazy at speed right here. In game, it's a little smoother, of course. But there's just so many considerations that go into it. It usually starts with who the character is, and we want to make sure it matches and then fits within that time frame. So I hope that answers it.
Yeah, you guys get a download. When you start a new character, you are talking to the game team, you're talking to different artists and
we have
designers,
like a big
and you have a kickoff meeting for the character to talk all about them.
So every discipline is present for like how this character fits into the gameplay first, how they're going to fit into the world that is Overwatch, what's their character going to look like, what is their kit, how's that kit going to play. There's so many iterations we go through. There was one point when I first started on Overwatch, my very first character was Mercy. I did her first person. There was one point where her staff actually transformed into the pistol, but that was quickly put the kibosh on because it was just not possible to pull off in gameplay. And the solution we ended up with was to give her a pistol that she switches to. And we were able to make the pistol much more distinct in appearance and give it a more distinct reload based on that. And I like the way it came out. I like what we ended up with. And it's just going back and forth with your team for what's working, what's not working.
Very nice. Thanks for the question.
Hi, my name's EJ, and I had a question for the World of Warcraft animator.
Yep.
I noticed you're animating right now on a character that really doesn't have armor. And if you've played World of Warcraft, you know the shoulders are about 3 times the size as the character model.
Are they?
Yeah.
Never noticed.
So I was wondering if you've ever animated something and then been like, oh, that's not going to work because shoulders clip right into my face.
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't have all the armor on this guy, any armor actually. For one thing, the variety is just too much. We can't possibly, like if I select this sword here, we have some weapons in here. We have this drop down. We can put an axe in there. We can put, this is a good one. But yeah, so there's a lot of things we just can't, it'll just clip. Sorry. So, but there are times where like sometimes when the character moves, like we have these roll joints too that we can kind of fix, like under here. They're just like our arms. Like when you move the arm around, we have these little joints in here that help, like the wrist. So you can see the forearm, like the radius and ulna kind of twisting around, which is kind of cool. And then up here. So sometimes we can fix it, but it's the variety of the stuff we just can't possibly. But it'd be cool, but...
We have special support groups for shoulder pads at Blizzard.
Yeah. But yeah, they just kind of keep bigger and bigger, huh?
Do you ever scale? Can you scale very quickly over a few frames? Do you ever do tricks like that?
We can scale this.
I know you can't do non-uniform scale in the WoW engine. Perfect.
Yeah, so on the actual hit, this is awesome. This is a lot of fun, by the way, guys. This is all we do. Yeah, sometimes on, you can't do non-uniform. You could scale this up. I guess you can't. There's some controls we can actually scale, but we can only scale, along all axes. Like
all axes at the same time,
yeah.
Right.
But, or we can stretch things. I did the Arakoa, like he's got these little, we call them knee noodles. We can, like if you want to have him fall to the ground, you can kind of lock the knee down. When he squatted, I squished the feet or the legs down so he can actually squat down. Totally cheated it, but I think it worked out pretty well. So look for it if you ever see it. But yeah, shoulder pads. Sorry about that. You got to be protected.
Around those.
It's dangerous in Azeroth.
Great question.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Michael. I do machinima, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. So I just want to thank you for all the assets you give me that I get to use. But secondly, what I want to know is kind of just two questions. So when you guys are animating, you know there's tons of machinists out there, and we're telling our own stories using all the work that you guys do, which we are very grateful for. But do you guys think about the blending of the animation sometimes, especially because I do a lot of World of Warcraft machinima? I've noticed that sometimes they're almost seamless. You can cut them from one to the other, and they flow right in between. And sometimes it's almost impossible to fit the animations together in a way that moves smoothly enough.
Oh, impossible to make it look smooth?
Well,
or it looks good.
It's a hyperbole, but it's just not anywhere near as clean as some of the other ones. Like some of the animations, from going from a run to a slash, with a sword, is really easy to get that to go in there. And sometimes it's but then when you do to walk into a fall down kind of motion that you guys have animated, sometimes they're just really not as concise together.
Yeah, you're kind of rolling the dice with that because it just depends on where you're coming from and where you're going to go. So you could change blend times to make it a little slower sometimes. But yeah, all that blending is done in the black box that we don't really control. But yeah, it just depends on the animations, I think. Yeah, is that?
I have one more thing.
Oh, okay.
And so then, as a machinist, often I feel like I want to take control personally, and do animations and stuff, so I can get certain motions.
I'm sorry, say that first part again. I didn't hear.
So as a machinist, often I feel like I want to take control personally and do the rigging like you guys are doing right now. So I wanted to ask you where you teach online. So because this is something that I've never really gotten a lot of info on other than stuff that's online. But I think if I took a formal class, that'd probably help a lot.
For rigging or animation?
For animation.
Oh, I teach. Can I do this? Can I plug it? Am I getting in trouble? Off the record? No. So I teach through a school called iAnimate. It's a games workshop. There's also, I know Noman does, I think they do game stuff and then some other online schools. But we give you a rig and then you just animate. So there's no, you don't rig or model or anything like that. But you can look it up, iAnimate if you want, .net, to learn how to do animation.
Nice plug.
But yeah.
Huh? Nice plug, yeah.
Yeah. Ding, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the question. We are running short on time here. We're going to wrap up here and look at everybody's final work here. So let me start here with Mike. Mike, you want to show off what your final animation looks like?
Sure. I'm just doing the final touches on some fat jiggling on Cho'Gall. He has a lot more bones than a normal hero's character does, but this is it. And I try to put in a couple of smear frames in there, which is something that we started to do recently, especially with his fingers. And you can see some of his fat fly off of him as he flies forward.
Very nice. I love it. That's great. Thank you, Mike.
No problem.
Matt, do you want to show your final?
Yeah, so this is the final quick melee, as it is in game, actually. And the final bits I would do on this is all the little extra, you see this secondary sort of jiggle on his forearm. We've got what we call noodle bones. They're leaf bones that are not parented to they're not part of the hierarchy, but they are outside of these little purple guys on my picker. And then I can scale and do all sorts of crazy stuff, and that's how I get frames like that, or that, and that's all about feeling it. So I'll go and I'll finesse those, and I'll finesse this, so his forearm goes forward and back like that, and that's just to give that.
It's like a muscle jiggle. You're getting the muscle jiggling, and you're messing with the silhouette and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And then at speed, hopefully it just feels like there's a little bit of extra settle.
That's great.
That is a fleshy bit, as opposed to his big doom fist, which is all chunky metal, and so that is not going to have jiggle on it.
And you have some camera animation in there for the impact too.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to be very considerate about our camera animation because it can quickly give people headaches or make them sick. But with a hit like this, we can get one good frame of something extreme, and then a tiny amount of settle just to give the impression that there is action and you're moving your head.
Very cool. That's great. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Awesome. And Kevin, you want to show your final?
Yeah, so this is what it'll look like. So, like you said, we mainly look at animations from here because it's easier from here. But usually from the back here, we always want to look from the front and the side. Then I have a dummy in here and a swipe to kind of help sell. The other thing we kind of add sometimes is some camera shake. Although it really makes it cheaty. It makes it more powerful.
Oh, it's not cheating.
So yeah, there you go.
That's great. Very smooth. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you guys. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you everyone at home for watching at home. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a great rest of your BlizzCon. We are going to probably be outside in the hallway out here. If we didn't get to answer all your questions, we'll be out in the hall here. Thank you guys very much. Enjoy.
Thank you for attending Blizzard Art Live in-game animation. Up next, Codecraft, Under the Hood with Blizzard Engineering Part 1. Welcome to the Behind Blizzard's Worlds panel.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Behind Blizzard's Worlds. I'm Gerald, I'm your moderator today, and I'm joined today by three amazing panelists who have some stories to tell you. We've got Alan Adham, co-founder of Blizzard Entertainment, Ben Thompson, art director on Hearthstone, and Jeff Kaplan, game director on Overwatch. Now, that's right. I'm super excited about this panel because I'm actually surprised we're doing this. We're taking you behind the scenes on some of the processes, some of the things that happened in the early days of Blizzard and with some of the games that you're seeing here today and playing. Now, Alan, I'd like to kick it off with you if you don't mind.
Sure.
So take us back to the early days, before we were Blizzard Entertainment, when we were Silicon and Synapse. What were those early days like? What was like the culture like? What inspired us?
Yeah, even just hearing the name Silicon and Synapse makes me chuckle. We, Mike and Frank and I and a few other friends from UCLA, we had started the company and we thought, Silicon and Synapse, what a genius name. The building block of computers merged with the building block of the human mind. And then, of course, we realized pretty quickly that no one knew what it meant and nobody could spell it, and we'd made a horrible mistake. It took us a few years to change the name to Chaos Studios, which is a cool story in and of itself. We chose Chaos because it so perfectly embodies our development process. And when people ask us what's the secret to Blizzard's success, it's that we embrace the sort of chaos of creation. Now, it's controlled chaos, so it's not totally chaotic. But about 6 months after picking Chaos Studios as our name, there's a company out there called Chaos Music that served us an injunction. So we said, we better change our name. And then we changed to Blizzard Entertainment, the name that you kind of know us as today, which, if you think about what a blizzard is, it's similar. It's this powerful, uncontrolled force of nature, but in its wake, you leave kind of beauty. And so all of that was sort of encapsulating how we make games, which is we like to leave ourselves early on enough room to ideate, to make mistakes. And in fact, we make a lot of mistakes when we're trying to make these games. And I think you're going to hear about some of the fun behind-the-scenes stories and the many, many mistakes that we make, some small designs, some very large, the products that we spent many years working on that never shipped. But
now here's something. Yeah. If you'll take a look behind us, we've got some really cool images that we're sharing with you today. A lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that you've never seen before. Lots of stuff that has been dug out from the vault and even from Jeff's own hard drives, if I recall.
That's right.
You've seen Nomad up there on the screen.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
Yeah, so Nomad, we've talked about it a little bit. I don't know how many people really know what Nomad is, but Nomad was the predecessor to World of Warcraft. And so we started Nomad up. It was our attempt to split into two teams right after StarCraft. And so we started up a second team, and Nomad was going to be this sort of alternate reality sci-fi. If you think of games like Dune or stories like Dune, or maybe the heavy metal cartoons, that was sort of the graphical inspiration, or Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings animated cartoons. That's what we were targeting. And after about a year of working on Nomad, we realized we hadn't quite found, the magic. That plus we were all playing EverQuest pretty much every minute of every day, and we're distracted by our many hours in EverQuest. Little known secret, Blizzard was a big part of a high-level guild called Legacy of Steel, which is in fact how I met Jeff Kaplan.
Is that really how you met?
It is. Yeah. The very first time, my very first memory of Jeff was online. I was applying to join the guild as a tank. I played an ogre tank, and we'd gone into this crazy dungeon, and as an ogre, I'd managed to get myself locked behind a door, and I couldn't get myself out. So I was stuck in the depths of this dungeon. And in EverQuest, if you died, your gear dropped there, and you were in big trouble. And so Jeff gave me this teleportation potion that was probably worth about 1,000 gold. It was just spectacularly expensive if you know how much EverQuest was. And he didn't even know who I was. And so I guess the moral of that story is be nice to the people you meet online, because you never know who they are.
It paid off.
It paid off big time.
It was worth the
for both
gold.
of us.
Yeah.
Jeff, what was it about Alan that made you want to stick your neck out for him, or at least provide some of your hard-earned loot for him?
Well, in a hardcore Uber raiding guild, you did anything for anybody. So I didn't really know Alan that well at the time, but here was this guy who was our responsibility as one of the raid leaders. You helped everybody out. We were all in it together. So it didn't matter who Alan was. I didn't know it was Alan Adham, founder of Blizzard Entertainment. He was our warrior that needed to be helped out of the dungeon at that moment.
Yeah, you're always hearing about how raiding guilds and these raid groups, that's a real good simulation for what it's like to run a business and for how to get people working together and collaborating. And it looks like that culture kind of carried over into what became Blizzard.
It did. And in fact, we recruit from the guilds and the games that we play. And so Jeff Kaplan, Ian Hazakostas, Alex Afrasiabi, they all came from guilds. There are others that we've tried to recruit over the years, and the conversations are quite funny. Usually it takes something like 10 or 15 emails and contacts for people to believe who we are. And so, if some random guy you've been playing with says, hey, I work at Blizzard Entertainment, we'd like to talk to you about a job.
Well, who's going to believe that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But if you think about what it takes to run a high-level guild, the passion, the initiative, the leadership skills, it's almost a perfect sort of cauldron for testing out the sorts of personalities that will be successful later making games and running teams.
Well, speaking of guilds, do we have anyone here who plays World of Warcraft? Anybody? Why don't we show you some really cool behind-the-scenes World of Warcraft stuff from some older looks?
Early days.
The early days of World of Warcraft. I'd like to talk about Warcraft as a setting and where that began, because really World of Warcraft and Warcraft means so much to what Blizzard means to the community. Where was that first Warcraft moment? When did that happen?
Yeah, so we'd grown up playing D&D, Warhammer, Lord of the Rings. We're all big fantasy and sci-fi kind of inner geeks. And every time we looked at a game, our first reaction was to think, how could we add orcs and battle axes, make it better? Literally, we would talk about, let's do a hockey game and add battle axes and orcs. We had a goofy name for a hockey game called Blood and Ice.
Wow.
I would still play that. Can we make that?
Yeah, maybe one day, not too late. One of many ideas that never saw the light of day. But we were playing this RTS game called Dune 2, and it was one of the first real-time strategy games made by Westwood Studios. And it was amazing. And so we immediately took inspiration from that, said, hey, let's do the high fantasy version of that game. Samwise came up with the name Warcraft. We were all sitting around in our shorts and socks eating Burger King one day at lunch. Right. And I think Samwise said, the way Sammy says, Warcraft. And out of that was the beginnings of what now, 20 years later, has become, this grand franchise. So that's really kind of the inception of Warcraft.
Wow. What was your Warcraft experience like, Jeff, your first one?
Well, mine was kind of fascinating because I was previously more of a fan of first-person shooters. Mm-hmm. So all of the id games like Quake and Doom, and that's what I was really following. Fell in love with EverQuest. Met Alan and Rob Pardo, and Rob was the lead designer on Warcraft 3, and they were having me come down to Irvine and hang out with them. And eventually I got hired on as a quest designer on World of Warcraft, but that was in 2002 of May. And Warcraft 3 shipped in 2000, actually in July of 2002, like a couple months later. So they just all hands on deck put everybody on Warcraft. And I fell in love with Warcraft 3. I mean, to this day, I think Warcraft 3 is one of the greatest games Blizzard has ever made. And I was literally
agree with that?
Warcraft, I mean, it was amazing. And, you know, Dota spawned out of it, but like the storytelling and the cinematics and the way the units moved and the game design, like every part of it, Warcraft 3 was brilliant. And I literally was just a fly on the wall. I don't think I contributed as much as a fly on the wall to being, somehow they put me in the Warcraft 3 credits. I think it just says additional testing is what but I didn't even deserve that credit. But I was so lucky to just, be as engrossed as possible in Warcraft at that moment. And then we were ramping up on World of Warcraft and listening to Chris Metzen and Bill Petras really talk about what this world was going to be like as we're releasing Warcraft 3. It was magical for me.
See, you're way too humble, because everyone here at Blizzard really collaborates on all these projects. It is about all the voices, every voice matters, everyone working together on everything here. And I'm thinking about like what that process is like. Like whenever we come up with an idea for a game, who are the voices that are chiming in? How is it that we're getting opinions and deciding on whether it's an idea that's going to stick or not? Ben, maybe you could speak to this.
Certainly on the Hearthstone team from day one in its early days, it was very much about a small team environment. Everybody's a generalist. Like
How small was
everybody
the
on the team. Oh, at the time, I mean, so I joined number of years back, and I think I'm going to get the number wrong. I'm going to be corrected as soon as I step off this stage. But I was probably around number 6 or 7.
Wow.
So ish, give or take 1 or 2 or 3 in any direction. But the key to that was, as soon as the real story comes in, within 6 weeks of joining, the team was basically disbanded. And it was, and it's kind of a weird like timeline that happens. Is I joined as the first artist for the team, and was asked to come up with a style for this, cool collectible card game based in the world of Warcraft. And then 6 weeks later, it's, hey guys, StarCraft 2 needs a real push. We got to help get them out the door and get them the resources they need. At the same time, BattleNet needs similar, because you don't have one without the other. We need to kind of borrow a lot of these resources that you guys have. That's it. So it really left 4 of us at the time in a room to carry the torch for Hearthstone for what ended up being just over a year. It was a year and some months, close on a year and a half. And during that year and a half, a number of the people on the team, especially the 4 of us, would say that was when Hearthstone really got kind of, I won't say solidified. We didn't really decide a lot of major decisions there, but we started to frame the kind of decisions we wanted to make. We started to really discuss, like, what are the important things that this game needs to be? What are the things we would like to see it be going forward? What are the, is it just a collectible card game, or is it something more? Is there, like, what kind of cues are we going to take from existing card game type of play, and what are the things that we're going to hopefully invent for the first time and really bring to this genre? And that makes for a long year and a half. And really during that time, we also had to talk about, like, how are we going to keep that team invested? And that's a really important part, is that because it's about sharing that experience and putting people, the rest of your team in a position where they feel like they're contributing and really offering a lot, and are. We met weekly. We kept our weekly stand-up meetings. They would all come up. We would share with them what we'd been doing for the week previous, get them really excited about those ideas. They would shoot those down. We would shoot some of those down before we ever got to show them, because let me tell you, we're good at coming up with really bad ideas. Certainly when there's only 4 of you in a room. We can talk about some of those. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what it meant was when we all reconvened in about a year and a half's time, people felt like they knew where we were headed, and they knew what we wanted to do. And we were able to kind of get the gears turning in a much less of the time than it would be from reforming a team from scratch.
You bring up bad ideas that never saw the light of day. And, this is not the kind of stuff that we normally like to talk about, because there's so much exciting, cool stuff to talk about. But now that we have you here, who wants to hear about some of the stuff that never saw the light of day? Yeah?
Me.
So, we mentioned Nomad earlier. The first World of Warcraft is nothing like what we see today, right? That first version of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
What were those original ideas and concepts that you guys were tooling with that maybe never made it into the game or inspired future ideas on other games?
Well, you see some of the pictures in the background behind us, but the user interface, I think, was very different when we first started. The inventory items were probably about 4 times the size of what you see on the screen. The bags were huge. There were really a great many different elements that changed over time. And the zone design, we had no idea what made for fun zones. And so we would play EverQuest and timeout zones, go back and forth between what felt good as players, what felt good in the world. And we call them gray box everything so that we had a sense of sort of time and space. And then as we started to artify the world, we never wanted people to be confused about what was real art and what was placeholder.
Okay.
So we had our producer's name was Shane. And so we had a picture of Shane's face, and we would put these big Shane cubes in the world. We would skin everything with Shane cubes. So I think Jeff has a pretty funny story about, one of his experiences with a Shane cube.
So the Shane cube would happen anytime either we didn't have a texture for something or something was broken. And we had rolled into the beta at the time. And the beta, we had a function in the beta where players could type /bug and then type in like their different comments. And we had pushed out one patch in the beta where we got every helmet and hat broken in the entire game. So when all the players logged in from one patch to the next, every single player in World of Warcraft had Shane Cube on his head. And then I was reading the bug reports, and one of them just said, "How come there's a drunk guy on my head?" And that was the best way I saw it described, and poor Shane was not drunk, I swear to God, in the picture.
Wow. Hearing about this stuff behind the scenes, there couldn't have been a way to anticipate what World of Warcraft would have begun.
No.
Maybe talk about like that first launch experience. We got a lot of people into the game. We couldn't possibly have predicted the reaction to it, and where that took us as far as like these are the decisions we made. Did we make the right decision? What were you thinking internally when that first launch period happened?
Well, launch was insane for World of Warcraft. Who was around for launch of WoW? It was, thank you so much. Thank you guys for being a part of it. I remember you think you're super smart when you're making these decisions. And I remember the team, and we had all these war rooms, and we were talking about the servers and how many PvP servers and PvE servers and role play servers we were going to have. And we thought we were so brilliant that we were going to have, X number of servers for launch. And then as the game grew over time, we would release more servers. So we were keeping like 20% of our servers offline, ready to fill up as the other servers went live. And then we put the game live. We sell the game live for the first time. It was, I think, November 23rd was the date, 2004. And we put the service live, and every single server filled up. And I remember, I'm not a server programmer or a live ops guy or anything like that. I was just kind of the annoying game designer on the side. I remember walking into like the server guys and saying, "Yeah, so those like servers in reserve that we had?" They're like, "They're all live. Everything's live, and it's going to take 2 months to get more servers. Like we've ordered the hardware, and we've got to make it through 2 months." And everything was full at that point. So literally, we didn't know what we were doing when that happened. And it was like a weird victim of your own success moment. We ran into weird, there was a couple weird stories related to that. So Blizzard employees, when we release a Blizzard game, Blizzard employees all get copies of the game. Like you get, a standard edition and a collector's edition. World of Warcraft was so popular that they rerouted the truck. We were doing a signing at Fry's here in Orange County in Fountain Valley, and they rerouted the truck that was supposed to be the Blizzard employee copies, and they needed them to sell because the game was selling out so fast. So a bunch of Blizzard employees didn't get their copies of World of Warcraft. And then within a couple weeks of us filling up the servers, we actually just stopped selling the game altogether. We wouldn't send any more copies out because the servers were so full. So it was a very strange problem. I think we've evolved greatly since then. We've really learned how to run a game as a live service. But I would describe the first year of World of Warcraft as pure panic. And it wasn't until the first BlizzCon, which was, I think it was October or November of 2005, we thought everybody hated us and nobody was going to show up. And that first BlizzCon, like, everybody was just so nice to us. They're like, yeah, we love WoW, and it's awesome, and we're so glad to be a part of it. And I think that was the first time we actually had a breather as a team, like, okay, maybe we didn't screw up as hard as we thought we did.
That's awesome. Alan, you were actually the first design director on World of Warcraft, is that correct?
Yeah, we didn't call it game direction back then, but for the first 4.25 years or so, I was the game director of World of Warcraft. I think it's commonly known. I left to take a break. I had sort of exhausted myself running the company and game directing World of Warcraft, building that team all at the same time. What I should have done was taken a 1-year sabbatical and come back. I went off and I did some other things for a while. But
let's welcome Alan back, by the way, guys.
Been a little over a year now, so it's amazing to be back. Super, super fun. And yeah, I left in I think February 2004, and then the game shipped November 2004, and Rob Pardo stepped in and took the product live and did an amazing job with folks like Jeff. It was magical, like building the team from, we started with about 10 after Nomad, and building it to around 50 or so when I left. I think it shipped with close to 60. We all knew exactly what we wanted to make, and it was a very elegant process. It's not always quite that easy, but this one was pretty smooth. And so to imagine today making an MMO with 50 or 60 people in 5 years, almost impossible to conceive that would even happen. And a game as good as World of Warcraft as we all know it to be today. So it was quite a fun ride.
Yeah. Now you mentioned Nomad again. Development for World of Warcraft came immediately afterwards. Was that the timeline chronologically?
Yeah, literally the team and I sat down and we kind of ideated. It took literally one day. I think even by lunchtime, we went out to lunch and said, okay, instead of doing that, let's do this. Let's go back. Warcraft had a chance to kind of breathe in our minds. We were ready to revisit that IP. And the thing about high fantasy is so many people have this common shared kind of folklore of dragons and orcs and what it means to be a mage. It makes it very easy, not just for fans to look at it and understand what it is, but for us as developers and as a team, sometimes if you try to do something that's too different, even us on the team, we're pulling in different directions, and that can be kind of problematic to aligning vision. But high fantasy is one of those things we all kind of know and love. You still bring your own kind of spin on it. We still put our own twist on it. But it was very easy for people to understand what that game would be if you just said, let's take Warcraft and let's make our version of a polished MMO and let's go own that category.
Now, clearly you guys had a lot of different ideas for what would make a good MMO. You were all big MMO players. What ideas did you have originally that were like, you know what, this isn't going to work out. This isn't something we could include in the game?
So I'll give you a couple, actually, that when we started talking about them, the entire team thought they were the stupidest ideas that they had ever heard. And so one was the idea of a real-time clock. And so that time would equal time. And if time is time, then calendar is calendar. Mm-hmm. And so, but the idea that if you wanted to see a sunrise in the world of Azeroth, you'd have to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And if it was nighttime, well, it would be nighttime in the world. And so the overarching kind of theme there was we didn't just want to make a video game, we wanted to build a virtual world. And your sense of sort of world is tied, or your sense of reality is tied to your sense of time. And so those early conversations were, that's the stupidest idea in the world. You're saying if I work all day and I come home at 7 at night, I will only ever see the world at night. Yes, you will only ever see the world at night. And people immediately, even on team, assumed, well, that meant it would be dark and impossible to play. And until we actually started doing the art, and they saw that what we meant by night wasn't that it would be dark and hard to play, but it would just look beautiful, but at night, but be equally playable. Then one by one, people started to walk into my office and say, it started like this. I don't hate it as much as I thought I was going to hate it. And then stories like, my baby was up at 5 in the morning and I had her on my lap, and I was fishing off the coast of Westfall, and I watched the sunrise, and it was gorgeous, and things like that. And one by one, people came around to the idea that this real-time clock would make our world feel substantially more real. That was a pretty big one. The other one was the hard faction versus horde split, which we all know today and love, and people strongly identify. And so the psychology behind that was, we played a lot of MMOs before, and they were mostly free-for-all. And it meant that everybody could group with everybody, but it also kind of meant you were also kind of competing with everybody else. And so we had this idea that by splitting factions, horde versus alliance, you would have a common enemy. And as humans, you know, especially when you're playing a video game, sometimes you want to be cool and socialize with your friends, but sometimes you just want to go out and PvP, you know, and be wicked. And that's the joy of being able to play video games, is doing all this great, you know, being good and being bad. And so it was people on the team saying that is just the worst idea in the world. You're saying, if my friends, people were thinking of EverQuest or other MMOs, if my friends played a different race, I would never be able to play with them. And of course, the answer was no, because you and your friends will sync up and you'll be on the same horde or alliance. You'll choose the same faction. And again, that was one of the things that I think was pretty definitive, pretty major difference between us and the other MMOs out there, that the benefits of that weren't obvious at first. Today, everybody understands how sort of central to the lore of the world that is, and to the social fabric of the world, because it makes you want to be cool with even people who are just strangers, but on your alliance, you want to be cool with them because you know one day you'll be fighting a common enemy together. And so it made for a better social system.
So we as a studio are also kind of fighting a common enemy, and that's like boredom, right? We want to entertain people, get people excited about playing these games. I'd like to transition, if you don't mind, to some early looks at Overwatch, if that's okay. Anyone here play Overwatch? And the reason why is because we're talking about this collaborative culture. We're listening to each other, bouncing ideas off each other, trying to find out what sticks. Could you maybe take us behind some of those early Overwatch iterations, what we were looking at and what you were thinking with some design ideas behind it?
Yeah, the cool part about Overwatch is we had a very focused core combat that we knew we wanted to have actually, we didn't know we wanted it to be 6-person, but we knew we wanted it to be a team-based action shooter featuring these epic over-the-top heroes in global locations. That was kind of the core of what Overwatch was to be. The interesting journey was all of the decisions along the way. The core concept or the vision was always pretty solid, and I think the team always understood what it was. But it was things like, you know, I almost leapt to like, oh, of course it was a 6v6 shooter, but I'm remembering back looking at some of these early pictures, we really struggled to like find what was the right number. We tried 4v4. If we have any Halo fans, they'll know like there are a lot of Halo or Destiny PvP is like 4v4. And we tried larger sizes also. We tried 8v8 and 10v10. And part of like one of the things that we were really struggling with in those early decisions was feeling like the combat, like you mattered in a group, but you didn't matter so much that if you had like one bad shot or one bad moment, you would throw it off for your entire team. And that's just one example of like the hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of decisions that you have to make along the way. Arnold and I were out here earlier in the archives panel talking about finding the boundaries for a new universe and knowing what was acceptable. And somehow, like we knew as a team, the talking scientist from the moon is definitely acceptable, but like the cat in the jetpack is like too ridiculous to be a part of Overwatch.
No way.
I know. I have a feeling it's going to end up in the game now. Like there's no escaping jetpack cat at this point. But and it's weird because I think a lot of times people want this definitive, you know, like stone tablets, like we know exactly every decision that should be made and exactly what the game is or isn't at any one time. But the fun part about making games is there's this creative, collective collaboration that everybody's a part of and everybody's influencing, and it helps you set like a moral compass for the team and like a guideline for the team of like what should be in or what should be out. What are we willing to accept or what are we not willing to accept? And the whole time you're thinking, even though we're a small group, you have to multiply yourself out and think, if there's one of us who really hates this particular thing, how many hundreds or thousands or millions of people might that person be representing right now? So they have to have a strong voice. We have to let them speak up, and we have to understand why they feel that way about the game. So it's very collaborative and representative type of approach to making a game.
It has to get heated sometimes, though, right?
What's that?
Does it get heated sometimes?
Oh, it gets super. I mean, well, Alan was talking about the Horde Alliance split, and we used to have lunches where it was Alan, Bob Fitch, who's a programmer who's been at the company for years, and Rob Pardo. So Rob and Alan were both, lead designers at one point on World of Warcraft, and I remember one lunch literally ending in yelling over whether Horde or Alliance was a good idea. It kind of ended like, fine, like doors slamming, and it was weird is by the next lunch, nobody ever talked about it again. And what was interesting is Alan was the original visionary for Horde and Alliance, that was to be a thing. And even though initially Rob disagreed with it, Rob was the champion who ultimately made it work as a game system. So like having Horde and Alliance implemented and all the PvP rules and splitting out the world. So even when you're sometimes, a leader and opposed to an idea, the way that the game making process works is so collaborative that sometimes you end up championing a thing that you just didn't agree with at one point.
Yeah, not every decision goes your way. If you're part of a collaborative team, you don't win them all. But that's part of the strength of being on a collaborative team, is recognizing that you're not always going to be right.
Now try making a small collectible card game where Horde and Alliance isn't a thing at all.
Yeah.
Then see what kind of arguments ensue.
So back to the whole chaos. Game development is chaos.
Absolutely. When you come out here and you see Battle for Azeroth, and you see Horde Alliance being central to the expansion, do you feel like, all right, I got that one right?
It chokes me up. I mean, to see how World of Warcraft has evolved over time, and to see the cinematics and the fidelity and what it's become and the fans, it gets quite emotional for me.
So one of the coolest things that we're going to show people here today is some of the early Hearthstone concepts that we have to throw back here. You're talking about this really small group you were a part of, Ben, and how you were working together, and the team had disbanded for a moment. I don't want to get away from that. What happened there? What was that all about?
Well, as I was saying previously, it was really to, as we say, collaborate across the studio and help everybody else get their stuff done. I mean, it is not a case where you have these multiple silos that are unaware of each other and unhelpful towards each other. It is, we are as big a fan of Overwatch and play it every day at lunch on the art team on Hearthstone as we are World of Warcraft, and can't wait to go level our character there. I mean, we're fans of our own games as much as we are helping them to get made. So of course we want to see them get made if we're going to ever have a chance to play them. So, the choice to disband a goodly portion of the team came from a place of like, let's absolutely help these guys and gals get these games out so that we can be a big fan later down the road and get to enjoy the fruits of that labor.
It must be hard, though, to think of the greater good for Blizzard, knowing that you have this idea that you really want to iterate on and work on. Like, how's the reaction internally to those voices saying, no, you got to do something else?
I don't, it's not a negative one. Again, everybody understood completely. I mean, nobody slammed any doors and walked out or refused to move or anything like that. It was just like, we get it, we understand. I think it came from a place of, we really hope that people will believe in our thing, when it's time and its turn, and we hope that it will have a chance as well. I mean, the team itself, some of this has come up in the past already, but the team itself was really an experiment. When Team 5 was put together, it came from a place of, we at Blizzard are excited about a lot of different game ideas.
Right.
And they come up all the time. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if? How many sentences at Blizzard start like that every day?
Right.
And as a result, Team 5's place was really, hey, let's get together a small, agile group of developers that are generalists at heart, really enjoy the creative process, but can do it in rapidity, and absolutely dive in on these ideas and maybe drill down into a point that within a year, hey, we've got a game that we can kind of polish and stand up. And really, I mean, Kaplan's actually got a really good story about how in that light, Team 5 is kind of a failure. It really, but I mean,
Yeah, when I first heard about Team 5, it was funny because I was kind of the skeptic grousing off to the side. I had never played a collectible card game before. And I thought to myself, I'm like, these are just so niche and nerdy. Like, who's going to play this? Like, I know it's terrible to say. I have a really sad loser story of myself. As a kid, I used to collect the Dungeons and Dragons books, and like a lot of my love for fantasy comes from going through those manuals. But I could never get anybody to play Dungeons and Dragons with me.
I'll play now.
Yeah. So to this day, I've never actually played the game. I've only read the rule books and the monster manual. Anyway, so I never played a collectible card game, and I just thought, like, why are we spending time on this? And I was also really frustrated because we were trying to do so much in the studio. And I remember that Eric Dodds was going to be the lead. You know, he was sort of the visionary behind Hearthstone. And I had worked with Eric for years. He was one of my big influences on World of Warcraft. And he was one of the, I mean, Eric was the central designer, really, on World of Warcraft in the early days that we all looked up to. And I'm thinking, wow, Eric could contribute in such bigger ways, you know, which is ridiculous. That obviously Hearthstone's huge.
You were looking out for WoW.
What's that?
You were looking out for WoW.
I was looking out for WoW. And it was so, like, to me, it was like this tragedy. Like, we're really going to give up Eric Dodds. And there were the two marching orders of Team 5 was, you're going to stay super small. You're going to be a super small team, which they did. To the day they shipped, they were 15
to 17. Yeah.
17. And then the other one was they were going to ship a game within a year and then make another game and then make another game. And we were in like year 3 or 4, and that's when I started to grouse. And I was like, come on, like, card game, and like they're supposed to be making a game a year, and we're losing all that great Eric Dodds-ness here at Blizzard. And they pulled me into a playtest, and it was just Eric Dodds and Ben Brode. And they had this super ghetto flash PowerPoint that looked nothing like or not, it wasn't a PowerPoint, but it was like a flash demo of the game. And it looked nothing like Hearthstone looks today. It was like totally like 2D flat, like barely sort of functional, but the mechanics, like the whole game engine and game mechanics are exactly what Hearthstone is today. And I remember playing one match against Ben Brode, and he beat me really, really bad because I'd never played card games before. And I instantly saw the magic. Like, even though I lost and I like did dumb things, I was like, oh my God, this is super, super fun. And I just did a 180-degree turn at that moment. I kind of went around because I had been grousing to people around the studio, why are we doing this? And I'm like, actually, I was 100% wrong. Hearthstone is awesome. And to this day, as the guy who never played a collectible card game, I'm super hardcore Hearthstone player. I play it every single day of my life. I play Hearthstone. I love the game. So I was totally wrong about it.
And I think that's a good point, and Alan's already touched on it, and Kaplan's touched on it, is what makes a really good developer, what makes a game developer able to show up to their job every day and do a good job at it, is that open-mindedness and that ability to be agile in one's own head, not just what they're doing on the game day to day, but in one's own head, be able to see things objectively, hear people out, even though it may be the same argument or a very similar argument to what you've been hearing for something you don't agree with, and then hear it that 4th or 5th time and think to yourself, if that's the 4th or 5th time I'm hearing it, maybe there's something there, maybe I need to reassess this. All the time we're asked as creatives, I wouldn't even say game developers, as a creative, you are asked to disown children that you have brought up in your own head as this is the idea, this is going to be the one, this is going to be the defining moment. And then within a year's time, you're fighting against it and hoping that it never actually happens because you've seen the truth of where actually by taking it somewhere different, it's better still. And I have a real hard time thinking, this is why I don't believe in the singularity of genius individuals. Mm-hmm. I don't think genius comes in individual packages at all. I think it comes from collective groups. Now, maybe the genius of an individual is the gathering of that group. But if that individual is not willing or able to listen to that group and react accordingly, it has very little hope in the end, ultimately. And I think that Blizzard has excelled in that year after year for in excess of 25 years at this point.
Yeah.
Do you find that it was difficult to kind of instill a culture at Blizzard on the various teams that you work on, that you're willing to fail, that you're willing to try ideas and be able to say, you know what, this one's going to be a flop, let's not do this?
Hearthstone is a clearinghouse of bad ideas. And we've got bad ideas for our bad ideas. And I think a lot of that came out in the culture of the team because of the individuals we've got on the team. There's a snarkiness and a kind of fun, we say tongue-in-cheek, epically charming. Like, these are all bywords that we use for the game, but they really define the team too. They could describe any number of individuals on that team as well as they do the game. You see our humor show up in that game all the time. It's very irreverent. It's very self-effacing. There really aren't any egos on the team that push for ideas or much less come into the form of these games trying to be bigger or greater than what they really actually are. They're a return to the third click or fourth click on the minion in Warcraft 3 and hear the funny saying that breaks the fourth wall but gets me to chuckle. You know, it's those kind of moments that we're wanting to celebrate and let others take the world-saving, you know, darkness must fall, we must save the world again type of moments. And those kind of, hey guys, let's have a bad idea, let's figure out what this is, let's make it a better idea. People are like rushing to raise their hand. It's not a case where in some meetings you get the, gosh, I don't want to speak up first because people are not going to listen to my next idea based on how bad this one I think might be. And we've got directors across all boards going, guys, this is an awful idea and we should absolutely not do this. And it's not a humble brag. Don't do this, please. But here's this thing. And then somebody else goes, yeah, that's pretty awful. I can top that, though. And then they'll introduce another one. And by the third or fourth round of the table, somebody's like, but, and then you start to get different adjoining words coming into the conversation. And you end up with these moments where you're like, wow, I was a part of that conversation. It was really a cool thing to see happen. So
that process of throwing out like half-baked design ideas and making it safe in a brainstorm to do that, I think is super, super valuable. And so otherwise everybody turtles up and waits until they have a perfect idea and you don't get that same kind of that interplay back and forth. And then in the early days, back when we started, it took a year to make a game. And so we would try all kinds of crazy ideas, and if they didn't work, cancel them. And even encapsulated that in one of our little cute Blizzard witticisms. We'd say, don't be afraid to kill your babies, which meant you may have worked on this thing for a year, and if it doesn't work, you know, then throw it away and try something else. And it might be an individual idea, it might be a whole product, but that's like part of the course for Blizzard's culture is to boldly try a bunch of crazy things, knowing that we're going to throw half of it away. And I think that makes us pretty different than most other companies out there that don't embrace that process.
I think when you're, like, what's really interesting in these conversations where people are throwing out all sorts of crazy ideas, it's super easy to explain why an idea won't work or to kill an idea. It's super easy to go, well, clearly, like, the game mechanics behind that or the fantasy behind that is flawed, and let me, you know, be super smart and tell you why those things won't work. But I think the real difference and what we look for in Blizzard creators is the ability to go, yeah, that is kind of a crazy idea, but here's how we could make that work. And it's a really different way of coming at a brainstorming session. I would suggest anybody in whatever industry or field you're in, really try that. Like, rather than shutting the people down who are around you all the time, like just take a moment and go, wow, I think I just heard the most ridiculously awful thing ever, but let me just go with it. Like, let's just go with it and say that I'm fully committed to making that thing work, and then how great could that really be?
It's like a Ben Brode's improv technique he talked about, like, yes, but, you know, instead of shutting someone down, okay, here's something else to consider. Could you maybe point to something along the Overwatch development cycle that you were thinking of, hey, you know, this was a good idea at first, but, you know, when the fans saw it, when the players got to play with it, yeah, we should have rethought that one.
We, I think the evolution of Winston was along those lines of...
His bubble?
Not just his bubble, but, like, the fact, should we have a talking gorilla in the game? You know, like
who doesn't want that?
I know, but crazy. I mean that's like but you would be surprised when we started making this hero-based shooter universe. We're like, hey, we want it to take place in the future, and we want it to be super heroic and really cool. And then Arnold draws Winston, and we love the art. And a lot of people had that first instinct of like, but wait, we were talking about like these superheroes, and is that monkey really a superhero? And I think it was the people who looked at it and went, wait a second, we could create a universe where Winston is actually one of the biggest heroes and one of the most important heroes in the game. And what tone does that universe have to take then? Like, how is it different from other hero universes that it can include this kind of, ridiculous character concept that might seem really out of place otherwise?
But really, it's the cast that so many people have gravitated to for Overwatch. It's this really unique, diverse cast that really is unlike anything anyone has ever experienced, at least in gaming.
I have another example, too, a more hardcore example. That's like a touchy-feely, like, subjective example, but our hardcore, like, super hardcore competitive esport Overwatch community will relate with this. In the early days of competitive Overwatch, a lot of the competitive scene wanted us to do a system that, what was it called? Stopwatch. They wanted stopwatch, which was you let one team play out as much as they could, and the other team had to beat the other team within the allotted time. And there were all these design flaws that we saw as a team in stopwatch, and so the Overwatch team was very resistant to adopting stopwatch as like a sort of our core mode. And I remember we have this really brilliant gameplay engineer on the Overwatch team named Dan Reed. He worked on World of Warcraft, and he came from Swinging Ape before when we acquired Swinging Ape. And he was in our office as we were having this debate over why we didn't like stopwatch. And Dan Reed just sort of came into the room at that moment and said, well, why don't you do X, Y, and Z? And basically what he was doing is he fully laid out the design for what has now become Time Bank, and is now what competitive Overwatch uses to this day, which was he didn't totally dismiss some of the core goals of what Stopwatch was trying to achieve, but he put a much more refined design on top of it. And it was really funny because Dan did it in like 5 minutes. He's like, you could just, X, Y, and Z, and explained exactly how Time Bank walked, and then just walked out of the office. And then all the game designers who were supposed to be figuring the thing out, we kind of looked and were like, okay, we're just going to do Dan's idea, and hopefully it'll work out.
Just drop the mic on you.
Yeah.
Ben, can you think of an idea that perhaps a first iteration that you tried to implement in Hearthstone that you're like, man, this was a cool idea, but we can't do this?
I can do two very briefly. The first one was probably, I was the biggest advocate for anything but cards in a collectible game. I was wildly against them. I think I came from a background of doing a lot of art for cards and collectible games out in the industry. I spent a lot of time as an art director for also the same. So I think it wasn't coming from a personal place, but rather a, let's be avant-garde, let's be, next gen, how are we going to do this? Let's get rid of cards. And Dodds and Broad kind of looked at me with this, you poor sap. You're like, you've been here 6 weeks. The only reason you're going to get to do this is because of that year, right? And we're going to let you get this out of your system. So I think they humored me, which I appreciate now. At the time, I didn't recognize it as that. I think they were in awe. That's what I'd like to think. Wow, this guy's going to just change this whole thing. Sadly, no. But I did spend a couple months of like, let's try something different. You've seen some of these come up here. It's the Dark Moon Fair themed board where this thing's a moon well over here, and this, gadget one is the gnome one, and oh my gosh, the mage one is like a vial of magic, and you throw it down and smash it. And this, I fully painted out all these different things and kept pitching it. And what we ended up with at the end of the day was, what do any of these things do? Like I see what class it belongs to. I don't know if that one's more powerful than this one. I don't know how much more, like what's the level of power in it? Is it a legendary? Is it an epic? If we wanted, that's the one right there, actually, that's up on the screen now. You started to gain a lot of flavor, but at the cost of the consistency of the thing, and it didn't stand up on its own. So I initially begrudgingly said, okay, I'll try some of those cards for you, and those will come up here in a minute too, where there's 3 of them side by side. So I started to try different card shapes, but still make them a little bit different still. And it started to come around with, common language is everything. And if there's a pre-stated language for a thing, we understand everything there is to about cards. We know how to deal. We know how to shuffle. We know what a mulligan is. There's the cards right there. We know the language that comes with playing a card game. And there was a whole lot of education that we just got to skip right to the end to then introduce the new ideas that we were really passionate about and wanted to bring to that system. So thankfully, I was able to back away from the problem, and Dodds and Broad patiently helped me understand, why I was ultimately wrong in that assumption. Secondly would be, there's another one coming up here where we have a board that looks like it's got a bunch of crap coming at it and kind of stabbing things on the board and whatnot. Initially, I'd pitched an idea for, what if the minions aren't actually the advocates of damage for all the other things on the board, but rather it's the board itself. So by this minion attacking this minion, it kills it, but there's like a spike that comes out and kind of grabs it and pulls it in the board, or a flamethrower comes up and hits the thing and goes away. So the board really became a major player in the game. Dodds was ultimately not a huge fan of this, and we talked a lot about it, about what was his wants for it. He tried to understand what my wants were for it, to Kaplan's point of, he didn't shoot it down outright. He stated his points on it, and I stated mine, and ultimately where we landed was, the board is a place, and certainly we want it to be charming and inspiring and interesting to set a vibe and a feel, but the stars of this really need to be the collectibles. The cards and the minions and the tokens that they become on the board have to be the stars. Anything else is secondary. Co-stars can't be stepping all over them and doing their own thing. It really has to get down to, what are the things we want the players feeling most valued in their collection? What are the things they have to really stake their passion on? And that's where we landed on a board that is a place and an environment, but nothing more.
I think we all really appreciate you being willing to share stories about what goes on behind the scenes and some of our failures, but I'd really like to open up to some Q&A. Sure. I'm sure some of us might have some questions, right? Let's see here. Can we go over here with the first question? Not yet? All right. So while we wait for some Q&A, I'd actually like to ask one more. So if you had to pick one moment, one defining moment from development where you had to learn a lesson, one tough lesson, you know, that carried forth into your future, what would you say it was?
So for me, it's a very clear lesson from our early days. I tell this story a lot at Blizzard. We had made this game called The Lost Vikings. It went on to become Puzzle Game of the Year. And
you don't play Lost Vikings?
It's old school. There may not be too many. Super Nintendo game. And it was one of our first original developments. And when it came out, we had heard that the local Virgin Megastore had some kiosks set up showing the game. And so we rushed down there at lunchtime and stood back. And I watched as this probably about 14 years old, walked over, picked up the controller. It was the very, very first level of the game. And we were trying to teach players the jump ability. And it was as simple as could be. You hit the A key, your guy would jump over, and there was a little pit of electricity, trivially easy to jump over. And he took 2 steps to the right, fell into the pit of electricity, got electrocuted, put the controller down, and walked to the next game, which was not Lost Vikings.
No, come back here, right?
We wanted to rush over there and go, no, like, you know, come back, give it another try. This is how you do it. And for me, that was a foundational kind of moment. And you see the lessons from that carried through in everything we do in various forms, which is try to make the player feel special and heroic and smart right from the beginning. And don't kill them right away. And you see it in StarCraft, where the computer won't attack you, and the tech tree is very simple early on. Or you see it in World of Warcraft, where creatures won't aggro you, and rather than starting you in Stormwind, we start you off in this quiet little corner so you're not overwhelmed. And that, you know, let the player feel heroic right from the beginning. It started from that exact moment. So that clear lesson,
that
defining for us.
Easy to learn, difficult to master. That kind of carries forth into all our games.
That's right.
We have some questions here. I want to make sure to get to some Q&A. Let's start over here with the first question.
Hey, my name is Zach, and I just had a question about World of Warcraft. In that, in the early days, it was kind of, you just made the zone and then you'd open the quests in it and whatnot. But more recently, you go into a zone and you follow a story and usually a character in an event. So my question is, for the most part, do you create a zone and you have like a good idea, like I want to make an awesome like underground forest or something, and then fill it with events and characters? Or do you have an event and character in mind and then you create the zone around them?
Well, I think that's a killer question, and it's almost a better question for the current WoW team. Yeah. So the last time I worked on World of Warcraft was in 2008. But in the old days, we used to focus on creating the world as a character. Chris Metzen used to actually say way back in the day that the main character of World of Warcraft is the world. And I thought that was really cool. And we went for a vibe to every single zone. But if you look back on vanilla, there wasn't really a contiguous storyline that really carried everybody through. And I think you can follow the WoW team's evolution, at least in the days that I was involved, through Burning Crusade, where we tried to do a lot more linear storytelling, but we got a little lost. And we did things like Illidan was not super accessible by most of the player base. So even though there was this really cool character and you wanted to follow the storyline of the Burning Crusade through, if you weren't a raid-capable guild doing Black Temple, you weren't ever going to get that story. And I think where the WoW team really turned a huge corner was with Wrath of the Lich King. And in particular, it was the Death Knight starting experience that Alex Afrasiabi did, where we sort of changed the game now from being this like world and vibe sort of focused storytelling to really going for a character arc and a story arc that was going to span an entire expansion. And I remember Alex and Chris Metzen really working on that Wrath of the Lich King like story that was gonna, it had its midpoint at the Wrath Gate, if you guys remember. It had the awesome opening that took place in the Death Knight starting area where you instantly, like right away, were talking to Arthas, and then eventually culminated with the fall of the Lich King at the end of the patch cycle. And if you look at where World of Warcraft is now, like I think Legion was almost like a masterpiece in storytelling, and I think a lot of that is the credit of the WoW team, how they've evolved over the years, and guys like Alex Afrasiabi, who's been on that team and helping to guide the vision and guide the storytelling for so many years, that, you know, Warcraft is really in good hands with people like Team 2 and Alex.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you so much for the presentation. Really love the insider's look. So I have a question regarding the EverQuest mentioned earlier. So a huge fan of this game myself. And Alan, it was my first time MMO. So Alan, you mentioned you were an ogre warrior, and Jeff, I was wondering which race and class you were playing that back in the day.
I played a halfling rogue, and it was fine that people just call me the hero of Rivervale, because that's who I was. Never hero of Rivervale.
I love it.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Over here on the left, next question.
Hey, my name's Aiden. Sorry, kind of written down. So since Blizzard games have been part of the upper echelon of esports, whether intentional or not, how do you feel the company's design goals have been able to accept competitive gaming and kind of take it in stride with all your projects?
Esports.
Also, from a Hearthstone perspective, esports are super important. I think the fact that Hearthstone came out and Twitch immediately picked it up the way it did, and you started getting a lot of streaming behind it, which meant you got a lot of people watching the game, and that leads directly into more of an esports type of setting where it has to be a very watchable game while also a very playable game, was not lost on us. And that was something that we were very cognizant of and aware of. At the same time, we never wanted to lose sight of the fact that we didn't want to be making a game for esports solely. Like, that was not the kind of game we wanted to do either. We wanted to see one that could exist in both realms. You know, you get your casual, your mid-level, and your hardcore players, and then ultimately even past what I would call a hardcore, that's the more esports side of things too, where it's truly competitive play at a high level. All of those parts or sides within a game need to be adhered to and addressed to. And it's something we've taken very seriously through Hearthstone to this day. Always, and the cross-section that Jeff mentioned actually exists on Hearthstone too. I would say probably go out on a limb and say it exists on every team. But on Hearthstone, that's no different. We've got our casual, we've got our mid-level, we've got our super hardcore. I am no Ben Brode. I am never going to win games the way those guys do. You know, Mr. Dene is a wonderful player. I've made it to 15 once, and I tried really hard to get there, and it was in the first 6 weeks, so I probably couldn't do that again very easily. I represent a very equal subset there, and my voice in those meetings is as interesting for those wanting to make a well-rounded game as Mr. Dene's is. So we take it very seriously, but we also realize there is a broadness there that we want to take advantage of as well.
Alan, you were here for like what many believe is the birth of esports with StarCraft. You know? What was that like when you saw this brand new thing arise out of video games?
Yeah, so we never had any idea what StarCraft would become. It surprised us as much as I think it surprised the world. But kind of echoing what Ben said, we don't approach game making with esports necessarily in mind. One of our pillar design values is easy to learn, difficult to master. And it encapsulates this aspiration that our games would be simple enough that a 10-year-old could pick it up and play it after 5 minutes, and then spend the rest of their life enjoying it and playing it. that takes the form very commonly of player versus player in order to make a game, competitive and replayable for many years. And so StarCraft was just our recognition that playing competitive games is really, really fun. Back in the days, it was Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. And if you really want to distill it down to kind of the pure essence of design, you could look at a game like chess as almost the perfect canonical example of a game that's very simple to describe, but then you could spend the rest of your life learning to master it. So games to be great don't have to be complex. We try to do that in everything we do, and then you see it in Hearthstone today, you see it in Overwatch today, where they're very easy to pick up and play, but then you can play at very high competitive levels. And esports is almost a happy side effect of what we've done for many, many years.
And it has turned into this massive industry with pros and scene behind it. Maybe, Jeff, your vision of the growth of esports and how it's affected Overwatch.
Well, I mean, the coolest part about esports to me is when you introduce somebody who previously has either never shown interest in esports or is literally skeptical of it. Like, why are they doing any of that esports stuff? And then you watch a match, like, I don't know if anybody watched South Korea versus USA last night, but that was one of the craziest, most awesome experiences ever. And there's so many people who have never watched esports before see a match like that, and it suddenly clicks and they get it. They're like, wow, not only is playing games really fun, but watching games played at the highest level is super fun. I mean, there's a lot of that even going on in the streamer culture, which is not necessarily competitive, but just watching people play games can be really, really fun and compelling. I think back to the early days. I was the youngest of 3 brothers, so I spent a lot of time on the couch watching the 2 older brothers, have the controller. But it was fun to watch people play and watch people play competitively. And there's people who are better than us at playing games. So I think it's awesome to be celebrated and should be exposed to a lot of different people. Now, I don't think you should sacrifice the integrity or the fun or the approachability of the game at the expense of just making it purely an esport. I don't think you can have a great esport without an awesome, broad, accessible game that people can see themselves playing someday. The two go hand in hand. It's not these competing sides of casual versus hardcore. We want a great game experience that everybody can enjoy.
That's all the time we have today, guys. Let's give a round of applause to our 3 panelists. Thank you so much for sharing these stories. Everyone have a great BlizzCon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for attending the Behind Blizzard's Worlds panel. Up next, here.
Welcome to DesignCraft, building blocks of level design.
Hello and welcome. So today you're in for a kind of special treat. So how many of you here were here last year and managed to go to the same panel? Okay, great. So most of you, this is the first time, and this is actually, we're really excited to do this panel today because this is actually one of the first times that these tools are seen outside of their kind of native environment at Blizzard headquarters. And we get to give you a kind of sneak peek behind the curtain as how we build Azeroth. So before we start, we're going to do some introductions. So do you want to start, Colin?
Hi, I'm Colin Gilbert. I've been on the World of Warcraft team for about 5 years now, and I'm really excited and humbled to kind of be here and show you what we do on a daily basis.
Cool. Hi, I'm Gary Plattner. I've been on the team for 18 years. Feels like a lot longer. I'm a level designer on the World of Warcraft team.
Hi, I'm Sarah Verrill, and I've worked on WoW for 11 years, and I'm super excited to show you guys a little bit of how we create the visual stories of the world.
My name is Craig Morrison, and I'm the design manager for World of Warcraft, and hopefully we'll be able to show you some cool stuff today.
Hello, my name is DeMarcus Holbrook, and I've been here for 4 years. I'm a senior level designer on the WoW team. Looking forward to showing you guys some cool stuff.
Cool. So, what we're going to do today is effectively, we're going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do. So, we've got 3 designers on stage. We're going to spend about 10 minutes with each talking about different phases of our process when it comes to level design. But before we start all that and we get into the, kind of dive into the details of our level design process, I want to ask you a couple of questions. So, when we think about characters in World of Warcraft, really, oftentimes there are 2 that we consider to be the most important characters in the world. Now, who do you think the first most important character is? Any ideas? The player. It's you guys. You guys are the heroes. You're the champions of Azeroth. You are the most important character in the game. It's not Illidan. It's not Thrall. It's not Varian. It's you. You guys are the heroes. But we have another important character, one that we feel is probably more important than any of the player characters or any of the NPCs that you interact with, and that's Azeroth itself. Azeroth is a character. It's a real place. This is somewhere where hopefully you out there, you have this affinity to. You've all adventured in, you've traveled through, you've explored, and really what we want to show you today is kind of the passion that goes into crafting those spaces that make you reach for the screenshot button. That's what our level design is about. We're kind of telling these stories that allow you to tell your own stories. Hopefully you're sat here today with some of the people that you forged those adventures with your friends, with your fellow adventurers, with those that you've experienced Azeroth with. So this is a small part of a very talented team and a much larger group that contributes to making Azeroth. So hopefully here today we'll get to see, give you guys an insight into how we put that together. So Gary, Colin, do you want to kick us off?
All right, let's get going. Okay. So we have over 90 artists on the World of Warcraft team, and all those folks are making props, we call them doodads, that we get to go through and create stories and adventure. It's like having a giant toy box, really, that we get to rummage through and make cool stuff with it. It really is the best job on the team, I think. It absolutely is. So, Colin, let's talk about blocking out a new zone. So everybody starts this process a little different. So Colin is going to show us the process of blocking out a play space, okay? We call it a point of interest, or POI. So, like I said, everyone has their own different, ways to do this. So let's look at what Colin is doing here. And could you talk a little bit about how you like to begin that process?
Definitely. So we start out with just a flat plane. This is all we have, and we start building from there. I like to get in and kind of make a kit from the awesome environment team and prop team. They give us all of these, and we kind of make sure that they all play well together. Things like rocks and trees and shrubs and even the textures on the ground.
So this, what do we call this? Is what's called a culture kit, right? The artist will go through. There's a lot of process that just goes to this step, right? Just to get to these props that the artists have gone through. So what we're looking at is a culture kit, right?
Yeah. So we have the environment kit, which is all the trees, all the shrubs, all the textures and everything. But we have, this is the Vrykul kit. So this went through concepting and modeling and blockouts and everything. So there's a lot of people had a lot of input on this.
Yeah. So what's your first? So your first step looks like you're just going to put it down and see how everything looks together, right?
Yeah, you play with it. Just kind of get a sense of what you want the kit to be, and you can make little stories at this point in your head of, I wanted to have maybe a little mining town or something that the Vrykul were pulling ore out, and so I have that in my head as I kind of work with the kit, and then I generally kind of come and block in a bigger space of just what I know the area is going to look like.
Okay, so you've got let's look at the culture kit a little bit. Isn't that cool how we can move stuff around? You can scale things. This is our editor that you're seeing. Really doesn't get to leave the building too often, so this is a real treat. So you could scale this, you could move them around and try to get, even one rock, you try to get the most use out of every little thing, right?
Oh, yeah. You can make little clumps and just kind of get like an ecology going together, what feels really good.
Trying to make it look natural.
Yeah, trying to make it look natural.
Exactly. Okay. So the tile sets. Let's, if you could zoom out, those textures on the ground. Let's talk about that for a second. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. So everything is hand painted in WoW. Come in here and we paint all of the textures down and mold all of the geo for the terrain. So it's all done by hand, which is really fun because you get to get in there and make little rocks and things and just kind of get just a sense of like here's where a rock's going to be, but here's a nice little grassy meadow too.
Okay, so all this is essentially a part of a culture kit. You've got the tile sets on the ground, the textures, the rocks, the trees, even all those Vrykul props. I can't say Vrykul. Why did you have to pick them? All of this stuff sort of blends together to make a single culture kit. So
yeah.
So as you're doing this, you're going to start figuring out stories and things that you're sort of how your point of interest is going to play out, right?
Right. So from there, like I said, you just kind of you start moving with bigger shapes. So you come over here and kind of push and pull a lot of land. So getting like these big, massive sweeping changes, and kind of getting just a sense of what the area is going to look like overall.
So you're pushing and pulling terrain with different little brushes that you can edit.
Oh yeah, we can get nice, big, smooth shapes.
Isn't that cool?
Let's see.
He's using a tablet here, pressure-sensitive tablet and a pen. It's painting down textures, putting down props, pushing and pulling terrain.
Yeah, and you kind of build the basic shape of a mountain, and then you got to get in there and detail it out later. But this is kind of the building blocks for the start of it.
I can't believe this is the job, right? This is so fun. So you've sort of had a story in your head that you have a layout and a little idea of what's going to happen. Wow, look at this. So this is a little more fleshed out. What do we got here?
This is a little demo zone that I put together where this is what I want it to look like basically overall, where you kind of get in here, you have the shape of the terrain kind of figured out, and you can get in there and start clumping things together to get a sense of what it's going to look like overall. And I told a little story here. Maybe it's a little guy off on a little island, and he's a fisherman, but like a badass Reichel fisherman. And
nice.
Yeah.
So this is probably the first time even the art team is going to see everything together in sort of the story setting that you're thinking about. So this is going to be, you said, a demo zone, so this is going to be something you're going to show to other artists and other designers, right?
Yeah, this will go and everybody will get to look at it, and there'll be feedback, iteration, and a whole bunch of other things that go along with it. But it's just to break the ice and get everybody talking about it.
Nice. What's that big sphere in the middle there? What is that orange thing?
Oh, it's a point light.
Little
so
point light.
You can see just a little the sphere of influence around. It's just lighting up the little area. There's a little lantern there. So.
Oh, that's cool. So you get control of those point lights. So that's adding color, and I think you can add a little animation to that.
Oh,
all
yeah,
part of the storytelling.
You can make them flicker. You can do everything. It's like when you see the nice little torch on the side of the road, and it's just a little flicker.
Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so you have more of the zone.
Yeah, this is just expanding it out a little bit more, blocking in the general shape, getting the mountain a little bit more kind of defined, and kind of getting the scale, setting up a little village and a mine in the back.
Let's talk about scale for a second. That's interesting. So this is an initial point of interest. Do you at this point know who's going to be here and what creatures are going to be here? Are you like sort of building that into the zone, or when does that happen?
From the get-go, you kind of have an idea. So we wanted the Vrykul to be in here, and they're mining out of the gold mine, and maybe they're using bears in the area to pull the mine carts, something like that. It just gives you a cool little idea to go with, so you can run on and make just little awesome little POIs like this.
So I think what's interesting, people aren't telling you what to do. You've taken this stuff, and this is all you. This is you going in, taking the initial pieces, and coming up with those storylines, coming up with those broad perspectives about what this demo zone and point of interest is going to be, right?
Yeah, and so it'll get defined from there, but it's definitely great to come in and just use all the fun toys and start building.
Cool, cool. Okay, so you're going to take it to another. Wow,
let's take it a little
look
bit
at this.
further.
This is like a cooking show, so he didn't actually like. We're pulling this part out of the oven, and now look how far you've gone. This is the same zone. It really only takes Colin a few hours to get to this point.
Oh yeah, just immediately. Right? It's just like I could bake this out all day. Got it.
So you've got a lot more detail in here, and a lot more has happened.
Yeah, coming in, and you get really fine with the control of the rocks. So we get down and we shape things very deliberately at this point. So this is be kind of, I'll spend days doing this, but not really.
No, you don't. You're fast.
And you can see there's vertex coloring here too. It builds a lot of really interest into the base textures.
Okay, I need to stop you there for a second.
Yeah.
Vertex color, that is cool, but I'm not sure what that means if I was... There you go. Vertex color, if I can explain it, is basically taking, like painting with light. And you can paint highlights and shadows and any color you want onto the textures. So he has another brush and he can paint, like, I guess, highlights back onto the rock. Really any color you want.
Yeah, you can tint it and it brings a lot of life out of it. You can get some dark crevices in there, and we work with the environment team pretty closely to make sure that we're using their textures to the best of our ability, but we're also able to kind of modify them a bit to generate more interest.
Really cool. We weren't always able to do this. This is a big difference between what we're able to now and when we shipped. Can you pull out a little bit, and let's turn vertex shading on and off again. You can see the difference. Look at that. Huge. So that's just with tile sets alone. Still looks great, but boy, you turn on that vertex shading. What a difference. Okay, do you have one more level here real quick on the other side?
Yeah, so this will be kind of final polish where we're really getting into the tiny details. We're putting the fence posts in. Like I said, he was a fisherman.
There you go.
And kind of just building the world like that and getting a lot more definition in the shape of the land.
So by the time you've gotten to this level, you've thought about the story that you need to sell here without telling anybody the story. So it's important how things look the very first time someone sees this zone, right?
Right.
So they're probably going to come into that little village, and you want people to make sense of it really quick and get a feel about what is happening here and get this whole story. Plus, you're strongly suggesting where a player should go and how it should work. Why don't you zoom out and get the final thing, and we'll move on to DeMarcus really quick.
So yeah, I kind of set up this whole area from one point here, to just looking out, just to kind of imagine if you were coming in from this angle. So you have the roads defined that kind of lead up to the village in the back.
Fantastic.
And the mine. So
you know what, Colin? Sorry to cut you off. I could talk about this all day, but we need to move on to what DeMarcus is doing. Thank you very much, Colin. That was awesome. Give it up for Colin.
That's good.
Excellent work. Excellent work. Let's move on to DeMarcus.
So, what you've seen there is kind of moving from block out through all the various stages of iteration that a designer might do while they're working up a space. And what we're going to look at on DeMarcus's screen here is we're going to talk a little bit about how you guys create atmosphere and mood and kind of how that plays into storytelling. So tell us a little bit about this space that you've got in front of you and what your intention, kind of what you're intending to sell with this.
So this is actually my favorite part of this process. You heard a little bit about Colin about how the tools and how it works and the way we lay out. The next part is the fun part for me, which is talking about concept and storytelling throughout the spaces. So this place here would have been a scenario where a couple of artists, level designers, would come up with an idea. This little 3D sketch is what I would like to call this area. And I'm going to channel Gary's cooking show because I've got further iterations down. But this would be an idea of an old witch's home that's dilapidated, and maybe there's trees and stuff that's growing through. So basically, I try to set up a composition to set the scene.
So, Marcus, just before you go, so that character we can see in the foreground there, what's that for? That's to help you scale.
Glad you asked. Yeah. So one of the processes that I like to do is set down a scale reference so that I can keep an eye on everything getting too big or too small. I really want players to focus where I want them to go. So you'll see this as I move over to the next area to help with my scale and composition. So I'll just jump over.
So when you're working on these, when you're trying to create an atmosphere, do you have concept art from the art team that have helped you, or generally what's the process that you go through when you're kind of starting out in an area like this?
Exactly, yeah. So we work with like a concept artist, and myself will do sketches, and then we'll kind of run through some ideas. I'm going to just jump over to another area. And it's a very collaborative process. We work together with everyone's ideas, and let me just kind of jump over to this further area, and this would have been an idea that we would have pitched. It's a little further along. These ideas, you try something, they don't always work. You just kind of keep playing around with it, and it's definitely fun because you get to dial in more of the art process.
So what are you trying to do in this stage to work on that atmosphere? What parts of the tool set are you using to draw the player's attention and kind of really sell the mood that you want to achieve?
Exactly. So things like lighting. In this scenario here, you'll be able to see I've got lights set up in the back along with this path here. that will help a player be able to look back to the area that we want you to go to. And that's something that we would have talked about as a group for gameplay spaces and areas that we would have maybe you get a little quest here and you walk down and maybe the boss is down this way, and so that way we would use lighting to help direct that, or even these panels, the way that I'm laying these down, to kind of help guide the eye in the direction we want you to go in. So yeah, that's one of the tricks that we use.
And so a lot of the times when we're creating these zones, it's not just the big meta level stuff that you're concerned about. One of the cool things that you guys get to do as level designers is you're kind of inserting these little vignettes or stories into the space to try and give it more character. Can you talk a little bit to that and kind of how you guys work?
Yeah, so that falls into the detail. The ideal for us is we like to tell visual stories without using words. So that comes through way of small prop setting. So in this case, I've got this tree with this old swing and the spider web, suggesting that at one point someone lived here and now it's all grown over. And then we also have a little cemetery down here, a little garden, suggesting that someone was here at one time. And so just try to tell the story that way.
Yeah, these are kind of like the little organic things, and this is the kind of stuff that kind of comes out organically through our level design process. That there's no master plan that was set out at the beginning by one designer that was like, this is everything that's going to be in this area. A lot of the time it's through iteration and collaboration, and a level designer like DeMarcus putting in these small little details, and then a quest designer seeing it and going, oh, that's really cool. That suggests to me that there might be a pumpkin monster here.
Exactly.
Or whatever fires their imagination. Because it's this really great back and forth. So when you're working on a space, do you think about that? Or are you kind of like, are you trying to surprise the quest designers? Or,
Yeah, it's fun because you get this opportunity to try to tell a story, and it usually happens organically. You want to go in with a design, an ideal. We'll start off on paper, on a napkin mostly. It'd be cool to have this old haunted house. Maybe there's a ghost here. But then as we develop and make more spaces naturally, some of this stuff just grows. It starts to build itself. The environment talks back to you. So we discover cool visuals in the craft of making it. So yeah, it's fun that way too.
Cool. And you've got a final area there with more like the atmospheric setup.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about how you use the lighting. Colin mentioned it earlier that we have the ability to do point lights and dynamic lights. Kind of talk a little about how you use that to help inform the space for the player.
Absolutely. So like I alluded before to guiding the player, one of our biggest things is we want to tell a focused story. It's an open world, so we want you to go everywhere. Azeroth is filled with stories, so we want you to go everywhere. But when you're in a POI, we want to close it in with lighting and atmospheric fog. In this case, I've highlighted some of the lighting. I've added a couple of point lights to help get the eye to look in this direction. And you can see it's even dynamic as it moves across. So we can do other little tricks like that. A couple of other cool little tricks. I've got my color is dying off as it goes back, so I'll have some of these other lights to kind of help fake some of the background light, and then it goes into a dark area. The other thing is the fog. I really want to focus in on, let's go ahead and highlight this guy here. So this is a little fog plane that I've dropped in, and what this helps me with is stop the player from going so far out. If I were to get rid of it, then it becomes very clear that you can go out that way. So that's another way we play around with fog tricks in the atmosphere.
And those are effects that are built by our GFX team, and so we kind of have a mixture of tool sets. We have some dynamic lighting, and then you can see the God rays that DeMarcus is moving around there. Those are actually made by our FX crew. And they can actually be manually placed. So we kind of get this best of both worlds of kind of procedural dynamic lighting, but also kind of handcrafted, very curated lighting that can help guide the player when we want to create a certain scene.
Yeah, and I'd like to speak to that a little more too. That's the other part that's extremely fun. Working with the rest of our team is definitely a collaborative effort. You could tell here that this prop here has an angle to it. So I would work with the artists, and we would craft that. So we want this to feel separated out. Also with the type of lighting that goes in here. And everyone comes up with an idea to help build the scene. And before you know it, we have a solid piece that we've all worked together on and we got all be proud of. So
Yeah, it's a genuinely collaborative process and lots of people. And so we're going to move along. And the other part of collaboration is that it leads to iteration. And we iterate a lot. So Gary and Sarah are a little bit. Gary and Sarah are going to talk some about that.
All right, thanks, Craig. DeMarcus, awesome, very beautiful, good job. Yes, very, very nice. Okay, so we've seen Colin block out initial zone. We've seen DeMarcus give some nice polish to his zone. So Sarah, let's talk about iteration. All right, so iteration is really just the creative process that we go through to create something really cool. Because believe it or not, we don't always like the first thing we make. Okay, as hard as that is to believe, right? Yeah. So sometimes you just have to make something. You might have the best concepts, the best ideas, everything is great, you put it together, you build it, and then you don't like it. Not that it's wrong, it's just you can see now where it can be improved and where it can be made better, I think, right? So, what we're looking at here, okay, you might recognize this. If you were here last year, you may know what we're looking at. Why don't you talk about what we're seeing right here?
Yeah, so thanks, Gary. So this area was created by the very talented Matt Sanders for last year's Blizzcon. And if you were here, you may recall it. And he based this on classic Warcraft themes. So you can see it's this bright, happy color palette. It's this little idyllic village that he made as a quest hub. So it has a trading post, it has a stables, it has a little lumber yard, and down the beach, he thought murlocs would be really fun for something for the players to go fight.
Cool. All right. Well, that looks pretty good. That looks like it's ready for the next stages to ship, I'd say, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about that, are we? We're going to talk about iteration. I'll play the part of a quest designer, okay? I'm coming in one day. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I'm going to need you to delete this entire zone. That would be super. Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, again. No, that never happens, right? Never. Sometimes. Maybe a little.
Yeah, sometimes.
No, what would happen? A quest designer, some other designer would come in and say, hey, Sarah, our storylines are changing. I want to pitch to you what we're thinking. And then Sarah, the two of them, would decide on how best to illustrate the new story arc. So let's say for whatever reason, you guys had your talk, your new story arc is going, and you've decided to make something darker and creepier. So how did you resolve that?
Well, so oftentimes I don't know exactly what someone wants because I can't see the vision in their head, but that's kind of fun because it lets me kind of come up with a vision on my own. And so in this case, my kids have been decorating for Halloween and they put spider webs all over our stairs, and so that was really creepy. So I thought, all right, spiders are always creepy in WoW, and that's kind of where I went. So I looked at the area here, and the initial layout was pretty cool. And let's say the new story is that this is now an adventure POI, not a quest hub anymore. Okay. And so I look at the layout, and I evaluate, does this space still work as an adventure POI? And it actually does. When you take into the entire space with, we still have the little village, and we have the lumber mill, and maybe all we need to add to make this a good adventure POI is a spot for a boss back here in the woods. So maybe
you don't really need to completely start over and throw away the whole town.
Of course not.
What you guys have decided could work in the area you've already done.
Yeah, yeah, totally. So I took this area and I said, all right, I'm going to add a little area for a boss to be in. So maybe the Spider Queen lives back here. And I'm going to change this color palette. Instead of the bright, happy colors from before, I'm going to make the grass dead. I'm going to make the trees dead and dying. I'm going to change the bushes to be dead or dying versions. And I'll add webs, right? I mean, you can't have spiders without webs and egg sacs and, hanging from the trees and everything that makes it super creepy.
That's cool. That's cool. So it's really just about illustrating another story, a new storyline. What's really interesting we could talk about is that everything you're doing is placed by hand. Nothing's procedural, right?
Exactly.
So all this stuff, all these pieces, you're making your own storylines. and you're making it look natural and realistic just on your own, right?
Yeah, so we do have one aspect is procedural. So we have detailed doodads, and they're the little grasses and bushes that you run through that sit on top of the terrain, and they actually don't show up in our editor here, but in the game you're probably used to those. And those are procedurally generated based on the texture you see on the ground. So based on whatever we've painted, we'll actually create those. But everything else you see here is hand-placed, and we tell our little stories in everything we've put here. So, for example, I've got little stories here of what's happening in this lumber mill, and super webbed up, and I'm giving places for the quest givers to spawn in, webbed victims and stuff like that, because that tells little stories of what happened here. I even have little details here like books and little bits of debris that have fallen down as if villagers have left in haste, stuff like that.
Nice. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're thinking of all those things. So when a quest designer comes up to you and wants something different, or when the storyline changes for whatever reason, is that frustrating? Is that difficult to deal with, or is that empowering?
It's a big part of our process, and I think it's actually a really important part of our process. So every area of the game we iterate on multiple times, and sometimes it's fairly small and just a few tweaks here and there, and sometimes it's complete overhauls.
Right.
And like a real-world example. Do any of you guys remember playing through Gorgrond?
I do.
Yeah, well, so do you remember the Botani? So before we shipped, about a month before we shipped, actually, during playtests, we realized that the desert environment of Gorgrond was, while it was beautiful, we felt like we needed more breakup. And we needed more breakup both in terms of that desert environment and in terms of the storyline. And so we actually added the jungle biome and the Botani in that last month. And I think it really made that zone play quite a bit better than it had before, and it was the right thing to do.
It does that, and I like it when that happens. And I think we're lucky that we get to do things over to improve things. Like I said, sometimes you need to build something to know what needs to play better or be more fun.
Exactly.
What happens, so we didn't talk about this column, but what happens if we change the creatures that are going to be in here? Does the size of the play space change how you're going to do the layout?
Yeah, sometimes it does. I mean, right?
A bigger creature may require...
If we were going to put ogres in here, then, we might want more space, right? Whereas,
right.
Yeah, in this case, little spiders are going to work in this kind of area. But, just look at doorways, right? So if you want a big creature to be invading, it's not going to fit through a doorway, like this kind of human-sized doorway.
Right. So things may have to change there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this looks pretty polished. What are the next steps that are going to happen with this section?
Well, so this is pretty polished. This is ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So if you recall, Colin showed you guys the start of our journey, which was the flat blank plane, and that's where we begin. And this is pretty much the end. So at this point, we've finished our level design pass. This is ready to hand off to our content team, and they'll come in and write the quests and tell all of those kind of stories, and add spiders and webbed victims and dead and dying livestock, and all the elements that really bring this area to life.
Very cool, very cool. And they're going to add the quest dialogue and everything else that goes along with that. Awesome. So as you can see, there's a lot of people involved with every step. There's the art team that is creating all of the art assets and the culture kits and the trees and then the buildings, and then we put everything together. Just a dozen people or more that have been involved in this one point of interest. All right, excellent job, Sarah. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
So we're going to, and just before we start, we've talked a lot about the examples here, and these are obviously special areas we made for BlizzCon, but we've actually got a real-world example that who here has played through the most recent patches and been playing on Argus? Everyone familiar with the islands of Argus? So what we've got here is actually a cool little video. We'll play it a couple of times because it's quite quick. That one of our producers put together while we were building out one of the islands of Argus. And what this kind of shows you is an overhead view of the daily changes that happen in the zone.
That's a lot of iteration.
That is a lot of iteration. So you can see the roads are changing, where buildings are changing, where the texturing is changing. And so this is a real-world example. Hopefully you guys can recognize this. I think that's the first island of Argus. And you can see as it gets later in the month, things are a little bit more dialed down, and they're kind of just polishing at that point. But at the beginning, there's kind of lots of chaos, and there's lots of things moving around in large spaces, and islands appearing, and things getting pushed off. And that's through that iteration process. The level designer will be working on a space, and you can see things flip there and go different directions, because you'll just be like, oh, what if we try it 90 degrees this way? We're just trying to find the best combination of the assets and all of the abilities that we've been given. And that's just 1 month of work. So you can imagine that happening on every playfield that we make, on every space that we create. We kind of go through this iterative process to try and make the most of everything. Okay, so we're going to open it up for some questions now. Hopefully you guys have some questions about how we should have a mic set up on the left-hand side here. Okay, so a couple of things to preface. The main FAQ for World of Warcraft is at 4 p.m. today on the main stage. So questions about Battle for Azeroth or WoW Classic, which we're all very excited about those things. But here, we're here to talk about the level design process for World of Warcraft, so please keep your questions to kind of something that we've been talking about here. And any questions for the wider game, you can address to the FAQ at 4 p.m. So if you have a question, please. Have we got people on the side there? Okay.
My favorite part. Let's have it.
Fire away.
All right. Hi, my name is Xavier. I've got 2 questions. The first is, WoW is an open world. So how do the level designers and the quest designers work on the maps at the same time?
That's a good question. Colin, do you want to take that one?
So we work kind of hand in hand. Only one level designer is kind of in one space at any given time, but we're constantly talking back and forth and working at each other's desks just to kind of get a sense of the overall picture.
Yeah. And it depends on the space as well. Sometimes we have to have periods where the level designers are kind of working ahead of quest, and then because we don't want, depending on the part of the tool, sometimes we don't want to have things changing too much, because quest design really want to fine-tune. We have a very polished process where we want things to look as awesome as they can. So if whole mountains are moving, that's very hard for a quest designer to put content in for. So we kind of want to make sure that those early parts of the process that you saw in that video, that kind of chaotic movement of, we're not quite sure where things will be yet, quest design probably hang back at that stage and kind of wait until level design team give them the all clear and kind of like, okay, we've got the most of the geo is done, most of the broad strokes are set, and then the quest designers can start to work in the spaces when we're not going to be doing any more dramatic changes to the level design.
Good question.
Okay.
Hey guys, Joe from Chicago. Thanks for doing this. Just kind of wondering about traversal. Are you designing mainly to the player only being on the ground, and then if they can fly there, whatever, or is that also taken into account from the beginning?
We do take that into account because, historically we do add flying at some point. So while we do always want to make sure spaces are easy to navigate and traversable, right? So we try to make sure that there are ways through, mountain passes, that kind of thing, but we still finish the tops, and we still like to add little Easter eggs and secrets and things for players to find once they do unlock flying.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Drew Gelati from Danbury, Connecticut, and I am in college right now, hopefully one day to work at Blizzard. But I want to know what is any tips you guys can give to a 3D environment artist who's coming up in this, like what would be the best programs to use to get familiar with, and so on?
I think mainly make stuff. It honestly doesn't matter which software. We will train you on the software we use. Obviously, there are industry standards like Maya and Max if you're purely doing 3D modeling. I don't think doing either or would hold you back, but make stuff. We say this to students all the time. Get involved in gaming in some way. Build your portfolio, not just through demo pieces, but actually through getting involved in games projects. And they don't have to be big, professional AAA projects. They can be student projects, they can be indie projects. Just try and find ways that you can create art in a real-world environment too, as well as building your portfolio and doing everything that you would tell an art student to do. I always encourage people to get involved in making games and just go out and get your work, because it also teaches you some of the really essential soft skills that come with making a game. You've learned here today, there are hundreds of people involved in making just a single space for World of Warcraft. So the more practice you can get working in creative, collaborative spaces and being able to iterate, that'll serve you very well in looking at a career at Blizzard. Because one thing you've got to be able to do here, I'm sure, is take feedback and kind of work with each other.
Can I add one more thing? In your portfolio, don't do something we've seen before. We like the Pandaren buildings, they're awesome, but we've done them. Do something creative, something you haven't done before. You need to prove to us that you can do the job you would be asked to do when you work here, which is something new, something creative. Cool?
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Salt Lake City, and I was wondering how you approach trying to create like the random nature of actual nature. Like, do you spend a lot of time, say, looking at stock photos of, say, forests or things? Because when we try to like place, like, create something, it's very frequently our human tendencies of making things ordered, like trees evenly spaced, as opposed to actual nature where things just kind of happen at random.
You want to take that? Yeah. So that's so true. A lot of artists go through that in the beginning, and level designers. But just be a student of reality and make sure things are grounded. A lot of us look at photos, we go out and take photos and references. And really, when you're walking through the spaces, I mean, you've seen it millions of times. When you're making a landscape, are we looking at the same popsicle trees all over? Are we duplicating? You really want to. What I like to do is make an individual cluster. I call them little vignette pieces, and you just basically focus on that individual piece, and then build up your little library, and then you look at the piece as a whole. And just kind of move them around and walk through the spaces, because you can easily build in a macro scale, and then before you know it, everything looks like Cybertown. Everything's duped all over the place. So it is a tricky thing. It looks so simple. If you can look at it, I'm just going to make a field. That's easy. But turns out less is more. And it's something that I work at really hard. We all work at it, but it takes practice. So.
That's an excellent question. If I could just jump in here. I love that question because it really is one of the cornerstones of level design, making things natural. People really are clear about what nature looks like, and if they notice it, we've done it wrong. So we want to guide players using forests and trees and rocks and the very best sort of suggestion. This is the best way to go. This is the most exciting direction to go. By facing a rock a certain way, putting a forest. People don't see forests. It's static over here. Big forest, this path is going to be the way to go because it's an open world. You can go anywhere you want to. So we want to make these strong nature suggestions on how to get there and where to go. Yeah. That's one of my favorite parts of making the game is guiding the player.
And true story, we were coming on the bus for practice on Thursday, and I tell you, DeMarcus was taking pictures out the window of trees. And that's just between Blizzard HQ and Anaheim Convention Center. They're always looking for examples of how the real world looks to inform that reality.
Yeah. Great question. I wish I had a Pepe on me I could give you, but I'm all out.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bruce from San Francisco. I love using the StarCraft 2 editor, and I loved having a chance to see the WoW editor. My question is, how do you guys collaborate with the tools team to build the software that you need to do your job, and how do you work with them on a day-to-day basis?
So I actually worked on the tools QA team. So I was testing the editor and just making sure that it worked properly and all the new features and everything. So when I came over, I had a great sense of what the editor was and how to kind of move things along. So now I work with the engineers, pretty much weekly at this point to get what we need to be a little bit more efficient, to be faster, to just quality of life things. It's very much we just walk over to their desks. Hey, this is causing me pain. Can you help me out? It's generally a pretty open conversation about it. In fact, our tools lead is hanging around back here, making sure everything is working.
Yeah, exactly. This is very scary right now, so hopefully
It's
everything
collaborative
works.
in that space as well. Like we're constantly working together to try and not just improve our process, but improve our tools as well. So they're constantly evolving. We literally get change notes for the tools almost on a weekly basis. There's a team committed to just doing that. On a game like World of Warcraft, that's vitally important because it means that we're constantly adding to the tool set that these guys can use to create the world.
Organic flow.
Hi, I'm James from Dallas. I'm involved with building sets for a lot of these. Out here we have Overwatch and StarCraft. So for me, it's kind of come full circle because I got into it because of World of Warcraft. And I was just wondering about the theatrical background. For me, it's come full circle. I went through theater, and now I'm back at WoW. And if you had anything to add about theater.
Oh, it's very relevant, especially in something like Overwatch. But our world, not so much since it's you can go anywhere, but we still try to use those same properties, principles, I guess, that you would use in theater. Like I said, guiding a player, making a path the way it should look. Lighting is a big thing. Lighting can do a lot for you. It can tell you if something is dangerous or tell you if something is cold, mood. Music as well, I guess that's another theater thing. I work a lot with the music department and our sound department. We have our own guys that come in. I'll make a video of a zone I like. I'll pick some music from some other movie, and it takes a while because you got to find the one that clicks, and then you're like, this is nice, and I'll talk to Russell or Jay and someone and say, look at this, how this sounds, and it fits together. So we got lighting, we got sound effects, we got music. All that stuff plays a part. So I guess it is sort of tied into theater and cinematics and all together.
Specifically scenic design.
Scenic design, yeah. Well, yeah. Music alone. If we just had a desert, the music is going to tell you, oh, this is a dangerous desert, or it's a safe desert, it's a happy place. And the sound, the music, the lighting, everything is going to do that too, just like it does in theater.
Are there any guys on your team are there any guys on your team specifically that have theater background?
Maybe in our sound team, but none that I'm aware of. I don't think so. But
We've got a couple with film backgrounds, but
that's true.
no theater that I.
Yeah.
We're all big fans of any media like that, any theater and cinematics, everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, my background is actually biology, which I think helps me create environments.
Oh, that's such a pain too, because I'm like, this would be cool plants. He's like, it would never be there.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Add more grass around that water. Water makes
I'm
things
like,
grow.
we got
Come on,
flying
guys.
carpets and stuff. It's okay to have a mushroom in the snow. And she's like, I don't know. That conversation happened too. We were like.
Hi, Turan Kopter from Turkey. I wanted to ask you a question about bridges. I know in World of Warcraft, when you create roads, you usually use textures, and you just place them around so that players can follow as a road. But when you create bridges or any type of those type of structures, when you need to bend them, do you use any spline modes to curve them, or do you work with the modelers to ask them, could you make this a little bit curved or so?
Yeah, well, we don't do it personally. We go and we talk to the modelers, and we can ask them to make changes if we need it. Usually, they give us something, and we work as best as we can to use that piece, as long as it's, within what we need. So if we need a custom piece, we go to them, and they can change it for us, and that way we can kind of get to that end goal. But generally, we just kind of use what they give us.
Yeah. Also, sometimes we're involved in what the architecture, like the idea, the look and feel, the POI. So if the theme has that kind of motif, that's something that would follow through in like a bridge or something like that. If it's a rickety old bridge, then maybe that would make sense for it to arc. And a lot of that, like Colin was saying, gets worked on through the art team, and then we'll have a little input on how the environment connects the two pieces. So we'll stage it, set up the composition for it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel. I'm from Ann Arbor, and I had a question on, World of Warcraft, as you guys have mentioned a lot, is very open world. And you guys talked about guiding players through your points of interest in those microcosms of environment. But what sort of tricks do you use to guide players through a large world, especially when players tend to try and just kind of go straight line, straight to an area?
I can jump on that. Yeah, definitely, like I was saying in the demo, we do little tricks like with the road. Sometimes the way the terrain cuts, we'll try to set up lines in the road, so subconsciously you just kind of see that you want to go in such a way. We kind of want to set up nice vistas, and then use lighting, trees, props to help guide you. A lot of times you may see plants and foliage, but we are really actually, you'd be surprised at how much we use like a little blade of a bush to hide a line to get you to go in another direction, and it usually works. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, we just have to play test through it, but lighting the path, lighting up, using vertex to light up the ground path. Real quick, was that Ann Arbor, Michigan?
Yes.
Woot, me too. I was born. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we also do a lot of stuff where we'll frame a shot. So you'll kind of set up something where a player is going to be quested to. So you get the big yellow marker and you open your map and you're like, I'm going to beeline right there. So if we know that, then we can set up a really awesome way to get there. So there's a lot involved with quests too, and flowing through the player.
Yeah, the flow of the zone helps dictate a lot of where we'll put the landmarks and how we'll frame them for the player.
Cool. Good question.
Cool.
Hello, my name is Eero. I'm from Finland. But my question is, you showed us the small point of interest and how you create them, but how do you connect these small point of interest into zones and initially to the whole world? How do you connect these small scenes to our areas and how do you connect the areas then to the bigger world?
That's a really good question. It's something that we're working on a massive scale. These are just kind of like small demos, but when we're working in a whole zone. So we kind of have a general sense of where we want the main points to be, but then we work most of our time on the interstitial part between them to kind of make it cohesive. So just getting the zones to flow really well together.
Right, and if you look at that Argus top-down that we showed you, you could see how there were actual POIs moving around, right? So as we build the zones, we also try to balance it and make it feel like a world, not just a couple of spaces with roads in between them.
Yeah, it's really important to have that organic phase in the beginning because on such a macro scale, we still need to tell a visual story on the micro scale. So there is different phases. We work massive to smaller to smaller. So it'll naturally kind of build itself along with the story and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Hi there, my name is Aaron. I'm from Somerville, South Carolina. I got kind of a lighter question for you guys. Whenever you start to finish up a zone, do you ever find some secluded corner or cave or something like that and hide an item or an asset as your personal signature?
Oh my God.
Never.
Be careful what you say.
Yeah. So you may have seen skeletons around the world,
Right.
and that's actually one of the areas that we have a lot of fun with. So we tell little stories of how someone died. And yeah, we have a twisted sense of humor. So I have one I did in Pandaria, and if you see a little pond, and there's a raft, and there's some flowers and some food and stuff. It looks like it was a nice little romantic spot. But if you dive down under the water, there's a skeleton, and he's down there, and the flowers are wilted. He's got a bunch of the wine bottles with him, and he got jilted. So we do stuff like that everywhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's definitely about 100 Alec plushies hidden around on Draenor, so.
Yeah. Yeah, everywhere.
We're not supposed to do that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
So cool.
Hi, I'm Jessica James. I'm from Costa Mesa. My question's about terrain. You mentioned doing section sketches to inform your design, and I'm wondering, does that mostly inform landforms, or are you using tools like a landscape architect would do, like grading plans or section elevations?
So for me, I tend to need to get a sense of grading and also creativity with the way the POI will eventually be laid out within the space. So I'll do a sketch just to kind of work it out in my head, and then when I'm pitching it to other designers and artists, it's a way to another form of communication. The other thing is going right into the editor, because you can edit just as fast with the terrain and accomplish the same thing. It's just we all have different styles to get there, and mine, I have I'm more of a heavy art background, so drawing is just second nature for me to just sketch it out. So that's how it works for me.
Yeah, I mean, I do 3D completely, so I'll just get in and start pushing and pulling. And when we actually are using the editor, we also have the game client open, and so we can sit there at game level and watch as we sculpt the terrain, and see how it's coming together and make it feel like a real landscape. And yeah.
Yeah, running around is definitely the biggest part of it, because you'll get a sense of how it feels just running around in the game client. Something that looks like perfectly as you would see it in nature doesn't always translate well into the game. So
Right.
it's one of those things you're just always constantly pushing and pulling on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a concept-y, fast-paced communication thing.
Hi, I'm Philippe from Rhode Island, and I just had a quick question about certain textures and objects in the game. So I see like Zeppelins and Orgrimmar with like very flat ropes and like kind of seems sort of oldish, but then I see the barrels and like the candles in these new instances, and they look awesome. Is there like a certain thing that stops you from updating those old textures, and is there a certain challenge, or are you guys just too busy making new stuff?
Busy making new stuff, and that's really the art team. We are constant as designers, like we are constantly asking the art team for more and new, and we make these amazing expansions that add so much more to the world. We've just got to balance at certain points of kind of like, we could go back and retexture everything, but who knows how long that would take. Whereas we want new stuff too. So the art team have a hard job, and they've constantly got to assess that balance and try and make sure that they're providing new things as well as going back and retexturing. Sometimes it'll be driven by content. If we're going back to revisit a space for new content, it might get a little bit of a spring clean, like we did with Karazhan, for example. So it depends on the content, and we're trying to strike a balance there. Because we could spend all time, constant. There's always our ambitions always outstrip how much time we have to be able to do everything we could imagine.
The game is a few years old, and there is a progression of performance that has happened over the years. And there were things we just couldn't do years ago that we can do now, and we can put more resolution into things now than we could before. And there's going to be discrepancies between what you're seeing in Orgrimmar, one of the shipping cities, to what you're going to see in some of the new zones that we're doing today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel from Sacramento. I just have a quick question. Do you guys work exclusively with the pad pens, or do you ever switch to the mouse at all, or is this just a...
I don't even work with a Cintiq. Actually, I just have a Wacom at my desk. I use the mouse for placing props and things, so I'm constantly switching, around to whatever feels right for that task.
And I have the most convoluted process ever. I use everything. I work like Colin, but then I also use Cintiq when I'm painting. So yeah, it's all over the place.
I actually use a little mini gamepad instead of a keyboard.
There you go.
It works better for me.
Thank you.
Whatever you're comfortable with. If people don't know, these are Cintiqs. They're just monitors you can draw on top of. That's what they mean by that. And there's these tablets, which is what I like to use, so people can use both. Pressure sensitive or whatever. Good question.
Hi, I'm Carlos. I'm from the Bronx. My question's about the transitions. I know that when we started the session, started talking about how you sort of worked small and sort of expanded from there. And it's a little related to the earlier question about making sure everything was natural. One of the things I remember about Legion was everybody was really complimenting about how well the zones flowed into each other. Like going from High Mountain to Stormheim felt really natural. Whereas, say, in Vanilla, like nothing else looks like Deadwind Pass and nothing else looks like Stranglethorn Vale. How easy or difficult is it between then and now and into the new expansion? Is it to sort of make sure that as you create these new continents and zones, going from one to the next still feels like you're sort of naturally moving through an entire world, and not just here's one little box of quests, here's your next little box of quests?
I would definitely say it's an art form in itself, especially in terms of the transition from one POI, from one zone to the next zone as well. Having an understanding of the macro and what we're trying to get at overall, and then just doing the blending in between. Definitely, lessons have been learned from the first, from way back to now. We've all played, and we got to a point where you can fly now, so that's in our mind as we're working. So there's a lot of lessons that has been learned.
Yeah, I mean, vanilla was never designed for flying. And when we did Cataclysm, we actually spent a significant amount of time making mountains that connected the zones. And we had huge spaces to fill, because just from the design get-go, we weren't planning on that. So it wasn't as big of an issue then. And now we know at some point we're going to be flying. So we definitely planned it out from the beginning to make sure that everything connects in a way that makes sense and is cool and has areas to explore and all that.
OK, folks. I think that's about all we have time for today. So I'd like to thank you all for coming. It's an awesome opportunity. It's really great. BlizzCon is awesome for all of us because we get to meet all of you. And we get to hear your feedback and hear about how much the game means to you. So thank you very much for coming. Hopefully you enjoyed this insight into our level design. And I'd like to thank all the team for taking part and everyone else who made this possible.
Good job.
Thank you for attending DesignCraft, Building Blocks of Level Design. Up next, stay a while and listen, True Stories Live. Codecraft, Under the Hood with Blizzard Engineering, Part 1.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for those who are watching at home on the virtual ticket. My name is Jonathan Moonshaw. I'm an engineering manager on the World of Warcraft team, and I'm going to be moderating this panel of 5 awesome engineers. Before we kick things off, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Go ahead.
My name is Cody Pleppel. I'm a gameplay programmer on Heroes of the Storm, and I've been at Blizzard for about 3 years.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brenna Moore. I'm a technical lead on BattleNet. I've been at Blizzard for about 9.5 years.
Hi, my name's Omar Gonzalez. I'm an engineer on the World of Warcraft team, and I've been with Blizzard for almost 15 years.
Hi, I'm Bill Warnicki from the Overwatch team. I've been at Blizzard for about 6.5 years.
And I'm Ryan Karg. I'm a group technical architect in Service Technologies, and I've been at Blizzard about 12 years.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So we will be taking questions from the audience for this panel. But before we do that, I'm going to ask each of them a question just so that everyone kind of gets a sense of what these people do and give you kind of a sense of the kind of questions that they're going to be able to answer. So I'm going to start off with you, Cody. You said you're on the Heroes of the Storm team.
Yep.
And you said gameplay, right?
Yep.
So how much effect do you have on the final abilities and the gameplay of the heroes?
So I have a little bit and a lot at the same time. So I don't make any of the design choices for the heroes. I don't tell the designer what he should make or what he shouldn't make. But what I do is work with them to build design space. And what that really means is, let's say, the most recent example is Junkrat. If the designer wants a cool bouncing grenade or he wants physics in our game, my job is to help design the systems that he could use to build it repeatedly over and over again in new and different ways.
All right. Awesome. Brenna, you said you work on BattleNet. So I guess that basically means you work on a desktop app, right?
No. A bunch of you guys might have seen the BattleNet Social What's Next panel. It was earlier, there about 1:30 today, where a bunch of our project people talked about a lot about the social features that are coming up. We had some representation from our web and mobile team as well, and we work with those guys a lot. But BattleNet is actually a much, much larger department than you might think. So once you have the desktop app, you can chat with people, right? That's our client team. Our accounts and commerce team is letting you actually purchase things. That's all the shop stuff. Once you've bought something, the downloading it, make sure it's getting to your computer okay. That's distribution. All of that's still BattleNet. Once you've actually got that game and you log in, you're playing it, that's our game service team. Those guys also work with the game teams here so that the game servers can talk to you as well. And I don't actually work on any of those teams because BattleNet actually has a bunch of other stuff for build systems that even service tech uses. There's a data platform and a data team that Overwatch went live with that might come up. And some automated testing that shows up in both Heroes and World of Warcraft. So our team specifically is build and deployment and development, that kind of stuff.
Cool, thank you. Omar, you work on World of Warcraft.
Yes.
So in Legion, we've had a lot of positive feedback about the Mythic Plus system. Can you tell us a little bit about how that works under the hood?
I'd be really happy to. It was one of my favorite systems to work on. I had originally worked on the challenge mode system, so it was a great pleasure to work on this Mythic Plus system. And what ends up happening on the back end is it kind of all starts with this keystone items that we drop for players when they complete a regular Mythic dungeon. But just before we give this item to this player, we have to imprint it with a few extra properties. We roll some dice to determine which map this keystone actually leads to, and our design team actually is who decides what maps are eligible, and the engineering side, we do the dice rolling to figure out which one they're actually going to get. The next thing to figure out on this keystone is what level it's going to be. We record sort of a high watermark of what's the highest level every player has completed, and then we run a formula, again, that the designers have defined to determine, given their previous high watermark, what is their next keystone level going to be. Finally, we allow the option of affixes or modifiers to also be imprinted on this keystone. This is, again, where we coordinate with the design team. They determine what all the possible affixes are and under what conditions and at what levels they can appear. So we figure out based on what combinations are eligible, roll some dice, and then mark that on the keystone. Once we hand that to the player, they can take that keystone into the appropriate dungeon and socket it into the pedestal and get the system running. At that point, that dungeon has read everything about this keystone and has made that information to every single other game system in that dungeon. So every creature, every spell, every trap knows what's turned on and what's not, and this allows the design team to kind of modify the dungeon based on both the level and what affixes or properties are turned on in that particular dungeon. The Dungeoneers, in this case, continue to the end of the dungeon. We then spawn some chests, and because that whole world knows the original keystone, we also know how to properly reward the players based on how quickly they completed it and at what level. And that's most of the life cycle of the Mythic Plus system.
Cool, thank you. So Bill, you said Overwatch, right? So can you tell us what a patch day is like for the Overwatch team?
Total chaos.
Okay.
And that's it.
Ryan, no.
That's it. No, it's not really that crazy. Overwatch is new technology, and that's helped us a lot in what we're able to do with our patch days. So I'm not sure how many people here in the audience are familiar with red-blue type deployments. Overwatch is one of the first games at Blizzard to use a red-blue deployment. So our patch day really starts days, weeks before we're going to release that content live to all you players. And this is really powerful for us. We're able to, if today you're playing on what might be the red-colored servers, we might be preparing with Moira or Blizzard World on the blue side servers in a full production environment. So that means our QA teams, our producers, our game designers are able to hop on that environment and make sure things work. And this is cool. You think, well, you have QA environments, you can test there. But our interactions with systems like service tech, checking those interactions in a production environment saves us a lot of configuration issues and problems that otherwise we might not discover until the actual patch day. So there's a lot of use of systems that Battle.net has built in terms of getting our builds created, packaged up, not only for the client, but also the server, pushed out to your computer, and also propped out to our servers all over the world. And then on patch day, we're ready to go. We hit a button, and that will sort of mark that build live and make it available to all of you. Now, hopefully, if it's not actually total chaos, we can kick back and we watch Twitch. We watch people stream and play and have fun, and we hop in and queue for whatever the content is as well so we can experience it. And if it doesn't go well, that's a different story.
Okay, so before I ask Ryan a question, I want to quickly invite anyone who has a question in the audience to head over to your right over there, and that's where we'll be taking the audience questions from. So before that, Ryan, what challenges have you faced scaling the support infrastructure from just the classic games and WoW to the current and growing catalog of games we have now?
Sure. So some introduction for service technologies. We are responsible for all of the technology that drives the customer support experience. So most visibly, that would be the support website, where you can look at our self-service articles, our self-service options, submit help requests, and review those. We also maintain and create the internal tooling that customer service agents use in all of our regional offices to handle those support requests. And we also have internal systems like our complaints and penalty platform that helps to drive player behavior that's conducive to the community that we want to create. And so we started out initially not supporting any games. We were just supporting purchases in the Battle.net platform when it first came out, and started to then support World of Warcraft as our first game. And then we brought on StarCraft 2. And both of those were very specific to the games. There was one way that we did things for World of Warcraft. There was a way that we did things for StarCraft 2. And doing that for 2 games is not a terrible amount of overhead. But as we started to get more and more games on, we started to feel the same pains that really the rest of the company was feeling of being a truly multi-franchise company. And so you can get better at having to do more work. That means getting repeatable processes and patterns and established ways of doing things. But really, the greatest way is just to not do so much work. And that is achieved by us by creating platforms that all of the games can use to integrate in the features that they need, and then we only need to support that one platform and provide an easy way for all of the games to then integrate in. And Battle.net as well creates, has moved to a bunch of platforms as well, which we support that one platform, and all of the games and programs can then support that.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. So it looks like we have someone ready with a question, so go ahead, please.
You were talking about red-blue deployments earlier.
Yeah.
Could you talk a bit about how the patch deployments on other games, especially World of Warcraft and Hearthstone, have sort of taught you about what the pain points have been, what the experiences you've shared across all teams have been?
Sure. So my experience, like I mentioned, I've been at Blizzard for about 6.5, 7 years, and I've spent my time entirely on the Overwatch team or Project Titan as a precursor to Overwatch. So I haven't directly learned a lot of lessons that those other teams have gone through, but I do feel the things we're really looking to avoid with red-blue deployments were surprises during the time of our deployment, and also downtime. I play a lot of World of Warcraft. I have for my entire, since it's existed. Yeah. And trying to get to a place where we have no downtime deploys was a goal for Overwatch right from the outset. And I think that's a company lesson learned and something we've worked towards. So really, to answer your question, we want no downtime. We don't want surprises when we deploy. And it is really hard to have an internal test environment that is exactly like production, especially at the scale that we operate at. So red-blue deployments help us a lot in that case. And you might have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, World of Warcraft isn't there at a full red-blue deployment yet, but we have learned a lot from the Overwatch team, and we're using very similar patterns. In more recent patch milestones, our downtime that we usually take for deploying a patch has gone from what used to be 8 hours down to less than 1 hour. And one of the ways we've achieved that is kind of a semi-red-blue, where we will actually start copying over and making deploys into our production environments while the rest of the production environment that you all are playing are still running. Then what we do is we do turn the services off for a moment, and then we just make a switch, do a few checks internally to make sure everything looks good, and then re-enable access to the rest of the public.
Awesome. Thank you for the question.
Hi. As someone who's going to start looking for a job soon, do you have any tips for resumes or to show off how efficient you are in coding or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I just got into the industry a couple years ago, so it's pretty fresh. So I mean, the first thing, just for Blizzard, the biggest thing that I've noticed on our team, and I think it's kind of across the company, is a culture fit. Right? Do we want to work with you? Are you fun to work with? But the second part of it that you're getting to is how do I show off my abilities? And it's really easy to catch that passion when we're talking to you on the phone, when we're seeing your GitHub or your portfolio, anything like that. So the biggest thing that I did when I was a student was side projects. When somebody wanted to make a game, I said, cool, I'll program for you, you design it, that sounds great. I put it all in open source, and when I called them in, I applied for an internship. It's actually how I got my job here. They checked that out, and they're like, hey, tell us about this crazy thing you did. I'm like, it was crazy. And I explained the steps we took, the mistakes that I made, which you're going to make a ton of. And I think, to be honest, that was the part that really made them feel like I was a good candidate, because I listened to the mistakes that I'd made, my team had made, and I learned from them. And I think that's a huge part of it, too.
When you're working on projects, too, I would say consider the scope of what you're working on for personal projects. Totally. I think we can all dream big and want to do huge things, but those might not be able to be accomplished in the period of time that you have available. We're really looking for completed efforts. Yep. So even if that means you do something a bit smaller, take it all the way through and actually finish it when you show it to us if you apply.
That's cool. Yeah, and one final thing I'd say is write a cover letter. We actually get quite a few applications that come in without a cover letter, and it goes a long way, a cover letter, because it tells us a little bit about you, who you are, which is actually quite important.
I mean, I geeked out big in my cover letter. Like, it started with like Intaru Adun and was all about the prototype. It was bad, but I mean, it worked out. But it worked. Yeah, and one other thing too, just to like, my answer was tilted toward gameplay, but like we have so many positions that make Blizzard actually put out a game. Like the job that I do is the smallest portion really to get it out to players. So like, it doesn't matter what engineering you're doing. I think it all applies.
Cool. Thank you for the question.
Hi, my question's for Omar. I'd like to know more about what was involved with introducing affixes to Mythic Plus dungeons. You know, what kind of difficulty was there in scaling, you know, adding more trash and stuff like that?
A lot of that was not necessarily an engineering challenge. Most of that is simply setting up the hooks that allowed the designers to determine when an affix is present. It's actually the content creators and the designers that apply meaning and semantics to an affix. So from a purely code and data perspective, they're just numbers to us. In code, we don't really implement any of the volcanic or tyrannical mechanics in the source code. All we just say is affix number 5 is active in this dungeon. And what the designers do is they modified the spells and the abilities with additional checks. In our content creation tools, they can either input data in the database or they can actually run scripts in Lua. And what they can do is add additional conditional functionality. So they can add branches that say, if affix 5 is present, then inject this additional modifier or cast this spell. They have hooks on events, so when a creature dies, it does any number of things. They just add another thing it can do if the affix in this case is present, where it might spawn something on death, or the spawn regions might have a base number of spawns that they create, and then a conditional additional spawn if whatever affix they add to the game is present. So much of that is on the shoulders of our design team. It really allows them to have the flexibility to create these really interesting experiences. And from an engineering perspective, it's not any sort of a burden. We just kind of give them the tools, and they create the gameplay that's compelling for you all to play.
Great. Thank you for the question.
Hi, guys. I wanted to ask if you could briefly give some explanation of some of the tools that you guys use for internal communication. In particular, with the increasing prevalence of workers being remote or in satellite offices, how do you help to keep them successful and well connected with the rest of the team?
Yeah, in service technologies, we have offices in Irvine, in Austin, and also in our European offices in Cork and in Versailles. And so we have lots of time zones, we have lots of remote workers where we need to have that coordination. And it is a challenge. There's definitely extra overhead in that. And so we do all have cameras and instant messaging and video software for handling that. And setting up meetings and scheduled times where people are available across the different offices is important to have those touch points on there. But it is a challenge. It's something that we're still trying to improve on, and we're looking for the best ways that we can help to achieve that shared understanding of what we're doing and trying to simulate the water cooler conversations that happen that are valuable but can't happen across offices.
Battle.net ends up working globally as well, quite a bunch. And so one of the, I think, biggest, most easiest things we end up doing a lot is saying, hey, who can sort of show up a little bit early or stay a little bit late to work with somebody in a different office, maybe one of our localization teams, maybe. Additionally, just seconding like the sort of array of communication tools we have right now. You guys type to each other in game all the time. You know exactly what group chats are like and texting with everybody else while you're getting ready. And so we do a lot of the exact same thing. Or just having a place to share ideas and share things. So email threads are popular, but also just a content repository that we can say, hey, I put this on a repo, go and check it out. Or, hey, I put this PR in, but I'm going to go home. So when you get in, in a few hours because you're on the other side of the planet, can you take a look at it for me and just leave some comments?
One of the things that we do, I mean, game teams aren't generally global, right? But one of the things that I really like what we do is we have project pages. So when we have so many engineers in the game at any given time that we'll pitch up some idea, we'll write up what we're going to do, and then it's a place where we all can kind of like scratch board about what we want to see happen there. And so like it doesn't have to happen at the same time. It can be asynchronous whenever they have time to do it, and that helps a lot too. I mean, I think it would help globally as well.
Cool. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I had a question about World of Warcraft and the APIs and events and what kind of decisions you make about changing the names or adding new API calls and events. I work a lot with the Mythic Plus system, and all of those events are still challenge mode start, challenge mode end, as well as the newest CMID. And there's also some weird interactions with scenario POI update and world state timer start. And I feel like the system's so popular, there could be some more information that's available in a cleaner fashion.
So I assume you're referring to the UI API, right? The LUI. Okay. So that's handled by the UI team. Usually they build the APIs based on their needs initially for the base UI that we're going to add to the game. I'm not terribly familiar with the exact details. I do know that they solicit feedback from the community and add-on authors, and they will, based on requests for additional information, but if there are any sort of bugs or any sort of functionality breaking, certainly report that, let us know, and we can get on that. And as far as requests for additional information, we're certainly open to making changes based on the add-on community feedback.
Thank you for the question.
Hi. My question is about the games that require really low latency, so StarCraft, Heroes, and Overwatch. I almost never have a laggy experience. And my question is, what do you guys do to make sure that the matches you guys create are really low latency for all the players involved? And how does that affect matchmaking, if at all?
I can talk a little bit about that from Overwatch. Overwatch is very fortunate. I mentioned new technology in my intro a little earlier, but part of that new technology isn't just the game engine that we're built on. It's a lot of Blizzard infrastructure that's grown. Way back in the day, a lot of our infrastructure was based out of maybe one data center with one point of presence or connection to the internet. And now we have a global distributed backbone and data centers running all over the world. So for Overwatch, it's really critical for us to evaluate where players are coming from, what our current network topology looks like for Blizzard, Blizzard, what partnerships we need to make with internet providers. In terms of peering, network peering is really important for us, and our network team is very proactive in making those relationships. So it's really about understanding where do we need to put servers, where are people playing from, and how do we try to get an internet topology that makes the most sense to get you the lowest latency. And that's been a big challenge because we are a little bit different in terms of our network model than World of Warcraft or StarCraft. We're very sensitive to packet loss and ping, and also stability of the connection. So the Overwatch team directly, but also our network infrastructure team, have put a lot of effort into analyzing that and trying to make it better. So I'm glad you have a good ping, but for the others who maybe not, we're definitely working on it, and feel free to chat with me after and we can talk more.
Yeah, one of the other things that sort of plays a part in that is the data collection from just client statistics and metrics and things like that. Lately, we've added some improvements that just make us a lot more aware of sort of when you guys are having some of those problems, enabling us to sort of be more proactive about going after that stuff faster. So if we do lose a connection somewhere, a tunnel closes somewhere, we are starting to learn about that much faster, and having our network guys being able to respond to that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question.
Hello, my name is David. I'm a systems engineer, and I was curious if any of you have programmed in Rust, and if you have, what your perspective would be on it from a video games perspective.
I have not programmed in Rust yet.
Anyone?
I have not.
No, have not.
C++. Yay.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing a lot of work in it this year. It's a wonderful language. I would recommend that you check it out.
So, I mean, we talk about it at my Open a lot, actually. We have our eyes on it totally, but we're just like, Heroes releases content all the time, and I'm like, cool, Rust is cool. C++, I got to make stuff. So, like, someday, I hope.
I think one other interesting part with that is we are all technologists and very excited by new technology. I've written a lot of Erlang in my past, and I don't know how many people here are familiar with Erlang.
Somebody just hiss?
Some fans.
Okay. Well, I'm really lucky because I would actually be able to hire you all then. It can be very challenging to hire if you use a language that's maybe up and coming or something that's more esoteric. So C++ is very much a standard. We do use a lot of other languages. C#, Python, C++ are very prevalent. But to make a full investment into something like Rust would be really, really challenging and risky. So, yeah.
Yeah, given that there's a large amount of established code bases that most of us are working on, there's not always a greenfield opportunity to start with something new, but having there are definitely smaller projects that are starting with new languages. There's a group that is working on some newer, smaller projects in Go. There's definitely the desire to explore these things in areas where it's less, the opportunity to learn and see what works best is there for a smaller, less risky project, something internal. So,
Cool. Thank you for the question, and you got the next one ready?
Hey, Bill, you mentioned that patch day can be a chaos for the Overwatch team, and I imagine there were plenty of bugs, like the Diva bug that we had to shut it down. So this is a question for the other teams as well. How do you learn from these bugs? Is there a process that teams follow after this kind of thing happens?
Yeah, absolutely. We do a lot of triage initially to understand what's the situation, where are we at, what do we need to do to handle this problem right now? That's the focus, right? But after that's done and we've managed to mitigate the issue immediately, we do a full post-mortem process. And that post-mortem can actually be small and confined maybe just to the Overwatch team. If we look at something like, where did we go wrong with Diva? How did this get introduced? Let's talk with QA. How did it get through that process? Was it something that happened on the live operations side, which was actually the case for Diva? And we go through that and make process changes typically to address that after. When we talk at a larger company scale, we do incident management, incident review, and follow what is, if you go look up that process, pretty well established, and we have an operations center that really manages that at the scale of all of Blizzard, and we would do, process around that.
Yeah, I mean, another big part of it for us is we call them escapes in our team. So if we didn't catch them internally and they get live, we're like, oh, that's not great. But with the amount of complexity in the data and in the code for Heroes of the Storm, it's inevitable. We're going to miss some weird interaction, like 0 to avoid prisons, and then we added a new thing, and now what is happening with void prison? And like Bill said, it's totally a process of like, okay, we messed up. Like, how do we fix this from now on? So we learn from it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for the question.
Hi, my question is for Omar. I've spent a lot of time working on legacy systems and bringing them forward, modernizing a lot of frustrations, but some good moments too. And I'm just kind of curious as to insights and experiences that you've had bringing World of Warcraft, forward over the last decade plus.
So yes, I've worked on the World of Warcraft code base for a very long time, and there can be a lot of challenges. What we find a lot of times is designers will come forward with all these new ideas and new things and new features that they want to add to the game, and we're all jazzed up and excited as well. We want to add them, and we add them on top of the existing system, but everything that we've built before still has to continue running, and this cycle just repeats month after month, year after year, and we build systems on top of systems on top of systems. It's important to kind of schedule some time to look at what systems work and what systems are working well. And once we see an idea or a feature come through the pipe that's kind of pushing existing systems beyond where they were originally designed to go, we take a look at that and re-examine, well, okay, is this a matter of do we pull this whole system out and replace it with some fully featured thing, or can we just kind of add a little bit more scaffolding? Because if we're constantly pulling systems out every few months and trying to rebuild them, we just don't have the development velocity to continue producing content. So oftentimes, it's just a matter of experience and understanding, well, where's this new feature going to go? What is the longevity of it? What is the stress on the existing systems? One of the important things to remember is WoW is sort of this living code base. We really don't have the option of tossing it all out and starting over. We always have to make these gradual evolutionary steps, and we try to balance new features with, okay, we also need to go back and kind of improve some underlying APIs or and luckily, the design team and the production team and all the rest of the team is also very cognizant of the benefits of coming back and doing some refactors. Because again, a lot with the code base as old as WoW, when they want to add feature 25, and we have to say, well, you can't because it would violate feature 13. And then they're going like, oh, right, there's the they start pulling out their hair. But again, because it's we're all one Blizzard team, we're all kind of unified. We all want to make sure we deliver the best Blizzard experience. We also get the rest of the team on board with updates where they're necessary, and where they're not necessary, we'll just make something scaffolded, a few more Band-Aids, keep it running. The most important thing is WoW has to keep running. Yeah.
An interesting thing I've seen is that there's the game teams. There's some service tech products that it would be like an enterprise application that are 10 years old plus. There are BattleNet systems that have that monolith that has been established that was perfect when it was this tiny little thing, and now 10 years later, or 5 years later, it's this giant thing. But the same evolution has happened with all of those services where, like Omar said, it's got to keep running, but there's this little bit here, and you can pinch that off, and you can pull that out, and it's now separate, it's now well-defined, and it can evolve on its own. And you see that with the WoW infrastructure has pulled those things out. BattleNet services have pulled those things out. On the service tech side, we're all going through those same things. It's almost like it's some kind of like engineering best practice that you should be looking at doing all of the time, regardless of what it is that you're working on, be it a game, a back-end account system, or any other engineering system.
Great. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, hi. My question next month is Amazon reInvents conference. Has a great vibe to it, just like BlizzCon. I remember last year I did meet some Blizzard employees while I was there. So just curious if anyone can talk about kind of your guys' leverage of public cloud services and what are the things that you do on public cloud versus what are the things that you engineer your own infrastructure for, and what are some of the lessons learned or experiences you've had so far with that?
Yeah, Overwatch has been one of the first teams to leverage what we would just call the hybrid cloud. So we have our private internal Blizzard cloud, and we have public cloud providers as well. It's really powerful. It lets us go into regions that maybe otherwise wouldn't be accessible for us. And especially, I mentioned before with Overwatch, we're a very latency-sensitive game. So being able to reach areas that we wouldn't be able to have a full Blizzard data center in is very, very powerful for us. We have a core technology, core systems group that manages both our private cloud and also any public cloud partnerships. And they're awesome to work with and really help us, at least on the game team, worry less about the details of the underlying infrastructure and trying to build one unified interface for us to not care if we're talking to this API or this other API. We can just simply deploy Overwatch services there. So that's been our use for it, at least.
Yeah. Earlier when I mentioned that Battle.net was actually a whole bunch of things, Battle.net is also the cloud management. So our internal private cloud, and as well as partnering with some of our more low-level infrastructure IT teams that's actually doing our maintaining the accounts with things like AWS. And so we are also constantly looking at features on offer, or potentially even committing back if it's an open source or type of thing. And so seeing what game teams need, and really the one thing that you mentioned, Bill, was what regions are available, right? So as it turns out, we don't have a data center next to all of you. Like we try, sort of, but there's a lot of you. And in some places, AWS is better positioned to do that.
Cool. Thanks.
Hey, hello. I just have a question about file management, because you're big teams with some guys for the artistic, Ray, sounds, coding also. So how did you manage that? Because I'm also a programmer, and it's very, crazy, even if you are just 3 people to do that. So I don't imagine with thousands. So how did you do that?
It's crazy. Well, first, I think we're really fortunate at Blizzard in that on the game teams, and I think on Battle.net as well, we have great producers, I think project managers, who really help unblock us when we're working on stuff, to help us work with other people, to help us gel our time schedules or whatever. It's really great there. On the individual level, we have some guys on our team who are machines. Like, I can't code like them. Like, they come into work, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? They're like, I'm great. And then their headphones go on, and like 10 hours later, like, I'm done. I'm like, cool, see ya, man. A lot of code. And I'm more of like a burst coder, so I'm usually the guy in my team who's talking to people on the other teams, like, what do you need from us? What can I do for you? Here's some stuff we'll bring for you. Here's some scheduling stuff. And then I have like 2 hours of like I'm coding my stuff, and I'm like, I'm done, because I can't focus as well as other people can. So I think it's all about the team kind of building that, like, pieces, I guess is the way I would describe it. So we don't want 9 machines, but we definitely want people who can interact with other teams well.
Yeah. I also, like, as a technical lead, as a team lead, basically, like, my responsibility is to make sure that my team can work as fast as possible, that they are unblocked, that if they need something, or if they're confused about something, if they're unclear about something, maybe, okay, we totally know where this feature is going to go, but what are we really doing after that? That's the kind of things that it's on me and on some of us to provide, so that there's a lot of clarity around that, and that they have a clear picture of, okay, we're rushing for this thing because then we're going to go here and then we're going to go here. So not only do you sort of have a lot of confidence in the things that you're doing, a lot of clarity around that, is that you sort of can plan ahead. You're like, oh, okay, if I have to go here afterwards, I should probably make this type of decision instead. Granted, those things vary, depending on whatever it is. But having like the production you mentioned, just having the support around that to be feeling, okay, I'm going to go do this, and I know that other things are happening, and I don't have to worry about it.
Great. Thank you for the question.
I know we all love bugs here. What are some interesting bugs you guys have had to deal with?
The question that always comes up.
I had 2 of them that were really weird that got to PTR. One of them, I made the armor system or programmed it for Heroes of the Storm. And for a while there, you could become completely invincible. Or you could just kill anybody in one shot with Zarya. And I was like, oh, OK, that got live. Finding that was really weird because the tech designers have a scripting language in our engine where they can kind of do whatever they want to a point. We've really tried to harden against any inputs from them because they can do bad stuff. But one of the things we never considered is if you're shooting like a beam at somebody and there's a period where that beam shoots damage off, if they just like set the beam to 0, what would happen? Or the period to 0, what would happen? And we were like, oh, nothing. It would just not work totally. And it worked great. Like it killed people. So that was really weird to debug because it was live and people were like, it's Friday. What's going to happen? I'm like, I don't know. I'll stay till it's figured out. We'll get to it. But that was tough. It was interesting.
So I don't know if this counts as a bug or not, but we'll call it an interesting use of code by a very creative designer who wanted to implement acceleration in World of Warcraft. Right now, usually when you hit forward, you start moving, and you have instant acceleration. You're always moving at the right velocity. Well, what this designer did is he built a special aura that would periodically change your speed based on how long you had spent moving. So the longer you had been moving, it would ramp up your current speed. So he was able to mimic acceleration in our game whose movement system was never built out for this. It was interesting, wacky, creative. We absolutely could not have gone live with a feature built out that way, but it just kind of speaks to the creativity of our design team and what they can do in the systems that we as engineers can provide for them.
All right, I think. Any more
I
bugs?
could talk about like 9 million more bugs. Like, I just made grenades. The grenades. Physics, man. Why did I do it? Like, for a while, it would like bounce against a wall, but it was supposed to ricochet. Clearly, you could see it, the reflection, and it bounced back at me, and I was like, cool, cool, cool. And then I had to drive. I mean, and then for a while there, I shot it, and it would blow up into the sky so high that I had no idea what I had done. I was like, the math is right. Why is this flying in the air? And it had just been because I actually typed a hard-coded 100 and forgot that I'd done that. And I was like, cool, okay.
All right, thank you for the question.
Hi. Yeah, so I've played most of the games like, StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo, all of that. So my question is, other than Battle.net and the game rendering engine itself, what is the biggest common, component or service that might be running across all of the game, or is there no such thing?
Battle.net. I mean, I know you said other than that, but like, I mean, everything that the game teams do, like, we try and make commonality for all of our user experiences, right? Like, that's our goal. So, like, anything we focus on is generally, like, trying to leverage shared technology like Battle.net and, like, service tech because it does provide that experience. We don't, I think for a long time, we didn't share all that game code too much. Like, just recently, we started sharing our pathing code or our behavior tree code for Heroes of the Storm. One of our engineers built out an awesome new system, completely built it, decoupled from our engine itself, and now is, like, live on our internal GitHub to show off and help other teams use it if they want to use it. So like we try and do that sort of thing, but generally, like you named it, we use central technology a lot.
All right, thank you for the question.
Hi, this is probably also a cliche question, but I was wondering what kind of AI are you guys applying to your games and to your system, and if you also do research into the new technologies that are going out and seeing how you can apply them to the different games. And services as well.
I can talk about this a bit. You guys?
Yeah, if you guys don't.
Yeah,
okay, so two things we're doing that are cool. Heroes of the Storm, originally the AI system was this giant scripted state machine that was not hierarchical. So you just had like 200 states, and you're like, we're in state 49. And I'm like, yep. Mercs. It was called Mercs. And I was like, I don't know what that means. So we changed that to, I shouldn't say we, one of the guys on my team worked diligently for a year to make a new, completely independent, goal-driven behavior state machine that like builds goals dynamically and assigns units and like looks at the strategic map to do really interesting, cool plays. And it's getting better and better. Like they gank you, all sorts of stuff. But I think more to your question, we kind of leverage machine learning to do matchmaking. The Heroes of the Storm What's Next panel is happening right now. Thank you for being here. But they talk about it at length, actually, about how we use that kind of, we kind of analyze what's happening at the higher level of the gameplay to analyze what you should be doing and kind of help you match make better into better games or find a better ranking. So
yeah, in service technologies for your support tickets that come in, right now we will look at the text that you provide for that, and based on that, we will match that to a list of internal articles for what it is you're asking questions about, and we can use that to help route them to agents who have skills and are able to address those issues more quickly. And that's a system that, as we're getting confidence in it, we're going to start exposing that as suggestions on the website as well of, you've asked about this thing. We have these support articles that you may be able to solve this yourself. So if you can get this resolved without needing to wait for a representative to help you with the issue, then we can extend things out into that area as well.
I think people have asked about technology we've shared across Blizzard, but a lot of what we do is knowledge share. So Overwatch's focus was really the player versus player experience. We have a pretty limited AI versus AI experience right now. So this is a case where our AI engineers would be very likely to talk to groups on, like Heroes of the Storm, to understand and look at things like goal-based AI-driven systems, so we could look to implement or modify our AI systems in that way. So that's a place more where we would share, even if we don't take their exact code out of their servers and use it, just talking about the strategies and implementations, challenges, and how they overcame those can be really useful and informative for our engineers.
To be honest, we actually went to the Overwatch team and looked at their AI systems. That's not a joke.
I was trying to be nice.
We're like, what do you guys have there? We don't really use it, but it's pretty cool. We're like, cool, we're going to use it, thanks.
For this last expansion, the World of Warcraft team decided to hop in on this knowledge sharing. We got a lot of useful information from Bill and the rest of Team 4 and Heroes as well. One of the upcoming features in the next expansion, Islands, we're actually going to be able to leverage a lot of AI techniques that currently exist in, say, Overwatch's bot matches to kind of provide compelling PvE experiences that aren't scripted and aren't identical every time you go into them. The idea with some of the new technology and the new features in the next expansion is going to be AI actors that will react to what you as players are trying to do on those islands in a much more believable and less mechanical and repetitive pattern.
Is that true? That's awesome.
He just made it up.
Yeah. Just winging it up here.
You missed the, there was a, if you want to check on, if you didn't catch it already on the virtual ticket, the deep dive on World of Warcraft goes into a bit of detail on that.
Sweet.
Great, thank you for the question.
Oh, sorry. Hey, so I do a lot of work with SimCraft, with World of Warcraft, and some other stuff that does, you do a lot of pull requests from the online API. There's a lot of new systems coming out, and I was kind of curious if there's a way for the developers of these things to communicate with you guys easier to get some more online API interaction to kind of help that part of the community grow. So
I don't know that I can make any promises. I actually have downloaded SimCraft and see what's going on, and there's a pretty close reproduction of the simulations that are going on our real simulation servers. However, I understand by making comparison, they're not identical, and therefore results, your mileage may vary in your SimCrafts when you're comparing that to what you're seeing in game. I do certainly know our class design team is very, they're always keeping a watch on the SimC forums, and they understand that they want to empower the community to be able to make these rich tools. However, I don't think necessarily that, short of us simulating the data on our simulators and handing them back, I don't know about the feasibility about that. But certainly the other half of it is more detailed communication as to how the math behind these features actually work and interact with other systems. And again, the other huge difficulty in any of these simulations are, how does this system interact in the presence of system B with element C also present. And even in our game, they can get very complicated and difficult to verify and validate.
Outside of SimCraft specifically, you mentioned how do you communicate easier with Blizzard? And that is a challenging problem because it's a many to one kind of a relationship. So what I found, at least for Overwatch, if you have a community like SimCraft that's passionate, people are together, you're working on that product or vision, it's very likely to get noticed and observed and have us interact with that community. So while that's not a direct, you want this feature X and we provide it, because that's challenging for us to really commit to. I would say drive forward with what your passions are, make the best out of what you have available, and likely we will notice those things and engage with you, even if it's behind the scenes and not in a feature deliver kind of relationship.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for coming tonight. I wanted to ask about careers in engineering with Blizzard, because I've noticed on the website what tends to be filling up all the slots is senior software engineering positions that require a lot of experience and what have you. I'm just wondering for someone who's maybe just like 2 years out of college with general backgrounds in mechanical and software engineering, what have you, that aren't so specialized. Like, how do you break into the industry? Like, is it possible to network you guys at this event? I just don't know how you do it, because it seems to be that, it's only people with a lot of years in engineering or who went to a very select small amount of hyper gaming specialized schools that actually become engineers with you guys. And I was just wondering if you could attack that a little bit and just suggestions on that. So.
Sure.
So did not go to a hyper-developed gaming school at all. I was a writer for like 5 years and was like, this job does not pay me well. And I love video games. So I looked at the back of a magazine. I went to some school in Chicago that was awesome. I got a master's degree, but it was basically a 4-year bachelor's degree compressed into 2 years. And then I applied for an internship. I got really lucky, or I was good at it, I hope. And then I got hired.
Bit of both.
A little bit of both. Here's the thing. When I applied again to come back full-time, I applied for a senior position because I didn't care that they weren't offering me an associate. I was like, I want to apply and be at Blizzard. I'm going to apply anyways. And to be honest with you, I don't know what these guys are going to say. They've been here much longer. They have better answers than I do. But we don't, like, if you're a great candidate, like, we always can talk about lowering the title down. We can talk about bringing you on the team. A lot of times you see the senior thing, it's because we're looking for a specific type of skill set to come fill in a specific gap. But, like, I did not come in with that. I came in being like, I'm eager to code and I like fun and stuff. And they're like, yeah, we like this guy. He's great. He's going to code. It can work out like that. And you should apply anyways, because it's up to us to say, no, you're not a good fit right now. Not on you to figure out if you should apply at all.
I feel you need to be tenacious as well. I have many friends at Blizzard who have been here even longer than I have, and many of them did not get hired on their first time they applied. They went through the process, they received feedback from that, and then tried to make improvements and get better at wherever they were lacking. So if you really believe in it, then just put in that work and keep trying.
Yeah, put in that effort. I started off in QA on the night shift because I was working on my CS degree during the day.
Yeah.
And it was a rough couple of years, never sleeping. But on top of that, it's just being able to demonstrate this additional drive and initiative. And certainly, in addition to whatever job you have to pay the bills, working on some sort of project is also going to go a long way. The important thing about working on a project is, we mentioned this earlier, find something that you finish. A single finished project that's fleshed out to completion is worth more than a dozen good ideas that never ended up seeing the light of day. The other important thing about projects is you learn things about how to work cooperatively with other people, because that's another important value. When we're hiring, we're not just hiring based on your technical ability. When you go through a Blizzard interview, we also go through things like, what is your personality like? Are you someone that comes into work really jazzed about the surfing weekend you had, or whatever it is that you're interested in? Express it, explore it. Doesn't matter. We like passionate people who go after that, and we also hire for company fit. It's not just a bunch of individuals. We are one united team, and learning to work with other people well is an important skill to demonstrate.
Our our Blizzard careers are the people who help us, help you guys arrive, help us grow. They have a booth. They're up front. They're probably over there. For those of you watching the virtual ticket, I'm pointing at your floor, but I promise, like from where we are, there's some actual people over there on the first floor. Those are super great people to talk to about that as well.
Cool. Thank you for the question. Looks like there's no one lining up right now, so I'm going to go to a question I found on social media. How do you handle the pressure of thinking, you know, if I mess up, I'm going to affect millions of people?
Single malt Scotch whiskey. Lots of alcohol.
Terrible lifelong. I don't. For a while, I stressed out about it a ton, actually. When I first got hired, I had mad imposter syndrome. I was like, I do not belong here. I tricked them, and I'm going to ship this code next week. And they were like, yeah, write this AI. It's going to be fine. I'm like, when is this shipped? They're like, in like a month. And I was like, cool. And I like opened a book about AI and was like, what's AI? I don't think... eventually, you kind of just recognize that, like, you can't live there mentally. You have to just kind of write the code and do your very best because you want to do the best. Like, you don't think about what's going to happen if it goes wrong. And if it does, you fix it, like, end of the day.
Being in live operations has been an intense experience, especially going through the Overwatch launch was kind of crazy. I would not sleep very much. And I remember looking at our concurrency, like how many people are online. And you hit this weird moment where, you know, you just kind of go through the peak of the day, and that line hits whatever that number's at, and it sits there. And if that number happens to line up with any sort of round number, you're like, what is broken? This is some weird cap, right? Like, we just, like, there's queues somewhere. I remember on our launch week running around to our server team, being like, you guys broke something. There's definitely a problem here. It's been like this for 5 minutes. And they're like, Bill, just chill out. You'll be fine. It is intense, but ultimately we're making games, and we have an amazing supportive community, which is all of you here, and we appreciate that a lot. You're patient with us. We try to communicate back and let you know what's happening and where we go wrong, and then help celebrate the places where things go right, and it's perfect. So it can be hard, but it's worth it.
One game we don't play is we don't play the blame game. Yeah. When something goes wrong, it just goes wrong. That's okay. Look at the problem, think it through, solve it, get the players back in the game, and just move on.
Yeah, when we do have things like that, you would sort of be amazed at, like, we draw people from networking, we draw people from infrastructure, we draw people, like, we don't even know what the problem is yet, but just sort of everybody sort of gets in one area so we can talk, we can chat. Somebody asked about the communication earlier, just sort of everybody, a representative at least from each team jumps in, and everybody says, okay, this is what we're seeing, this is what we're seeing, so that we can sort of track that down so we can identify it and figure out how to solve it. Yep. Knowing that those people are there to help out if something does happen, well, you could drink, or you could just trust the rest of the people.
And on the other end of that, when we do have those postmortems, that's something that's open to the entire company, and that allows everyone to then learn from those issues. And so as an entire company, we're getting better at making it so that failures aren't as impactful, and that we have quicker rollbacks if things do end up going south, or we have better telemetry so that we can see when problems are starting to happen before they become a big issue, and we can get ahead of it and fix those things. And so as a company, we're continuing to improve the information we have, the practices that we have in place, so that there's less fear of that failure, and there's more of an opportunity for people to learn from that so that we don't have them in the future.
All right, so we've got time for one last question, and we've got someone here to ask it.
What type of tools are you using to ensure code integrity, ensuring the currying of code into production is exactly what you want, making sure that new instances spun up are exactly the same? Are you using internal tools? Are you using off-the-shelf tools for stuff like that?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. A little bit of column C, which is we took one thing and mashed another thing into it. A lot of static analysis goes into commits, stuff before it even gets merged into the actual code base. We have a phenomenal functional QA team that, Omar came up through as well. We have a lot of people who get to review that kind of stuff, obviously, and then
we're ramping up integration of the use of Clang Tidy to kind of go through the WoW code base, And we've run a pass through that, and we found that super useful. It's found a lot of patterns to just kind of go through and fix or repair or offer suggestions. Another off-the-shelf tool we use is Code Collab. We use that for code reviews. That's something that we've integrated with recently, and that's kind of helped streamline the code review process that we have on our team.
I don't know if one part of that question was how do we know every instance we spin up is the same. For Overwatch, a server package is sort of an immutable archive. So that's all controlled with MD5s of the data archives or the binaries. And on server start, we're verifying the integrity. It is true we're copying our stuff all over the world, and that's not flawless. So that's how we're checking on that end.
All right. So I think that's all the time we have today, I'm afraid. If you are hungry for more, then there is another CodeCraft panel tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. But for now, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us, and I'd like to thank the panelists. We've got Cody, Brenna, Omar, Bill, and Ryan. So thank you all.
Thank you for attending CodeCraft, Under the Hood with Blizzard Engineering, Part 1. Up next, Community Night from the Mythic stage. Welcome to CodeCraft, Under the Hood with Blizzard Engineering, Part 2.
Good morning, BlizzCon. Welcome to day number 2. I hope you had a good time yesterday. It's been a great show so far. So today, we actually managed to find 5 of our engineers. They're still awake. Maybe they just got up, don't know. Anyway, so we're going to go through some introductions, then I have a few questions for them, and then we will get to your questions. So to kick things off, I am Derek Dupra. I'm the engineering manager on Hearthstone. And
I'm Nick Rivera. I'm a senior software engineer on the online group on the Diablo team, and I've been at Blizzard for 9 years.
I'm Andrew Murphy. I'm one of the lead engineers on BattleNet. I've been at Blizzard for about 3.5 years.
Good morning, BlizzCon. My name is Seo Yoon. I'm the server engineering lead on the Hearthstone team, and I've been with Blizzard and Hearthstone for about 3.5 years.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Newsom. I'm a mobile software engineer in the web and mobile group. I have been at Blizzard for just over a year, and I'm a part of the team that just released the BattleNet mobile app.
Good morning. My name is Andy Tran, and I'm a senior software engineer at Blizzard for web and mobile, and I've been here about 9.5 years. Worked on a lot of web projects, including the forums, our news systems, the WoW Armory, and StarCraft 2 profiles.
Awesome, thanks. So let's get things started with a couple initial questions here. So Nick, what was one of your biggest blunders, and what did you learn from it?
Okay. Well, the key part of this story is that I'm still here, not fired yet. So this was around the time that, excuse me, that Necromancer was about to come out. We were really excited about it, not just because Necromancer was turning out to be a really cool class, but for us on the online group, excuse me again, it meant it was important because we were going to release it worldwide on the in-game store. At that point, the in-game store was only ever available in China because the game is free to play over there. The in-game store is a cool system because it's completely data-driven, which means you just add something to the catalog in a data file somewhere, and it just appears. And that mostly works without having to touch the game or the servers. I say mostly because this was the exception. For a server in the game to know about the Necromancer, they have to know what a Necromancer is. So as soon as we added it to the store catalog, this meant that all of our currently live servers threw up a little warning in our monitoring software saying, I don't know what this is. It's important to note it's just a warning. We expected this warning to come about. Nothing bad was happening. But we don't like having extraneous warnings in our monitoring software because it creates noise that makes it hard to track real problems. So we evaluated, I took a look at what it would take to get rid of that warning and came up with what I thought was a very simple solution, which is, well, we'll just patch the currently live servers so that they know what a Necromancer is and don't complain about it. They won't send it down, but they won't send it down to the game, but it'll call the warning and we'll get on with our day. It was like a 2-line fix, so I basically fast-tracked it to live deployment, and I was like, what's the harm? So a couple hours later, after checking that in, I got a call because apparently after it had been rolled out to China, many players were reporting that they could no longer make any purchases. And I was, in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, this couldn't be that little fix. It was only 2 lines. And we worked to track it down, and guess what? It was that trivial 2-line fix. So I had egg on my face, for sure. But we worked through. We basically just reverted it because it was simple to do that, and everything went back to normal just fine. Albeit I was a bit more embarrassed. So I learned 2 things that day, which was always test everything, no matter how small it is. But more importantly, it's okay to make a mistake every once in a while, even if it seems like it's the end of the world. There's a solution to every problem, so if you make that mistake, you just have to own up to it and solve the problem as quickly as possible, and you'll be able to get through it.
Thank you, Nick, for sharing that story, and I'm glad you're still with us.
Me too.
So Andrew, for engineers who are not on the game dev teams, can you tell us what some of the challenges are for the games that are releasing new patches, new releases, new expansions? Yep.
So I work on the Battle.net purchase team. So if you've ever bought something in-game, if you've been on a web shop, if you've put a key and used a key in a box or anything like that, you've gone through our platform. And purchasing is one of the things that no one thinks about. In fact, when it works, no one even really realizes we're there. But we sometimes get some really interesting engineering challenges with the fact that we support every single game. We built a really highly scalable system. You know, it's distributed. You can log in anywhere in the world and play with the stuff that are in the same game. But sometimes we get challenges like Heroes 2.0, where they say, hey, we want to give players a bunch of loot chests on day 1. We go, okay, well, how many is a bunch? Somewhere between 12 and 70. Wow, okay, so that's a lot. When do they get it? Right as soon as they log in. Okay. You know, we do the math and we look at it and we realize our system's going to be hit 100 times harder than it's ever been hit. So we then have to go and start doing load testing. We have to come up with faster ways of writing things to the database. We have to sometimes come up with new ways of communicating with the game. And then there's CS teams that have to figure out how do you make sure that players get their stuff, and if something goes wrong, how do we correct it, and all those other things. So there's a ton of other things that are on Blizzard outside of just the engineering for games that every patch, new things have to be figured out and made sure that it's solid, so that way you guys don't even have to realize those teams are there.
Well, thank you, Andrew. And I know there's a lot of work that goes under the hood, so we really appreciate that. So, Sale, we're on the same team. I'm very curious. What was the first memorable thing that you ever worked on Hearthstone?
So let's see. I started on the Hearthstone team about a month and a half after launch, which, if you'll recall, was in March of 2014. So when I first started on the team, I kind of did what you normally do when you first start on a team. I was fixing bugs, and at the time, we were getting ready for releasing the Curse of Naxxramas adventure. So I was just kind of doing bug fixes there. But the first really memorable thing I worked on was for our first expansion called Goblins vs. Gnomes. And in that set, if you'll recall, there's a card called Steamweedle Sniper. And Steamweedle Sniper was really interesting because it did something that you previously couldn't do in our game before, which was change the way targeting works for the hero power. And our targeting system was probably a little more complicated than it needed to be at the time. So it was really interesting because I was digging into this new system that I had never previously worked with before. And engineers like solving problems. And so it's kind of interesting to dig into that stuff, see how it really works. And the other really interesting thing about it was I came from a more technology-focused industry. And so it was the first time I got to work with a technical artist. And so that's a shout out to Becca Abel, if you're out there. So that was really cool. I'd never worked with an artist before. And it's really interesting because there's a certain visceral feel-good moment that you get sometimes when you're working on gameplay systems because you write this code and you work with an artist, but then to actually see your code come alive on the screen when you play Steam Weedle Sniper and all of a sudden the hero icon changes and you can actually start targeting things, it was really cool, and it was kind of a really cool feel-good moment. So yeah, that's the first really memorable thing I worked on for Hearthstone.
Thank you, Sale. So Ryan, you've been working on the Battle.net app. I hope everyone here has been downloading it, using it. It's awesome. I really appreciate it. Could you share with us what some of the challenges were for working on that app?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when we started the Battle.net mobile app, we knew that we wanted to try and make iPhone and Android users equally happy, which is a challenge in itself. One of the things we needed to do this is to make a user interface for each of the individual apps that respects the given platform. What I mean by that is if you're an iPhone user, you're using the iPhone application, everything that you're going to see in the app and experience is going to be familiar to you. And the same would be true for an Android user in the Android application. To accomplish this, we had the engineers and the designers work very closely together so that the designers could leverage the experience and the expertise of the engineers for their familiar platform and analyze every UI component that we put in the application to make sure that it was appropriate for the platform while trying to keep everything as consistent as possible. An example of this divergence is actually the tabs on the main screen. If you look at the Android and iOS application, they're in completely opposite positions, and even access to the profile is in a different way for both Android and iOS. And when we actually started making the app and engineering things out, it was another challenge, which is actually one of the hardest things that I feel like I have to do as an engineer, and that's to throw away something that I've worked hard on. A lot of times when we made a component and we actually physically use it or have users test it, we determine that things are wrong. Either that or the design changes, specs change, more requirements are made in there. Sometimes we can just get away with making some significant changes to what already exists, but a lot of times we actually have to make a hard decision, and that's to throw away what we already have and start from scratch. This just produces better code, a better component, and in the end, a much more Blizzard quality application. And it's something that's a much better user experience for our players.
Thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate it. All right, so before I ask my last question here, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to ask questions. We just ask that you queue up over there to your right. There's a nice light over there. And there'll be someone there to help you organize your questions. So, Andy, there's a lot of great esports events going on. And I know you've been working on the esports platform. Could you tell us what some of the goals were for the platform and what sort of challenges and how did you help the team, you and your team, achieve those goals?
Yeah, Blizzard's always played a big role in esports, so we wanted to provide and build a web and mobile experience for all of our fans to follow all of the esports games. What that specifically meant for my team in particular is we wanted to build a shared platform of tools and services to do really common things like bracket logic, player team management, caching, and just other general good, consistent API features so that all the various esports programs like the Heroes Global Championship and Overwatch World Cup can focus on doing their own website integration to tell their own unique esports experiences. So right from the get-go, my team decided we really wanted to focus on having good documentation that's accurate and up-to-date and had samples for everything, which is a lot easier said than done. Our experience with documentation has taught us it's really easy to be rushing out a feature and forget documenting one new field you added or just forgetting to document the entire feature at all. And on top of that, it's really easy to forget updating all the samples you've added to your documentation like months ago. So the way we combat this feature was we actually added a step into our automated testing that actually will record the requests and responses so that we can then use them as samples in our documentation. And that pretty much ensures that our samples and our documentation is always up to date. And on top of that, our tests will actually detect if there are missing fields that were introduced that don't have corresponding documentation, and will actually fail the test. So it actually forces the developer to actually document everything. So as a result, our platform pretty much has 100% documentation coverage. And it's been instrumental in rolling out all the various esports web experiences out there all the way to production for us.
All right, thank you, Andy. All right, so for the part that we've been waiting for, your questions.
Jim, this question's sort of multi-part. What was the first Blizzard game you played? What key events led you to working at Blizzard? Did you win or lose that first game that was a head-to-head, and who did you play against?
Good. I'll take this one. Hi, Jim. So, first Blizzard game I played was Warcraft 2. First time I played it was against my dad. It was pretty cool. I got absolutely destroyed by it. But the thing that I really, thought was interesting was like, this is something completely different. It was fun and just got me super excited about playing games and like wanting to build them and like just building small projects. And I ended up going down more the web tech side, but that passion for being involved in this community and this Blizzard, was something I always wanted to do.
I also had an interesting experience. My first game I played that was Blizzard was Warcraft 2 as well. It was just the first RTS game for me, and it just blew my mind that you could actually control an army and build and stuff like that. And then my experience getting into Blizzard was also really interesting. The way I got in was I was pretty much competing with another Warlock on our server to 60 once the game launched. And he didn't work at the time, so he beat me to it. I was like number 2. So I like to think that I was number 1 because I actually had work. But we ended up being really good friends, and he actually had a cousin that worked at Blizzard, and he just sent over my resume, and then the rest is history.
Oh, thank you. So we have somebody who apparently has been here a few times.
A few times. Question is about version control and changelog documentation, something I've worked on a number of years programming-wise, and I'm just curious the scale and exactly what it takes to version control and keep all of that documentation for Blizzard as a company. Is it individual per team? Is it a centralized system? I'm just kind of curious how you guys handle it at your scale.
Yeah, I can answer that as well. I think it's unique per team, but one of the key things is once you have APIs out there, it's really important to preserve backwards compatibilities. You never want to make anyone break. So it's really difficult to migrate off of backwards compatibility stuff, but you always want to just make sure that it works for your existing clients and just increase communication to help them migrate off of it.
One other thing is with version control, more and more, some of our teams are starting to really use centralized version control. Like, we can see, like web and mobile projects and Battle.net projects were more or less in the same area. As far as like making sure that change control and stuff like that works, every commit you end up doing, why did you work on this? What's the story? It was. We have software that then goes and can correlate those stories with the code review. And when we actually go to do a release, this is what's in the release, so we can actually start checking. And more we're trying to get to the point where we can identify this change went out. And if there's a problem, how do we deal with just this change? We want to avoid getting more and more surprises. And we aren't there everywhere yet, but we're trying to continuously improve that.
Yeah, I'll add to that I think it's been touched upon, but it's different from, typically each game team has their own solution for this problem because the only clients the only people working on the game are the people on the game team, but it's sort of a different challenge for people on central platform teams such as Battle.net or Web who have to share their code across the entire company for multiple usages. So there's sort of different considerations to be taken there, which is why they tend to use different solutions.
All right, thanks, guys. Our next question.
Hi, I was just wondering if Blizzard's doing anything in particular to address the notion of women and diversity in the industry?
I can take that. So first of all, I mean, one of the really exciting things about opening ceremony yesterday was part of the opening ceremony's video. There was a section, if you guys saw it, where we were talking to people with a white backdrop, and I mean, it wasn't explicit, but you could kind of sense the feeling of diversity in that montage. And it kind of really made me feel good about the inclusiveness that we're trying to have as part of Blizzard and our community. In terms of kind of concrete things, well, first of all, everyone should go to the diversity meetup that's on the 2nd/3rd floor of the North Hall. So that's kind of a safe place for us to talk about these sorts of issues. But in terms of kind of concrete things, there's a couple things Blizzard is doing. And it kind of starts from the hiring process up to how we keep people. And so kind of on this end, one of the things we're doing is with our intern program, we're trying to really focus on increasing how many female interns we get for our various positions. And so last year, we actually doubled the percentage of women that we're getting for these positions. And then kind of on the retention portion, I know that I believe next year, in 2018, there's going to be a Women at Blizzard Summit. And so this is a place for people to talk about these sorts of things. And obviously, this is a really important issue for us. But we can always do better. There's always more to be done. But we're trying.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Hi, guys. Thanks. So network-wise, what are the top issues or challenges that you keep facing, but you haven't really been able to solve totally, network-wise?
I can talk a little to that. I mean, maybe this doesn't directly answer your question, but we get a lot of DDoSes.
Yeah.
And so we approach it on many different levels, all the way from our services being able to handle that sort of thing up to our ISPs. And so that's a problem that continually plagues us a bit. And we're always playing this game with them in terms of we figure out new techniques, they figure out new techniques, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a big problem for us.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. In mobile specifically, DDoS and network straining is an issue that we have to kind of handle up front because we are kind of at the mercy of app reviews. So if there is a problem that we can't actually fix it, sometimes it can be a couple of days, sometimes even up to a week. And so we have to kind of be really diligent about what we're going to need up front.
Thank you. Excellent question.
Hi, so my question's about your database architecture. If you could talk a little bit about, with your high level of data and high volume, are you very normalized? Do you denormalize for performance, cache things, and have you looked at sort of SQL versus traditional SQL versus no SQL key value stores?
I'd love to take that one because that was when I was mentioning Heroes 2.0. One of the big things we had to do was we try to do best thing first. Try to design the data. Typically, at least on my team, we are SQL based. We try to normalize the data. We try to not repeat things and so on. But sometimes you reach a point where performance-wise, the right thing is flatten your data, denormalize it. There are teams that do end up using NoSQL solutions. For my platform, the one that I work on, it's not appropriate for many of the cases we're using, but there are actually teams that are using NoSQL solutions like Couchbase and some of the other things like that throughout the company. So it's kind of a what fits what you want to do. In the case of e-commerce, where we're linking accounts and we're linking like what licenses you have and a lot of other things like that, that sort of structured data fits really well. But game teams I know have a lot of different solutions.
I mean, one of the great things about Blizzard is that each of the teams is given the freedom to implement whatever solution works best for them. And so, I mean, one of the things the game teams are really fortunate about is that we have this amazing platform that can support all these things, and we have experts in the field who can work with us to help us make these decisions in terms of what technology works best. So you'll find pretty much everything.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Hi. So I understand some of you have worked in other industries, and I'm interested in how you managed sort of side projects, which I'm sure you also work on, with your sort of full-time work schedule, and how do you, maintain sanity and time management while still being productive at work?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. So before I actually was at Blizzard, I had a lot of side projects, and a lot of that actually led to me being a mobile developer, which was really fun. But I don't think I managed it too well in the beginning, and I really burnt myself out spending too many late nights and too many weekends. I think that the true balance comes when you just set aside some time for it, but you don't let it interfere with your daily job. And I think it's very good to try and have your main job be someplace that you're passionate about. That way your side projects can help your learning, but you don't want to have something that's more interesting on the side that's going to take your focus. And so it's good to have balance. It's really good to have that extra side project learning. It helps you grow outside of what you're already doing at your work, but just not heavily diving into things too deep and really being avoiding of your burnout is a big thing.
One other thing, aside from just side projects, is it's also not a bad idea to get involved in some open source initiatives. And these are not your own projects, obviously, but there are ways to contribute to these things as well that maybe you can manage your time a little bit better.
Yeah, I wanted to echo that. It's really helpful just to check out the open source community. You don't have to contribute, but it's available for you to look at. It's really interesting to study what they're doing, why they're doing it, and how exactly they're doing it, and incorporate that into your own skill set.
My first job actually I got was contributing to an open source project. So like the fact that I would say put that on my resume really helped there. We also at Blizzard have hackathon, for some of our teams where we dedicate time to, if you've got a project you've been working on, maybe this is something that can turn into something. I think, Ryan, like Battle.net app kind of sort of came out of that.
Yeah, there is some influence in a hackathon, definitely.
Mm-hmm. So I'll just add a little bit to that. On the Hearthstone team, we actually do a Free Your Mind at the very end of the year. So last couple of weeks of December, everybody on the team actually has a chance to work on projects that they're passionate about. Most of these projects are central to Hearthstone, but they don't have to be. What we found is that because of Hearthstone's kind of relentless schedule of expansions, which we love working on, it's very important that we don't crunch. Otherwise, we wouldn't really be able to maintain that practice. And at the end of the year, giving people a chance to express their own inner creativity, I think allows us to just explore and kind of use that time at the end of the year just to come back and feel, not only have I done all this great stuff for Hearthstone, but individually I'm able to learn and grow. Well, thank you.
Hi, I wanted to ask, what does a normal work week look like for you guys at Blizzard?
I can start off. I mean, for me, because I'm a lead, I'm probably in a lot more meetings than I would like to be. But typically, at least at the lead level, a lot of these meetings are very important because you're making decisions about kind of the long-term future of the game and about our interactions with the other teams. So that takes up maybe like 50% of my week. And then a lot of my time is also spent making sure that the people on the server team, my team, are engaged and doing interesting work, and they're enjoying that. And then I probably spend like a couple hours a week coding, But that's about it at this point.
Yeah, I can add a little to that as well, since I'm sort of on the other end of that right now, where I'm an individual contributor on our team. So I have a lead, and he tries to keep me engaged with the good work. So a lot of my time is dedicated to just solving those problems that are sort of given to me and discovered as well. Obviously, we have the autonomy to be able to discover if something needs to be done and get that done. And you'll hear this a lot probably throughout all of this talk, but it's sort of different per game team. It depends how they decide it's best to manage their people and how they work best.
I also think it's important to say that we also spend a little time playing video games with our coworkers.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what lunch is about.
Well, thank you.
Hi, I was wondering if Blizzard is more of a DevOps operation or whether there's a more rigid separation between developers and operations.
It's a great question.
On Battle.net, for example, we have DevOps embedded with a lot of our teams. You know, operationalizing our platform is the key to how we are continuously striving to keep our systems up. You know, how do we keep them up? How do we keep them fast? And if it's something where you just toss it over the wall, it's never going to work, right? So we actually have them embedded with the team. We actually have a lot of our team, you know, QAs embedded, DevOps embedded, system reliability engineers. So when we're going and pushing something new, it's get all of those people involved as early as possible so we can do the right rollout solution. You know, is it something that we can auto scale, or is it something we can't? Is it something, you know, how do we push it live? So right there from the start.
Yeah, I have some pretty strong feelings about this whole topic because a previous company I worked at had a strategy that I don't necessarily agree with. I think it's really important, like Andrew mentioned, to not throw things over the fence. And you know, the common phrase is, you know, eat your own dog food as well. Is we need to make sure that we are experiencing the same problems that everyone else is experiencing, and then. And so for us, for Team 5, we don't actually. The Hearthstone team, we don't actually have a DevOps team per se. There is a live ops team, but everyone on the team is responsible for what happens with everything. And that's really important to us.
Yeah, I want to second that as well. It's the same on the Diablo team. It's very important. You're not just pushing a game out for people to enjoy and then just sort of forgetting and moving on to something else. That game is living and breathing, and it's everyone's job, gladly, to keep it running as best as it can. And everyone pulls their own weight on that.
Well, thank you. Next question.
Hello. I would like to know what sort of freedom do you have to choose programming languages to solve the different challenges that you face in your day-to-day work or to develop new products? Are you restrained by the platforms that you run on, or is there some ability to innovate there?
Yeah. I can start on that. I feel that we have a lot of freedom to do some exploration on what's the best. I know with the mobile team, especially now, the platforms are changing very rapidly, so we're always looking for what is the next best thing, whether it's the best language, you know, with iOS, it's like Swift is the best native language moving forward, or if there's any way that we can share code between the different platforms. And a lot of times people actually do their own research and bring their case for whether or not this is going to be something that we should be using as a team, and we decide on that as a team.
The other thing is oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add that we try to strike a balance. Sometimes it makes a lot of sense for things to be more consistent and for it to be more standardized, but then sometimes it's also important to also look into the future and what else is out there.
We also probably use pretty much any programming language or stack you can think of. We have literally everything. You know, it may be a particular team. This is our framework. This is what we do because you know, if you have a one-off that doesn't work well, but you know, we have C#, Java, C++, Swift, you know, Node. Like we have everything, you know, and use the right tool for the right job.
Well, thank you.
So I was just kind of curious, what do you guys do to continue to hone in your skills? Because I've recently graduated and just kind of want to know, what do you do after? What to do?
I can start with that. So I think one of the most important things is to do stuff, whatever that stuff is, like we talked earlier about projects or open source initiatives, and complete them. Because during the process of completion, you're going to learn that there are sacrifices to be made and compromises to be made. And once you learn those sorts of decision-making skills, those are really, really valuable. And then the second thing is just understand the technologies, right? So we've been listing off a whole bunch of different technologies that we use. And the more familiarity you have with them, the better.
I would prefer to see, as a hiring manager, I'd prefer to see you know one language really well or one skill really well than to know a plethora of languages all very, superficially. So I think I would add that.
I like to follow popular blogs and news channels for the technologies I'm trying to learn. And it's also really common for conferences to publish their talks online. And it's you have to look and dig a little bit, but there's lots of free content out there. And another thing that's really helpful is you have to really geek out about the stuff you're learning. If you can figure out, if you're not geeking out while you're learning it, you need to take a step back and just figure out what about that technology makes you enjoy it, and then go from there.
Don't be afraid to try something new. Learn it and make a ton of mistakes, but learn that at home and make a ton of mistakes. At work, already have an idea of hey, we can maybe use this, but at home, I have so many projects where it's man, I made a mess of this, but I learned something out of it. So just keep trying new things.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Justin. I've been working as a dev for about 5 years now, and one thing that I've just started to learn coming out of college is dealing with legacy systems is always really fun, interesting. I'm sure you guys have a lot of experience with that. Some of your games are a decade old, which is really impressive. And so one thing that I was wondering is, what are some of the legacy systems that you've worked with that you found really interesting? Or what's your favorite inline comment that you saw that's just been there forever and you're just yeah, that's a good one?
Code archaeology.
Yeah. I have something on this. When I was first hired, I worked on BattleNet, and at the time, we did a weekly rotation for people to handle sort of those legacy issues, tickets that would come in for those legacy systems, which by this point, I think there was one person who knew how it all worked. Probably not that bad, but it felt that way anyway. So part of this was to rotate everyone through so we could spread this knowledge around and everyone could know. So I had to work on a ticket for Diablo 2, which meant that I had to go into the Diablo 2 server code, which I was not familiar with at all. And it was very enlightening to go back through that code. The particular issue was some people would log in and it would say they were banned and they were not banned. And so they were what's going on? And going through it, we eventually figured out we were trying to, by this point in time, we had made more registration keys, CD keys for the game, such that there were more bits associated with that CD key than the code was assuming. And so it was trying to shove in a higher precision value into, it was trying to shove 64 into 32, essentially. And so you'd get those lower 32 and be oh, this guy's banned because his lower 32 bits match this other random guy that got banned somewhere else. So it was really fun. It was fun digging through that old code and figuring those kinds of issues out.
Way back when, before Hearthstone was actually integrated into BattleNet, our previous tech director, his name was Bob, created kind of a pseudo BattleNet type system for Hearthstone to be able to work, and he called it BobNet. And so all over the code, there are comments about BobNet. And nowadays, no one knows what that is, but that's from many, many years ago.
Well, thank you.
Hi. I was wondering if you guys work closely with data scientists or analysts, and how much data analytics do you guys use?
We use a ton. So our BI guys, first of all, they're amazing. And they do all these cool graphs. I don't know data science very well, so I'm just going to use layman's terms, but graphs. Cool graphs that tell us things like, we have like a meta report that tells us in Hearthstone, what sorts of cards are popular, what sorts of cards are doing well, the correlation between two different cards and stuff like that. So, I mean, the amount of data that we consume is just phenomenal, and the pipes that this data comes through are very, very large. But there's some really amazing stuff that comes out of that.
Yeah, for mobile is my familiarity, and we have to put a lot of analytics in our applications because we need to know how people are using the app. It's really important to understand how they're using the app and what they may or may not be doing a lot, because you usually only hear from like the crashes or the big asks, but we just want to know from like the common user who may not actually directly contact us. And so analytics are a big part of it, and we have some very smart people analyzing that and setting up how it's going to be put in place.
From a mathematical standpoint, what I really enjoy working with our BI team with is on the matchmaking for Hearthstone, and that's where I think the rubber meets the road, because they actually look at all the numbers, they do the analysis, and then they say, okay, in order to adjust our matchmaking so that we have the nice perfectly formed curve that we want, these are the numbers that you need to put into the system. So as a software engineer, you understand how to craft code, but the more higher mathematical understanding of what's going on in the meta, it's very important that we have them to help us do our jobs. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for coming today. I had a question. So I was wondering, in terms of career as an engineer with Blizzard, I was wondering, when I go on the job site month after month, I see so many senior software engineering positions, but not as many entry-level kind of positions. And I was just wondering what recommendations you'd give for someone who's 2 years out of a Bachelor's of Science program in mechanical and software engineering, with some work experience using AutoCAD, education work experience using C++ and Java. I'm just wondering, what recommendations you would have in terms of, being able to start as a software engineer, for instance, with Blizzard, because I've noticed that, at least from my observations and speaking with people, it seems like either people, starting QA and then they upgrade to a position, or they go to a super specialized, college of gaming design or something, or gaming engineering, or they just have worked for years and years as an engineer in a different company or bigger companies, and they come to Blizzard. And I was just wondering, if you guys could maybe talk a little about, how you became engineers at Blizzard, and also if you know, or any of you or know other people in your department that came in as, more recent college grads, and kind of how they make that transition and get a career with Blizzard, because it just, to me, it seems like kind of a mystery. And I'm so happy you guys come here today to this panel too, because all previous years I've never seen this before, so I really appreciate your input.
I do want to say something up top about this, which may not directly answer your question, but I do want to get it out there, which is always apply. Like, I can speak to so many times before I got at my job here where I psyched myself out, like seeing what the positions were, just seeing, oh, this is Blizzard, I'll never get in. Oh, this position requires too much experience, or I don't necessarily have XYZ skill, so I shouldn't even bother applying. I cannot stress enough, always, always, always apply. It's their problem to figure out if you have what they're looking for. But if you don't, it's that old saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And so, there's more to it than that, but at a base level, I cannot stress enough, just put your name in the hat, apply, just apply.
My team's actually hiring level people. We're always looking for smart people. If we put a framework out there, or something like, we want someone to be familiar with such and such, that's something we prefer. That's something we're using. That's something where if you know it off the bat, that's extra. But really, we want smart people, people who aren't afraid of challenges, people that aren't coming in with, no, we're going to do this way. there's a lot of times reasons why things are done a certain way. So having an open mind and kind of having a tool chest to sort of go, I'm I'm solid at programming. Maybe I'm not solid in Java. Maybe I'm solid in C#. Could you learn it? I'm sure you could if you're smart at that. So apply anyways. You know, we've had multiple people where we've hired on my team that didn't use Java, but that's our main platform. They picked it up and, you know, they're pumping out solid work regularly. So yeah, apply. Like, absolutely apply. There are a ton of entry-level positions, and if you're in school, please check out the internship program. We've had some of our, you know, brightest people that are moving up in the company come from the engineering team. You know, Hearthstone's had people, you know, we have someone who came through our engineering program who is on my team who's doing great, so apply.
I don't think it's important that you go to a game development school if you want to get into Blizzard. I think what's important is that whatever school you go to, that you get the most out of that experience you possibly can, which starts with you. So I personally went to public higher education. I didn't benefit from going to an Ivy League or anything, and I'm sitting here on this stage with, you know, my esteemed colleagues, and I'd like to think that everyone here can do that. And actually, there are a fair number of people who didn't even go to college. They came right out of high school. They're very smart. They're very passionate. So I think passion and determination is a very important attitude to have, and ultimately, that will carry you very far in life, not just here at Blizzard. And also, I think you should write a good cover letter, because I know at least one of the guys here reads them.
Yeah.
Well, at least two.
Because this is an important topic I want to add too, I think it's really important to have something to show. I mean, whether that is a side project or something that you're passionate about, something that you can kind of showcase that you've been a part of in the past. And also, there is a lot of hope. I mean, Blizzard hires a lot of new grads. And so it's not just a bunch of seniors, engineers. And so, yeah, there's a lot of hope. And then we have a big internship program, as was stated, and new grads get hired often.
Well, thank you for that great question.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Ryan. It's difficult to account for everything in a plan, and certainly requirements change. But do you have any techniques or methodologies used to prevent rework, particularly when coordinating with other teams?
Loud voices. Actually, I'll answer that seriously. I mean, so I like to say sometimes that there needs to be a healthy conflict between different disciplines. And maybe conflict is too strong of a word, but ultimately, you have to understand that everyone wants the same long-term goal. So for myself, for example, for my team, everyone on the Hearthstone team wants Hearthstone to be successful. But different teams will have different views of how to accomplish that. And so, for example, when I'm in a meeting with production and design and art and so on, we're all going to have our own views of what is the most important thing in order for Hearthstone to continue to be successful. And no one person is right or wrong. It's just different perspectives. And so at that point, it's a matter of, you know, learning to negotiate and compromise. And so for myself, oftentimes I'm in those meetings saying, well, wait, we don't want to do that because our system is not going to be able to scale, or it's too late in the development cycle and you add too much risk. But other people are going to say other things. And eventually, you hope to be able to come to some sort of consensus and do what's right for the game.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for taking our questions. And I'm somebody who works in software right now. I'm looking to transition into hardware. And something that interests me was server architecture and how the hardware behind all of the software operates and works with software. And when you brought up the DDoS question, that got me, or DDoS answer, that got me thinking about how you handle the sheer amount of traffic coming in and out, and what sort of hardware and software solutions you have to mitigate, you know, DDoS attacks or any other sort of high volume traffic, basically.
So when I'm hiring for the server team, there's a couple of things I'm looking for that's outside of maybe some of the other engineering disciplines. One of them is you always need to be thinking about scalability. So if that is not forefront on your mind, then maybe a different discipline is more appropriate for you, but scalability is always going to be a super important thing for us. And then the second part of it is, oftentimes when we get software engineering applications, most of the time they're for gameplay. And for obvious reasons, like I said earlier, there's this kind of visceral feel-good moment when you see gameplay stuff work. But when I'm interviewing for server people, one of the things I look for is, do you get joy out of seeing a well-running system? And I do. And I want to look for other people that, get that same joy. Wow, all these servers are running. We've got X number of people logging in at the same time, and it's all going smoothly. Like, to me, that's really exciting. And I'm looking for people who find that exciting as well. So I think that, those are a couple of really important aspects, at least for me.
Yeah, I would like to also add, it's important when you're designing your software and your architecture to horizontally scale as much as you can. And also, it's really important to know how to monitor the pieces that you're responsible for, so that if there is something like a Blizzcon, there's high load events coming in, that you can monitor it well and see where the bottlenecks are and address them by adding hardware and configuring accordingly.
Data segregation is another important thing. How do you don't want, if one team is having, maybe a large event, you don't want to cause an outage on another team. So you want to be able to architect your application in a way where, when it's appropriate, you can segregate data. It could be maybe something stored in a different place. It could be you have a separate pool of servers. If you're going to build your application that way, the last thing you want is to have an application that requires just bigger and bigger and bigger servers. So you're going to run into problems with that. So the best thing to do is write code that is going to scale horizontally and not cost a ton to do it. And then when you do, keep growing, how do you deal with the fact that you're going to end up with bottleneck somewhere? So how do you deal with that bottleneck in a way that's not going to require something to be completely rewritten? So, yeah.
Yeah, something else to add to that, on top of, part and parcel with horizontal scalability is having good fault tolerance with your horizontal scalability, because, if your system is set up such that when one server goes down, it kicks off 20,000 people or something like that, that's maybe not as ideal as what you would hope for, other than maybe when it crashes or shuts down or anything else, other things just sort of take up the responsibility, maybe something like that.
Actually, there's one other thing that I thought of, is graceful degradation of services. So, for example, if some part of the game has a problem, the ability to shut that part of the game off, but allow people to still enjoy the rest of the game, is really important as well, right? You don't want to kick everyone off just because there's some small portion of your system that isn't working correctly.
So it's a great view of what we're doing internally to be able to address those issues. But I think we'd be a bit remiss if we didn't acknowledge that we have some great partners that we work with outside of Blizzard, from our data provider, our internet providers, and other companies that manage the traffic of the internet. And we actually work with them when we're having problems. It's as if somebody comes in banging on your door, and they're trying to get in. What do? Well, you hopefully will call the police, because they can, help you from the other side. So we do partner with those companies. So we do our part, and we ask them to do their part. And I think that's how we've been able to manage these issues in the past. Thank you.
I was wondering what advice you would have for a high school student who wanted to pursue a career in coding?
So first of all, I'm going to mention this for obvious reasons. There's a summer camp called Girls Do Code, and that is actually something that Blizzard is involved in as well. I think we've been seeing a lot of good success coming out of that. In general, I think it's really important to find out what you're passionate about. So, obviously, software engineering is kind of a very broad topic. So it's important to try a lot of different things and see what speaks to you. I think that's going to be one of the more important things to do, at least at this point.
Are you taking any CS classes or anything like that?
I was thinking about it, but not at the moment, no.
If you can, enroll in CS. If you can't do that, check out Khan Academy. Check out anything. Just try and just start writing code for things. It doesn't need to be perfect. Early in my career, I spent a ton of time just trying to make the perfect thing. You end up with one beautiful file that does almost nothing. So when you're starting out, just try and write lots of little things. Like you'll learn to get better at it over time, but just write basic things. One of the things I find is try to do something visual where you can get rapid iteration. You're first programming, a lot of times you're writing a basic loop that spits out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Figure out maybe there's a way you could move that onto the screen. Maybe you could have it spit out something on a web page. Maybe you can have it do something that's going to continuously keep your interest to where something you thought you were going to spend an hour on, you spent a whole evening on. Just make sure to do your homework and stuff like that too.
I think being here in a community that we have here is also a big help, because people here, I think, will support you in your goals and your desires to learn how to code and maybe make games or maybe do something else. But there are a lot of people, a lot of diverse experiences here, and I think you should reach out to them, ask them if they're coders. I think if you see any of us around on the show floor, go ahead, stop us, ask us how we got into it. But I think it's ultimately, as we've said, do your homework, your studies, take classes, go on the internet, a lot of resources. I think there's a lot out there to help you. Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering, how does Blizzard engage with or contribute to the world outside of video games, like setting industry standards or engaging with academics even, for example?
I can mention a little about that. Just I haven't myself done this, but I know a number of engineers at our company are contributing to, have made proposals and such to the C++ standard. It's escaping me which explicit ones they've done. I think modules might have been one, but I'm sorry that I don't have more detail on it. But I know there are a number of engineers who are heavily involved with contributing to C++. Premake is another one. That's a very good point. Premake, there's heavy contribution to that project.
RabbitMQ, SumSpring. I think Web and Mobile actually recently had some contributions. There's people that do things all the time on that. Qt is another one that I know we've contributed patches upstream to. There's open source. There's GDC. There's always GDC. Before I got to Blizzard, I loved just going and finding out what was on GDC. What are some of the really cool presentations. I love the GDC talk for StarCraft 2 for how screen space ambient occlusion was being done. That's one of my favorite papers when I first was trying to get excited about the game industry, to just sort of read how that stuff. So there's a ton of things out there. Just got to kind of take a look for it.
All right, thank you very much. So I think we'll have time for maybe one, maybe two quick questions.
Hi, I'm MVP of your Blizzard Web API forum, and I was wondering how you guys think about enabling third-party developers to build awesome tools around the game.
So one of the initiatives that we have actually is game data. So I believe there's some data that we publish there for consumption by third parties. I'm not that familiar with other things.
Dev.battle.net is where the game data API is. We're always striving to try and put out more and more stuff. There's nothing really that we have to really talk about now, but it's a thing that we're constantly hey, how can we expose this to people who want to build things on our platform?
Oh, thank you. I think we do have time for more questions.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Joseph Ogor, and I'm a graduate student currently in data engineering. And I was wondering, we use data to build models to predict the future. So I was wondering if there are any teams on the engineering team that kind of use like you said, the data analysts provide you all this information to somehow predict how new cards and new characters will influence the game, and kind of to try to keep the game balanced. Because I know when Pirate Warrior came out in Hearthstone, I was like, why are there so many Pirate Warriors on the ladder? And to just try to minimize and the balance and maximize the balance that's happening across the game. I was wondering if you guys utilize any of the data to build those types of models, maybe validate with simulation or anything like that.
I think, well, so first of all, this is probably a question that's better asked for designers, because ultimately they're the ones that consume a lot of the analysis that BI does in order to decide what to do next. In terms of the pirate warrior specific part of the question, there were a lot of them, but I don't think they were doing so well compared to everything else that they were necessarily a problem. And I mean, this is less of an engineering question, but you know, there's a world for kind of relatively cheap decks that people can play, and Pirate Warrior kind of fit the bill for that.
Well, thank you very much. I think we're about out of time, so I just want to thank everyone here in the room and also on the virtual ticket for joining us. And I can say for myself, I think as also for the gentleman here, is that what makes all this worth it for me is all of you. So thanks for coming again, and we'll see you hopefully tonight at the concert, and enjoy the show.
Welcome to the Sound of Blizzard Cinematics panel.
Good morning, BlizzCon. Welcome to the Sound of Blizzard Cinematics panel. We're really excited for you to be here on an early morning. My name is Caroline Hernandez, and I'm the senior sound producer for the cinematics department. We have a great panel for you this morning. We're going to be discussing an overview of the pipeline for the cinematic sound team. We're going to be covering everything from sound design to dialogue processing, localization, mixing, and music. So please stay till the end of the panel, as we have a live performance planned by our talented music department. Thank you. Before we get started, I want to take a moment to introduce our incredibly talented team. Our lead supervising sound designer, Paul Menachini. Sound designer, Alex Ephraim. Sound designer, Isaac Hammonds. Music director, Derek Duke. Four-time Academy Award-winning re-recording mixer, Gary Summers. Composer, Sam Carden. Woo! And our very own cinematic project director, Ben Dye. So first up, Paul is going to discuss a little bit about the sound design behind the Last Bastion cinematic.
That's right. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Menachini. I've been doing the sound for Blizzard Cinematics for about 16 years now. The first cinematic I want to discuss is The Last Bastion, which is an Overwatch short. It's the story of this military robot who gets lost and abandoned in the woods years ago and wakes up one day when he's a little bird accidentally triggers his programming. Bastion struck me as sort of a little kid seeing the world for the first time. In pretty much all of our cinematics, we have either dialogue or voiceover, but this one was unique in that we had neither one. So the sound, music, and visuals carried the entire story. This gave us the opportunity to express things that might otherwise come across with the dialogue. For instance, in several spots, we manipulated the pitch of Bastion's servos to convey emotions like sadness or surprise. This also came across through his vocalizations, which were these short tonal blurbs. And when Bastion first wakes up and starts to move, we mixed in the sound of an old sputtering car engine along with his servos and hydraulics to get across how decrepit he had become. And logically, this should have sounded out of place, but it actually worked pretty well. We also mixed in the sound of some rusty squeaks and ronks into his movements, which gradually disappeared as the story progressed. And unlike many of our cinematics, which start out big and epic and just get bigger, this one had some of the most extreme contrast between soft, peaceful atmospheres and loud, terrifying action. So in these next clips, I want to give an overview of how we approach the sound for a cinematic. It's typically broken down into several layers, which we also call stems. First, there's the music stem and the dialogue stem, which are pretty self-explanatory. And then we have the sound effects stem, which could be just about anything from beeps, dog barks, car engines, to doors, guns, explosions, designy, subjective effects that don't exist in the real world, or just about anything else. And then the background layer is an ambience bed made up of things like birds, wind, waves, crickets, and then we have the Foley stem. And the Foley is the recording of sound effects live to picture. So a lot of times, usually footsteps or handling of objects are done by a Foley team. In this case, Ganymede's wing flaps and feet were done by Foley. So anyway, here's a clip that demonstrates these layers. First, we're going to hear just the Foley, then just the effects, and then the backgrounds. Okay, and here's the final mix with all three. Oh, sorry. Okay, and now here's the final mix with all 3 stems plus the music. So in this next clip, Bastian hears a woodpecker in the distance and it confuses him and triggers his programming. He thinks he may be hearing a weapon, and we synced and mixed in the sound of a machine gun with the woodpecker hits, making it louder each time. That clip also demonstrates some of the drastic variation between relative peace and quiet and extreme chaos. So that was sort of a bird's eye view of how we approach the sound. In the next cinematic legacy of the Void, I want to go a little deeper into the creation of some of the sound design.
The swarm brought ruin to our world. Our proud people became refugees. And yet, they could not shatter our unity.
Okay, so the first clip I'm going to play is a slow motion scene where we follow the energy of the Kala as it travels from one Protoss to another.
For we are bound by the Kala, the sacred union of our every thought and emotion.
The software that we mainly use is called Pro Tools. Most TV shows and feature films also use this, and it's pretty much the standard in the industry. Each layer or stem of effects, BGs, or Foley usually consists of anywhere from dozens to hundreds of individual tracks of sounds. This next clip shows some of the tracks from my Pro Tools session for the slow-mo scene. So many times when doing sound design for a slow motion scene, we'll pitch sounds down, make them sound kind of muted or underwater to give it a dreamy effect. In this case, I used some apps and plugins to do time stretching and convolving of files instead. Rather than describe what they do, here are some examples. This first sound is a simple sound of a metal fireplace poker falling to the ground. By stretching it and convolving it, I turned it into this. And also this. There's basically an endless number of sounds you could use as a starting point, and here is an unprocessed bell tree. And here are several examples of sounds created from that source. This one has some modulation in it. And this one has some pretty heavy granular stretching that sort of smears the sound. All right, so here are some other sounds that I use that are more organic, made from processed voices and breaths. So here are some of those processed stretch sounds I played earlier used in the scene. The next scene I'll discuss is the Protoss Psyblade, which is their energy weapon. So I'm going to start by showing my session with the final design elements. I started by creating a steady pulsing sound, which is made up of several layers of electrical hum sounds or sizzly sounding hums, plus a synthy pulsing hum sound. And here are those sounds mixed together to make the basic sound. One of the tools we use are plugins that create Doppler effects. A Doppler effect is what you hear when a car, jet, or missile goes by really fast. So we use these tools to simulate this effect to make things like design whooshes, or in this case, the sound of the Psyblade makes when swinging it fast. I use this processing on the electrical hum bass you just heard. And years ago, I made some electrical whip hits, and I used these as the bass for the Psyblade impacts. When you take a vinyl or satin jacket and rub it against itself or against a microphone, you get this sort of zuzzy sound. And if you take pieces of that and hype them up with EQ and compression, you can end up with electrical sounding pieces. All right, so now here are some of the elements in my final session. And here is everything all together. Okay, the last, thanks. So the last thing I want to talk about is the slow-mo Protoss energy shield scene. All right, I don't have much time left, so I'm just going to audition some of the sounds that made up that shield hit. The rest of the cinematic has some great visuals with some really fun sound design. I'm going to end by just playing a clip of one of my favorite sequences from this piece. Okay, that's it. Thank you. So next up is Alex Ephraim. Sorry. Is Alex Ephraim to talk about dialogue processing.
Thank you, Paul.
They told me to click it.
Now you see, with the essence of the great betrayer, your people fulfill their purpose.
Great. So what you just heard just now is the bare unprocessed dialogue of the character Amon in StarCraft II: Legacy of the Void. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how we got from that example you just heard into the final result that is played in the pre-animated sequences of the game. Now, before we do any manipulation of any kind, we like to ask ourselves a few questions and go over some criteria, because before we even get the dialogue, there's a whole series of elements that goes through casting and performance and direction, and we don't want to take the dialogue in a certain sound that it's not meant to go. So we like to ask ourselves, what is the role of the character and how do they fit into the game? What is the sound, the tonal qualities of the voice, and how is it performed, the cadence? Do they have a few lines? Do they have many lines? Are they conversational? So going from this example, we know that the voice, it's pretty deep. It's not very conversational. It's very confident. It's got a gravelly tone to it. We also know that Amon is the main villain of the final chapter of StarCraft, a game that's been going on for many years at this point. So we needed to make this character bigger and badder than anything the players had ever heard before. We also know that the character doesn't really have a form. He kind of takes over, in this case, the Protoss' minds, but I wanted to replicate that effect to the players and have Amon infiltrate your minds. So going from that, we have our basic direction and we begin the manipulation. What you see before you is my Pro Tools setup, in which I have divided the voice up into 5 layers. Each layer is duplicated. The dialogue is the exact same on each layer, but emphasized differently. The first 2 layers, I have pitched the unprocessed audio that you've just heard down 2 semitones. Now, when you pitch down audio, it tends to dull it a little bit. So I used harmonic enhancers to bring that back out into a natural quality, and then also have it jump out of the speakers a little bit and increase the intelligibility. On the second layer, I've duplicated that, but instead of emphasize intelligibility, I decided to give it some weight, and I enhanced the low end significantly. Additionally, I spread the image of the voice so that it's more immersive and overwhelms the player a little bit. Combining those 2 elements, you get a sound like this.
Now you see, with the essence of the great betrayer, Your people fulfill their purpose.
Great, so now I have the foundation of the dialogue. The tone is going in a direction that's proper for the character, but it doesn't really quite sit in your head. It needs to feel like it's manipulating the player a little bit. Also, he speaks very slowly, and so I could take advantage of some time-based effects. So it's been broken down into 3 additional layers. The first 2 layers, as you can see here, the first 2 layers have been pitched down an additional 6 semitones to give it a sort of animalistic, primal sound, a sort of underlying growl to make it seem more threatening. And then it's been processed through some reverb to have the dialogue trail off a little bit. And then it's been put through a vocoder to give it a sort of a whispery sound. And then on top of that, it's been put through a complex chain of echoes to give it a sort of whispery, toxic leaching effect, kind of like the sonic equivalent of smoke trailing off of a cigarette. And then on the 3rd layer, we use something called preverb. Traditionally with reverb, it trails off of the audio. But with preverb, it ramps up into the dialogue, giving it a sort of sucking vacuum effect. My thinking here was, because Amon is living inside your head, he's kind of telegraphing his thoughts, and you can hear them. It's kind of like if you're communicating an idea to somebody, or if you're writing something down, or if you're performing an action yourself, you think about what you're going to do before you do it. And so this was kind of the audio equivalent to illustrate that point. Combining these 3 layers, you get this. So then I take that underlying layer, which I've just played for you, and I stack on the foundation on top of that, and we get the final result.
Now you see, with the essence of the great betrayer, your people fulfill their purpose. My host body is forged. With it, I bring an end to the cycle, an end to the infinite suffering.
There you have it. Up next, we have Isaac Hammonds, and he's going to tell you a little bit about localization.
All right, so Think Globally is one of Blizzard's 8 core values. It's cast in bronze outside of our campus courtyard in Irvine. People play our games all around the world, and we want them to feel at home when they are. And the localization is the process of adapting and translating our franchises for specific regions and countries around the world. Currently, we're doing that for 13 other languages, depending on the game, and not including English. When it comes to cinematic sound, Think Globally means ensuring that we're delivering as powerful an experience as that is the original English. But how do we do that? How do we ensure that the emotion in this carries over to another language, say French? Once timing locks for any of our cinematics, our localization partners get to work. They can't translate word for word, just languages don't work that way. They have to rework phrases and their sentences in order to fit the timing of their original English, but keep the meaning and the spirit and the emotion alive. After recording, we're delivered individual audio tracks for each character, and it's our job to keep everything organized and mobile. We want to be able to listen to any part of our cinematic in English and then instantly go to a different language. We want to make sure that Amon's processing is just as good in German or Korean. This is the dialogue session for the Sombra cinematic. You can see every single language is right on top of each other. They mirror each other. We can check one for one, make sure everything is there. Nothing's missing, nothing's left out, nothing's out of place. Doesn't mean that everything's always the same, though. Setups change, schedules fill up. It's too big of a world for everything to be exact. Our French partners, for example, they sent over photographs and diagrams and documentation just to ensure that we are guided through their way of thinking, and it ultimately sets us up for success while we're editing and finally in the mix. Situations like these naturally lead to unique and creative differences. The cinematic One Night in Karazhan, for example, had some really interesting parts for our German and simplified Chinese languages.
Play life-size chess, but don't dare cheat. Most of all, das macht beim Schach. Keine falschen Moves, entspannt euch ganz.
The Hearthstone cinematics, the musicals have been especially complex, but a lot of fun. Localization, they have to fit their translations into the English-based tempo as well as everything else. The Hearth and Home cinematic had 48 individual tracks of talking and singing. That's 672 tracks of dialogue across all languages. It's a lot of work, but in the end, it really paid off.
Where am I? Where are you? ¿Dónde estoy? Oben endroit. Niebieska jest. Kiedy magia planszy tej ożywa w nas. 活下来，感觉自己存在。今日のグレラはペレストラピア。さあ君がどこにいるか教えよう。Bist du sie, die Macht der Magie? Hörst du, wie der Yamadi? Ahuga, 치따윈 상관없어. Robon fight to meet a hero. Solo quiere acabar contigo. Vamos sobreviver. Kontakt surgel.
Next, we're going to hand it over to Derek Duke, and he's going to start discussing mixing.
Cool, so before we get started, I'm going to show a little video.
I am in position.
The world needs us now, more than ever. Are you with me?
Status. Oh, I'm working on it.
Live with honor. Die with glory.
Cool, so we're going to keep this discussion pretty casual. I wanted to kick it off with Gary and ask him just how he got started with working with Blizzard and what his general approach to mixing with us is and how it differs, if any, with feature film mixing.
Yeah, I started with, I've been mixing sound for motion pictures for about the last 35 years. About a year and a half ago, Blizzard contacted me about mixing their cinematic shorts. I started with Ben's film, Last Bastion. And my approach to these cinematics is not much different than feature films. Each one of these little cinematics tells a story. Maybe it's a story about a character's past, Bastion, his backstory, or the story of Reinhardt. And so that story needs to be told through both picture and sound. And so my goal is to take the sound that I've been given, the dialogue, the music, the sound effects, and put them together in a way that yields the best emotional response and the best clear telling of that story. And in any given moment, it can be a line of dialogue, it can be music, it can be a combination of sound effects and music, or sometimes the absence of sound. If you saw the Reinhardt video, there's a point in it where it goes into sort of a stylized slow motion, and a lot of the sound is taken out, and it's just sort of an impression of the sound, and the music takes over. And so there's always a give and take emotionally of what you want to hear to carry the story that the director's telling in the cinematic. And Ben, or the director, is the lead. I follow his direction in at any given moment what sounds need to be heard to tell the story. The shots come on very quickly, and so in order to tell that story, when that shot's on the screen, you have to take the audience's eye to what part of the screen they need to see in order to understand what's going on in the shot. So a lot of times you have to be very specific.
Okay, so that's a good chance. So Ben, when you come to the stage, what is it that you bring, and where's the first spot that you jump in with Gary?
Well, usually I come in when Gary would take a pass at a broad stroke of mix, which including a brief mix of music, dialogue, and sound effects. And to me, my job is sort of tell Gary or communicate to Gary what I want in a certain scene. And for example, that Reinhardt scene when he slowed down, everything slowed down into slow-mo, kind of a dreamlike state. When I first heard Paul's mix, Paul added a lot of extra sounds in it. Every object had a song, and there's a running joke that with me and Paul is you'll make all these amazing sound effects, and then I will pull them out little by little. By the end of the mix, music covers everything. And he'll walk out of the room mad at me for a month. But Paul's been super nice. He's been accommodating all my crazy ideas. But going back to the mix, I heard for the first time I heard the mix, and it sounded really good because everything had a purpose to it. Every sound had a purpose to it. But the piece felt different from when I first conceived it. Because there's a lot of extra stuff. I feel like I'm getting distracted by the bullets that's hitting, Bash or Reinhardt in a corner, or the explosion that's happening. So I was talking to Gary. I was like, you know what? I don't know how to. I can't do your job. I don't know how to tell you this, but I want a certain feel. And then he would just say, all right, I got it. He'll turn around and start moving knobs and pushing sliders, and then a minute later he's like, hey, how's that? And then it was like, oh, that's what I was thinking, So I think learning from working with Gary and Sam too, both, I feel like I don't have to do anything or everything. I just need to communicate what I want to these guys and these professionals, even Paul too. Like everyone know so good. I mean, they know exactly what they want to do, and I just need to tell them what I want, and they gave me what I want.
So I'm curious, Sam. A lot of this happens once the music is out of your hands. What's that like? You finish the score mix, and then you sort of have to let it go, and this all happens, in a world that's kind of beyond you, and then it's kind of finished.
I feel pretty safe with this group because Blizzard, it's in their DNA. They love music. It's so obvious that they love it, and I so appreciate that because that is just rare. And so music is always featured pretty prominently, but if you want to hear your music, you don't do music for video games or movies. If you want to just hear that, nothing else. It's a collaborative art, and so I appreciate that everyone's artistry, everyone's talent. It's a culmination of all those things that makes it really special. Gary is a world-class, unbelievable talent. I know that he will take it and craft it in the right kind of a way. And when I saw Gary, we've worked together the first time maybe 25 years ago. And I saw him bringing up a layer of dialogue, and he was able to see it visually. And I was watching him work the music, and every little nook and cranny, he would just inch it up, even a split second. And so you always got a feeling that the music was present. So I feel, in answer to your question, it's in good hands. I feel like people who love music are taking care of it. And so I feel very comfortable in that situation. When it needs to be featured prominently, it is.
Gary, are there any specific guidelines, like dialogue is king, or push the music as much as you can to ride the emotions? Like, are there any rules?
The rules are, again, to tell the story. If the dialogue is telling the story, and typically it is, it's the words, it's the spoken voice, and so that's somewhat the key to the narrative of the story is going to be the dialogue. So I sort of put that in a place that's very comfortable. I call it the pocket, because you want the storyteller to be telling the story in a comfortable way. You don't want it, to where you want to get away from it. You want to engage the audience. And then I'll take the music and I'll kind of weave that around the dialogue, because the music's carrying most of the emotion, most of the feeling, most of the time. And then I'll look at the sound effects and I'll find the specific ones that we need to hear to tell the story. That sound needs to be heard so that the audience understands, this is what's going on. And so it's kind of a give and take at any given moment to get, again, the feel that Ben's looking for in the piece. And again, you're trying to create a single experience, picture and sound married together, that engages the audience. And sometimes people say, sound is the unsung hero, because you shouldn't really perceive that you're listening to. You should be engaged in the piece as a single piece, not I'm listening to the sound and I'm watching a movie. It should be one thing. And that's the key for me, is to not upstage the picture with the sound and make it too much, because then you're going, oh, the sound. Well, you've just pulled them out of the experience. And so it's very important to be, to make the right choices at any given time, what you're going to hear.
Ben, so between Bastion and the other few episodes you've been working on recently, is there a difference with mixing that you've come to, like when you've come to the stage?
Absolutely. I think working with Bastion is a little different. It's very different from working with Reinhardt, for sure. So is May. Bastion has no dialogue, so that comfortable pocket that we're always relying on to tell the story isn't there. So a lot of the stuff came from ambience. We really want the audience to feel and fall in love with the jungle or the forest, just like the Bastion did. So a lot of the sound effects, sound design that Paul and his team did was translated one-on-one into the mix, and then the music, to the beautiful music that sort of bring us along with the journey that Bastion took. Yeah. So working with Reinhardt is a completely different story. It was wall-to-wall sound. There's thousands of sound effects that I wish I'm hearing everything. I'm like the kid in the candy store. I want everything. I want sound effects, I want music, and I want the dialogue all in there. And Gary's the one that sort of doing the balancing act and making sure everything, you can hear everything or proceed to hear everything, but so not killing your ears.
Cool. A question for both Sam and Gary. Is there a difference between approaching these two things because they're animated versus live action?
Good.
I don't treat it any differently. I absolutely believe Bastion is real. Bastion's animated? No, can you believe the animation? When I saw that, it was so inspiring to me to see, that bird. My gosh, or to see those nature scenes. They were so lifelike, but in this kind of utopian state. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, it's kind of almost like a better reality in some ways. Ben was very clear with his direction. Gary and I were talking about this earlier. Ben doesn't ask for stupid things, so you're never chasing stupid things. But it's a pleasure to work with somebody who has a clear vision, and you don't ever regret working when you know that there's a purpose. But to answer your question, I very much treat these things as a lifelike situation.
Yeah, I don't approach it really any different. Again, you're telling a story, whether it's a live action story or an animated story, it's basically the same. But the great thing, and just from Sam's perspective, the great thing, if you remember from Bastion, just the music that Sam did in the beginning, this very idyllic sort of thing with the forest, and it really lulled you into this. Of course, everybody knows Bastion's the killer, but now you see him in this completely different light. And it had lured you into this very idyllic thing, and then with a snap, the whole thing changes. He turns into the killer again, blows up the forest, and then the music, and he realizes he thinks he killed the bird, and the music completely goes into this emotional, and there's so much great about that short is that not one word is spoken, but the emotion that you feel through it is so intense that, I watched the folks watching the videos, and just to see their face change, they have their character going and everything, and all of a sudden they're completely out of character because they've been hit with the emotion of the piece. And it's a lot of it is the Sam's music and just how it just gripped you, and took you with the story.
So which part of the process is the most challenging?
The mixing.
Yeah.
The music.
Yeah. And the directing, right? Yeah. Like, is it the start, the finish, which part is it? Is it, actually sculpting the mix? Like, what part of the process as we're going through it?
Well,
I'm there like the whole time.
For me, it's probably, we have X amount of time to do these, so I have to very quickly try to wrap my head around what Ben's intention is, what is the framework of the story, and now I have to start learning all the elements and start putting them together into some cohesive storytelling, way. And so just me getting engaged. Once I get engaged and I'm familiar with it and we start to get on the same level and same plane, and that doesn't take that long, but that's when it becomes fun. It's now we're engaged together and it's starting to flow, and each time we play it back in the theater, there's less and less things that we need to deal with, and we really start to see the piece come to fruition, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Cool. Sam, I had a question about process. Like, is there a difference in process between any of the pieces?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the most fun things about my experience at Blizzard is just the range of things I've been asked to do. So, disco. Let's see, what else has there been? Steampunk. There's been a musical. There has been action adventure. There's been Bastion, which was kind of its own thing.
Got a pop song.
Pop song, that's right. We did a little bit Madonna-esque.
Yeah.
And to me, that is just like a kid in a candy store, to have that range of possibilities. And I approach each one of those. I try to be very authentic to each one of those stylistic treatments. And you can't be a tourist in those styles. You have to actually love the style. You have to actually know what you're doing with the styles in order to capture them. But that's the thing. Blizzard is just anything goes as long as it makes the experience more entertaining, as long as it deepens the emotion. And, what was the question?
Yeah, it was.
The difference in the approach.
Yeah, and process.
To me, the most exciting place is just the blank canvas when you're still trying to decide. You're still gathering information. You're still, you haven't dashed your expectations by the actual work. Anything is a possibility. But I'm a storyteller. Everybody on this stage is a storyteller. We, as human beings, love stories. What could possibly be better?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're about ready to get to the end here. I had you already put up the picture of the mixed crew. So there you can see one of the typical stages where we work. I think that's us mixing Bastion. Gary, did you want to say anything about what the stage is?
This is a mixing stage we mix up at Skywalker Sound up north. And I worked there for about 22 years, so it's familiar for me. But it's a great place to work, and we have fun doing these shorts. We're doing them for you guys, so we hope you enjoy them. And a lot of love and hard work goes into them. So,
cool. Thanks for talking. So up next, we have a special treat. We're going to call out the guys from the music department. I have joining me Glenn Stafford, the legendary senior composer, Tori McMaster, Leo Kaliski, and Adam Burgess. Adam put together this special arrangement of a Bastion tune. We'd like to dedicate this to Sam Carden. So here we go.
Thank you again for attending our panel. We know it was an early morning start for you guys. We'll be stage right if you want to come by and say hello or ask any questions to the crew. Thank you again.
Welcome to SoundCraft, an interactive Blizzard sound demonstration.
Sounds need to be informative, immersive, satisfying, immediately identifiable. Tell the player who's doing what and where,
while recognizing players' progress and achievements.
Inspiration almost always comes from a familiar sound.
Something that players might subconsciously recognize and connect with.
Sometimes we use sounds in unexpected ways when the goal is to unsettle or disorient.
Sounds can come from the kitchen,
your kid's toy box,
a pet.
Sometimes they require travel
and lots of patience.
But when you do find the right sound, you know it in your gut.
It's like the glue that makes everything come together.
And after you've heard it 1,000 times,
and still like what you've done,
you know that others will as well.
Today, with your help, we are going to reconstruct some of Blizzard's iconic sounds.
BlizzCon! Come on! How's everybody doing today? I gotta do the wrestling thing. How's everybody doing today? That's more like it. That's more like it. Before we get started, as you heard from the video a moment ago, this is an interactive sound panel. As far as I know, this has never been done before. But the sounds we record today aren't going to be exactly the same as the examples that we're going to show you from the final shipped products. Many of these sounds that we record today are going to have different characteristics based on, well, the size of this room, for example. It's a pretty sizable room. That's a good one. The molecules of the prop that we're using, like this, a wind singer, which was created by someone on the internet for meditational purposes. Sounds something like this. And we use this on Starlish Kel'Thuzad, just as an example. Now, the human element is something that's incredibly important when it comes to these props, because they're nothing without a performer actually creating the sounds for this and somebody recording them. So, I'd like to introduce Chris Kowalski, who's going to be our tape-off for today. Chris Kowalski. Sean Minot, who is going to be our grip. Thank you, Sean. And Felipe Pereira, who's actually probably talked to a bunch of you guys as our stagehand. So, and this is also actually your hero sound team, these the four of us, believe it or not. So, help us out. When you see this up on the screen, hopefully it'll come up here in a second. There we go. Please do your best to be awkwardly quiet as, I know, right? Silence your phones and your watches, as what we're trying to do is we're trying to capture the cleanest sound possible so we can manipulate it after the fact. Now, it may not be high noon, and he may not be dropping any beats, to my knowledge, at least. But you know our first sound designer from Overwatch, Diablo 3, and most recently, Diablo 3, Rise of the Necromancer. Please give a warm welcome to Chris Joppa!
What's up, everybody? So how many of you out there like horror movies or ghost hunting shows like I do? So then you've probably heard this sound before. So this is a waterphone. It's an inharmonic acoustic instrument based on the Tibetan drum. The waterphone creates eerie, spooky, or suspenseful sound effects by bowing or hitting the rods. When you add some water, like this, it sounds a little more magical when you give it a twist. So I personally like to use it for magical spell sound design for Diablo on occasion. Here's an example of how I used it for Diablo 3 for the Crusader skill Falling Sword. It's minimally processed by pitching it up just slightly and just adding a touch of reverb, nothing too elaborate. So in this first video I'm going to show you guys next is the full mix of the Falling Sword sound effects, which contains the waterphone element. Let's go ahead and run that video. Did you all notice it on the front of that when it launched into the air? So in this next video, I'm going to show you the waterphone soloed all by itself so you can get a better understanding of how it sounds. Let's go ahead and roll that video. Pretty neat, huh? So next, I'd like to bring up a volunteer in helping me recreate these waterphone sound effects real time. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, nice to meet you. What is your dominant hand? The right hand. So you're going to hold that there, and you're going to grab the waterphone and kind of put it on your hip a little bit and aim towards this mic. And what we're going to try and do, let me show you. So we're going to do 3 takes where there's about 2 seconds in between each take. And then Chris Kowalski over there is going to go ahead and record and edit it.
How's it going, Jennifer?
With Sean Minot's help with the microphone. So we're going to do it just like this. You're going to want to give a little twist and then wait about 2 seconds, and we'll do it 3 times. So here you go. Let's give it a shot. Got it? You're going to aim it right towards the mic. And Chris, are you ready to start rolling?
Yep, rolling.
All right, go for it. Sounds pretty cool. Chris, do you think we need to try a few more?
Sure. We can always add some more.
All right, let's get a few more. And if you can aim it a little towards up here, and Sean, if you can just hold it right there. Great, let's do 3 more. One more time. Go for it. Actually, just rotate your wrist. There you go. Okay. Now let's do 3 more. Here we go. Go for it. Think we're good, Chris?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your help, Jennifer. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. So now Chris is going to go ahead and he's editing it real time. He's going to kind of pitch it up, about 2 or 3 semitones maybe in a second?
Yeah, so I really like the second time we did it.
Okay.
The first, second, and the fourth variation were my favorites.
Awesome.
One of the things I did with this particular sound in recording, we used a dual mono microphone, and one of our microphones was actually about 10 dB lower. And you want to do that because this particular prop actually is very dynamic.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can actually ruin the take if you record too hot, which
overload
means
the
that
mic.
you have too much level going into your preamp. So what I can do here is I can actually pick the quieter side, and I'm going to reduce the length of these sounds, do a quick edit here. Let's put them closer together. Let's put a little bit of reverb on this.
Yeah,
and,
just a touch, not too much.
And pitch it up just a little bit. That sounds pretty magical to me.
Pretty close, yeah.
So what we're going to do now is we have a copy of Chris's video here, and we're going to spot these to the picture. So if you remember from the video, these sounds kind of triggered right before the Crusader takes off in this ability. So we're going to line these up really quick and give it a quick playback.
That's great.
And now we're going to bring in the final Crusader sound and play them both together.
Awesome. It's pretty close.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Great
Thank
job,
you, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Absolutely magical stuff, Chris Jampa. That's a terrible joke. All right. Our next performer would like to share the essence of a few of his sounds and the props he has collected. Everyone, Evan Chen!
How's it going, everybody? StarCraft 2 out there? Yeah, all right. Representing Anaheim. I like that. So I have here two unique sound-producing objects. This one is a Brazilian nose flute. Now, these are great for making exotic bird calls, which was perfect for StarCraft 2 because we needed all kinds of primal jungle creature sounds. Have a look. This is the Haka Co-op Commander's takeover screen, and you can see the primordial flying creature soaring high above. So I'm going to demonstrate how we created the sounds of those birds with this nose flute while Chris records. Ready, Chris?
All right, rolling.
Rolling, all right. This thing really smells. It's not the most hygienic instrument.
Awesome job, Evan.
Okay, so all right, how do we make that sound like distant outdoor canyon birds? So Chris, can you try playing that back faster, higher in pitch, and adding in some echo?
Yeah, first let me actually play these back exactly how we recorded them, just so that they can hear the difference once we do that. This is my favorite.
It's like an alarm.
We have a pretty fun job. So we're going to pitch these things up, and kind of the rule of thumb, like for sound design, is anytime you pitch something up, it kind of shrinks it in size. In this particular case, since we're trying to recreate the sound of birds, we want to make them as small as possible. So we're going to pitch these up. I don't know, what do you think?
Baker's dozen. Semitone.
Baker's dozen? All right, so we'll go 12 semitones. So on a keyboard, that's
13,
12 notes. 13. Yeah, 13? Go 13?
13, I think.
All right, 13. And just for the sake of this panel and keeping it short, I've already got a psychedelic delay going on here. Pretty cool looking. That's going to give it that distant kind of sound. Already starting to sound like alien birds.
Sounds
right?
like it. Very cool.
Pretty cool.
So here are the final sounds. Yeah. I'll wait. I can wait. Here are the final sounds all by themselves to the video. Have a look. All right, and here it is with all the other sounds which were created by Blizzard sound designer Ed Serrato out there somewhere. Have a look. All right, all right. So next I have here an Australian bull roar. This originated as an ancient ceremonial music instrument. You play this by twirling this long cord here, and it makes a fluttering tone with its spinning wooden blade. I'm going to try to demonstrate this over here while Chris records, and hopefully I won't break anything or injure Sean here. Ready, Chris?
Yeah, rolling.
Wait, hang on. Stealth mode is on. Hang on.
It's all good.
Here we go. Okay, whew. All right. So, for Diablo 3, I needed to create the sound of the Witch Doctor's Spirit Barrage ability. Take a look. So you notice how sometimes it has sort of a swirling away effect. Did you see that? How the spirit kind of spins away at the end? So that was my inspiration for using the bull roar. How does the raw recording sound, Chris?
Let me play them back really quick. Yeah. So we've got... I actually pitched them up a little bit. I think it's pretty cool.
Cool. It's a little too heavy for me. I wanted a lighter kind of a type effect. So, Chris, maybe we can filter out some of the low end, and let's see, might you have a way of taking the spectral components and shifting them higher while adding in copies of itself at randomized time and pitch intervals? Yeah, that wasn't rehearsed at all. Yeah.
Yes. So again, I've got some of these plugins like pre-instantiated here, but we do have the technology. Before, we used to actually have to do these things by hand, especially making shadow copies. But we've got a plugin here which is called Shift, which we can dial in a specific frequency range and then shift it down by 12 semitones. And then we also have a thing called Pitch Accumulator, which basically is going to allow us to kind of duplicate the sound and modulate it over time. And modulating is basically changing the amplitude and the pitch. In this particular case, we're using a saw wave to do that. And then we've got a limiter to kind of gel everything together so that we don't clip and destroy your ears. We're sorry if we did that. And then we've got some reverb, and let's play that back.
Cool, that's more like it. Let's listen to the final sounds we used just by themselves to the video. Have a look. Okay, and here they are all together with the rest of the sounds. Cool. That's it for me. I hope you guys got something out of that. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Evan.
Awesome stuff, Evan. Wow. Next up, a look at some of the sound design for Hearthstone featuring Andrew Brock.
Everything we do with creating sounds for Hearthstone is to support the fantasy and charm of playing a whimsical, magical card game while sat at a table within a Warcraft tavern. The sound needs to not only immerse you in that particular environment, but also to serve as a window into the greater world of Warcraft outside the walls of the tavern and all the stories and wonder it holds. We're always aiming for iconic, signature Blizzard whimsical charm. We're not going for realism, but often we go to the real world for sound elements that we use to bring parts of the game to life. For more fantastical sound elements, we often use synthesizers. Sounds generated this way have the advantage of cutting through the hubbub of the tavern. They bring a certain musicality to a sound effect and help reinforce other recorded elements. We often record sound using an analog tape machine because the recordings have a very appealing and warm sound that works well for the game. Sometimes we pretty much use those recordings as is because they sound so good. With card characters, we aim to give each card the feel almost of an action figure coming to life and give it a very tactile feel.
Greetings from beyond the grave.
Sometimes we use sound effects to help reinforce the character or the idea behind the card's effect or its art. do we know when a sound is complete? We know when the sound feels as though it's lived in the game for a while and feels a part of it. It's that simple. Okay, we'll return to the live stage now. We hope you've enjoyed taking a brief peek into the world of Hearthstone's sound design. Thanks for watching. Job's done.
Thank you very much, video of Andrew Brock. Our next performer has experienced tranquility and has passed through the iris. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Albania!
Hi, everyone. Any Overwatch players here? All right. Do we have any Zenyatta players here? All right, very cool. So Zenyatta is one of my favorite characters to play, and I had so much fun recording and designing his sound kit. Zenyatta is an Omnic, but there's something wise and ancient about him. So we needed a way to portray this through sound. I have two items here that we used to achieve this goal. These are bounding balls that originated in Asia almost 1,000 years ago for therapeutic and meditative purposes. Some of them are metal and have chimes like these ones here. We decided to use the recordings of the bounding balls as a core element in his orb abilities. His primary fire, his secondary fire, his harmony and discord orbs, and his ultimate transcendence. Now, let's do a basic demonstration on how we recorded and implemented some of these sounds. Let's start with Zenyatta's primary fire. Let's play a video for context. Very cool. Let's record some stuff. I'm going to need some help, though. Is there an audience member that can come up to the stage? Hi. Susan, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming up. So I'm going to give a brief demonstration of what we're going to do here. So what you're going to do is you're going to hold the bounding ball with 2 fingers, and we're going to strike it right in front of the mic, like so. All right, can you give that a try?
I think so.
Awesome, thank you. Chris, are we ready to record?
Yep, rolling.
Awesome. Great job, Susan. Okay, next what we're going to do is we're going to drop it in our hand. So we're going to hold it like this in front of the mic, and you're just going to drop it in your hand like so. Let it ring out a little bit. You want to give it a shot?
Sure.
All right. Ready to record?
Yep, rolling.
So good. Wow. Give her a hand. Thanks so much, Susan. All right. So now what we need to do is we need to do some editing and processing it to make sure that it matches the context of the video. So Chris is going to do some editing. How are we doing over there, Chris?
Yeah, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to trim these things down, these sounds, and we are going to, just quickly normalize them. And if I play this back, first of all, these are extremely delicate sounds. They're very quiet in an environment like this. They're really hard to record just because we get, some of the
all sorts of noise.
Yeah, all sorts of noise.
And that's one of the challenges to recording sometimes.
So you can hear that. That's actually the room. So we're actually going to trim these down quite a bit because we really just want the initial part of this sound. Whoa, too much bass. Whoops, that's more of like an impact. So first of all, let me actually just do this really quickly. Trim these down. And I'm going to put these down in my other layer here where I have an EQ, so I can remove some of that low end there. I also have a little bit of a delay to kind of give it that mystical element.
Yeah.
Transient controller, which basically is going to allow me to emphasize the initial part of the sound. And I think we should pitch these up too. So.
Very
I think
cool.
That's pretty. I think
yeah,
that's
it sounded pretty close.
Pretty usable there.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take these and I'm going to line them up quickly with these layers. And
yeah, he's lining up all the rest of the sound layers with the sound layers that we just recorded.
Yeah. So let's play those one more time. And now we're going to add. We're going to play the primary fire by itself. And then everything together.
All right, that sounds great. Thanks, Chris.
Awesome. Thank you, Susan. Was it Susan? Susie? Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next object. The other object I have here is a singing bowl, mostly used for meditation, originating in the Himalayas around 1,000 years ago. It makes a bell-like tone when you apply friction to the outer rim of the bowl using this wooden stick. We ended up using the singing bowl tone for Zen's ultimate transcendence, which we recorded and processed minimally. It's the core tonal element that pitches up over time. Let's watch another video for reference. So cool. All right, so let's record some more stuff. Can we get another brave audience member up here on stage? Hi. What's your name? Sam. Thanks for coming up to stage to help. So I'm going to give a brief demonstration of what we're going to do. And we're going to have Sean hold the mic. It's a little bit easier for us to perform without having to worry about placing it in front of the mic. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to cup the bowl just like this. Use the dominant hand with the wooden stick. We're just going to apply some friction. You want to give it a try? All right. There you go. All right. Are we ready to record, Chris?
Yep, rolling.
Awesome. All right. I think that's great. Thanks a lot for your help. Really appreciate it. Give me a hand. Okay, so now we're going to need to go through that file a little bit and find a section that we can use. And we're going to apply some pitch modulation. How's it looking, Chris?
Well, let's play that back first. I think that's a pretty good recording.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's pull this down over here so I have some room to work with. And we only need this sound to be about 6 seconds long. So we'll grab like a nice little section here.
All right. And
Put
then
some
we're going
fades on it. And then I believe that original sound actually had a little bit of a pitch bend going on, didn't it?
Yep. I think it started at around -3 to about +4 or +6.
Yeah, we'll go +6. We're feeling brave. See what that sounds like. We're also going to put a little EQ just to kind of kill some of the room noise. Let's play that back.
Awesome. Sounds pretty close.
Pretty good.
Very good.
And now we're actually going to play back the other layers without that sound, so you can hear that. And now we're going to play everything together.
Great job. Thanks so much, Chris.
Good job, Sam.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that's it from me. Thanks a lot.
Great stuff, Chris. Man, now I know when I play Zenyatta terribly, at least I know how his sounds are made. That's great. So, our next performer is actually celebrating his 17th year here at Blizzard. Everyone had, right? Yeah. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Brian Farr.
Wow. How you guys all doing? I'm super excited about this next part because everyone here is going to help out. Everyone in the audience. Okay. Any World of Warcraft players out there? What about the Horde? Alliance? You guys are going to have to get along today. Okay. All right. We're going to bring up the next slide here. Does anyone recognize this concept art? Wrath of the Lich King, hint. Arachnids? Azul and Arub, I heard it over there. Okay, that is correct. So today we're going to recreate all of the ambience in Azul and Arub. And a lot of times we use the concept art to get a starting point to start to create that. In fact, when I got this concept art, it inspired me so much, I started before there was even a level started. And what's cool is we can do that because we don't really necessarily have to attach anything to the ambient, or the ambient sounds to anything in the world in particular, so we can just start working on it. So what I'm going to do, before I'm talking too much, I just want to get into this because it's so fun. You've seen props. We use a lot of props to make our sounds, but sometimes it doesn't always work. You need to come up with another way. So in this instance, producers came up. I literally knocked on doors to help me with this one. And they all came in, and I said, okay, guys, here's some gum. So they're like, what are we doing? Well, we're going to bring up Team Creepy Crawly right now for you, and these are some folks we picked at the beginning of the show. So give them a big hand. Thanks so much for helping out on this. This is so cool.
Oh, you're welcome.
What's really cool is we have no idea how this is going to turn out, so hope we're professionals here. Okay, so step on up to the mic. All the way up here, guys, and you're going to kind of buddy on up. We're going to be looking at this mic here. All right, come on in. I'm going to get to this hand here. All right, the concept art's kind of far over here, but if you look at this closely, you could kind of see spider sacs, egg sacs in the distance, and just imagine arachnids crawling around as creepy things in the distance. So when your mom told you not to chew with your mouth open, you're going to totally not apply that rule today. All right, so we're going to use the sound of chewing gum to create the stickiness and the spiders in the distance, okay? All right, are you guys ready? Okay, so a little closer, and you got your, they're gonna do the gum right now. Get it, chewing on up, go for it. All right. Whenever you're ready, all right. You guys about ready?
I think so.
Are you ready, Chris?
I am always ready.
He's always
rolling.
Chris is awesome. Okay. So what I'm going to do, if I put my hand here, this is chewing your gum really fast as you possibly can almost. And if it's down here, this is really slow, and this is about a normal speed of chewing. So don't be afraid to make as much sound as possible. Okay. All right, you guys ready? I'm going to count on count of 3, and we're going to start it. All right. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. That was pretty disgusting. I love it. All right. Okay, so hold on 1 second because we're going to play it back to make sure we got a good take here.
All right, we're going to normalize this really quick, which is basically just making it louder than what we initially recorded it with. Let's play that back.
Beautiful.
Sounds pretty disgusting.
I love it.
In a good way. But you know what? I think that we should pitch that up a little bit. See if we can get it smaller.
Yeah, that
Make
sounds
it into
good.
little spiders.
Yes.
Let's pitch that
Another
up.
thing we do, the reason why I did different speeds is so we get a little bit more variation in the same thing the entire time. I like it. Awesome job, guys. Thank you. Give him a big hand. So that was layer 1, and we're going to do layer 2 now. And I got another team of folks coming up. Once again, big hand for Team Air. Thank you for coming and helping out. This is awesome. Okay, so you guys are going to be the freezing ice cold air from Northwind coming down. If you look at the blue over here, in front of you over here, you can see the cold air's dropping in, but we want to kind of make it haunting. And the way we're going to do that is you're going to take a deep breath on the count of 3. Take a big deep breath, and you're going to try to exhale as long as you can with a, like almost a yawning state, very low with your breath. So you think you can do that? You guys ready? Want to try it?
Got it covered.
Awesome. Okay, get out close to the small. Wait, we're going to go over to Sean here this time. He's going to come to you guys. Let you go over here. All right, here we go. You guys ready? All right, so on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath. Okay, we're going to check that right now. Hold on one second.
Before we check that, I think we should try one more.
One more? Longer?
Yep. Longer. I think that's.
We could do this. All right.
We need more to work with.
Okay, let's try another one. Same thing. I'm going to count to 3, and you can take a deep, even deeper breath. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath. Let's check this one out.
That was awesome, guys. Let me.
Great job. Hold on one second. We're going to play it back.
Move this down here. Sorry, I am so slow.
I'm thinking exactly the opposite, actually. This guy's amazing. He's been give him a hand. Chris has been kicking butt up here.
Thank you, guys.
No pressure. He's had to work with all of our crazy mad scientist ideas.
All right, let's just get a little bit of this low end out of here, just to remove the room. Let's play this back. That's pretty good. I got an idea, though.
Yeah.
I got an idea. We're gonna pitch this way down. We're gonna stretch it. So see, I'm gonna drag this way out. Oh. All right, we're like, now we're playing it back at like half the speed of what they performed it.
Okay.
Let's play that back. That's the stuff. But
I
you know
think
what?
Chris Giampa could use that in Diablo, too, back then.
Yes, you can. But you know what?
Awesome, guys. Awesome. Thank you. Another big hand.
But you know what? It needs that cold element.
Reverb.
Reverb.
Lots of reverb.
Lots of reverb. And our favorite reverb.
That's my favorite reverb.
Yes, it is. All right,
Still use that
let's see what that sounds like now. Pitch down with reverb. Oops. I should probably turn on the reverb.
You fooled them, though.
Oh, only a split second. Here we go. See, now it's starting to sound really cold. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So we've got
Good
two
job, guys.
layers, right? 2 layers. So we've got the air, we've got the creepy spiders in the distance. So we need one more, and that's going to be all of you now. So Sean's going to try to mic the entire audience with a stereo microphone. Is it a stereo microphone? Yes, it is. 2 is better than 1. That's awesome. All right. Are you guys all ready? Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Whoa. There's a lot more people than I thought there were. This is awesome. All right. Energy. All right. You see all this crazy energy in here, yet it's still got that creepy darkness to it. So what you guys are all going to do is you're going to go into your meditational go as low as you can. Don't listen to me. I suck at going low. That's why we have voice actors.
Yeah, I can't go.
You're going to be the voice actors. So you're going to take a deep breath, just like Team Air did, but you're going to let out your lowest drone, crazy low note, as long as you can hold it. And we're going to use that to build the energy and the heavy weight of this dungeon. Okay, you guys ready? Okay. Count of 3, deep breath. 1, 2, 3, deep breath. You guys got some lungs. My God. Wow. Where were you 10 years ago? I could have used your help. We just had 3 people doing this. All right,
that was
Chris
pretty
is gonna
amazing,
take
guys.
this.
So I'm going to drag these down here. Let's make these really loud. And we're going to keep our reverb on and just play these back.
It's pretty freaky. I love it. Should we pull up the old footage from the original dungeon? All right, Chris, do you have that in there?
I do. Let me quickly just make another edit to this, and I'm going to actually slow this one down. Sorry, I'm being a perfectionist here. I'm trying to make this as cool as possible.
Not even listening hardly. This is amazing.
All right, let me grab this video. Let's play this back. All right, guys, this is all of your hard work. To the video.
Incredible. You guys are awesome.
Good job.
Man. To be a sound designer and have everyone help out, this is killer. Thank you. We're not done yet, though. You guys want to ask some questions? We have a mic right over here. And everyone's going to come back out and help. Hopefully you could. We're going to try to stand in order of names here, but we'll see if this works. All right. I think I'm over here.
Nice.
It's like the usual system.
Yeah.
Oh, this. I think we did it. Did we do it?
I think we did.
We did.
Okay.
Anybody got any questions? There we go. I think. Yeah.
No hard questions, please.
Oh. So we recorded that cool dungeon ambience there. How much of the magic, the secret sauce, would you say comes out in the implementation of those ambiences? Because we recorded something that was like a stereo mix there, and there's a lot of like new tech coming out of having like quad ambiences and sort of things like that. And I think there's a lot of things that you can do to treat that in the implementation side. How much occurs on that side?
You guys want
Go for it. Go for it, Brian.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a great question, by the way. So one of the first steps is getting the bed ambience, some really good, solid foundation to work from. And then we have the emitters that are in the world physically. That's what you would be attaching things to. We'd be placing them in the world, not necessarily to a physical moving object most of the time. It's anywhere we want it. And we have random emitters. When you talk about quad, Wallace using this now, where you can send off a one-shot of, let's say, like a crazy bird or something, and it will play randomly. So all the above, we start usually, most of us start with like a nice, strong foundation, which is the bed ambience like we did here, and then we build on that. Might do the spiders and little single individual one-shots occasionally in the ambient file, but it would sound to the listener like it's all coming from the same place.
Yeah.
Did that answer
Hold
your
on,
question?
did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much.
So what is your guys, each of you can answer individually if you want, if there's time. What is your favorite sound you've ever produced that you thought was like from a weird, like you never would have expected it came from that kind of source?
Hey, Joe. I could start with one, I guess. Okay, so the Ultralisk in Heroes of the Storm is actually my drawer from my desk. Seriously, I opened it up one day and went, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to record that, of course. So that's the other thing is like, you know, it's a potentially infuriating thing sometimes to be a sound designer in front of other people because that happens all the time. You're just like for example, like at the hotel that we're staying at, the door that opens sounds amazing. Like it's incredible. Yes. So I think that it's like the context and just finding a home for those sounds later is always what's important because something cool out of context is really, really cool, but then it's even cooler when you find a home for that sound. So that's mine. I'm sorry. Chris, you got one?
Something as simple as a leather jacket can be used for magic. I use that a lot of the time. If you take it and kind of flap it really quickly, you can get some nice, aggressive, kind of magical tones out of that. And if you cue it a certain way and add some pitching and maybe some effects or whatever, it can really add like a nice, cool, magical cast of something. So something as simple as that can be really cool. Try all kinds of things. What about you, Evan?
So if you remember seeing the video at the very beginning, there was a shot of that drain in that swimming pool, that exterior swimming pool. That became kind of the electricity sound for one of the missions in the co-op in StarCraft 2, the electricity. So that was just a drain. It was like in Canada, it's an exterior hot spring pool, and I just happened to have my phone with me. My kids were running around. I said, "What is that sound? I got to get that sound." I didn't have a recorder with me. I have one now, actually, but I don't have it. Yeah, doesn't help. But I used my phone to record that drain and just went.
If you ever hear a cool sound, use your phone because it's better than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a recording device.
Yeah, so that was electricity.
I think probably jet flybys for the card play sounds in Hearthstone. Yeah, jets. Somewhat exaggerated, yeah. We did actually record some cards, being thrown around, but the power of it came from a jet flying by.
Cool.
So one of the last characters that I worked on, Doomfist, for Overwatch, I used a knife block that had built-in sharpeners. And when I got the knife block, just by sharpening the knife, I noticed it had a really cool sound. And I recorded it and processed it to sound like the pistons in Doomfist's his gauntlet. So that's mine.
This is kind of weird, but Toilet Flush inspired me for Zarya's Reload. And I started there. It didn't work. So I ended up using drain suction sounds. And that's kind of buried inside of her reload when the energy spins around inside the gun.
That's awesome.
So for me, first of all, any Murky fans, Heroes of the Storm? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so designing a lot of Murky sounds, I actually used balloons. And, it's pufferfish. Right before it explodes, it kind of gives you a little bit of warning. Kind of almost sounds like it's talking, like, uh-oh, whatever. That's actually made with balloons. So kind of, filling up a balloon, and then rubbing the exterior of the balloon just kind of created all these really cool kind of like vocalization type sounds. So I went and kind of went through and found some ones that sounded really cool and, small and cute and also dangerous and used those. And a lot of my teammates actually on Heroes were terrified of these balloons because I filled up way too many of them and I put them in our meeting room.
Yeah, and, they just blew up randomly.
Every once in a while, they would just explode like spontaneously. Luckily, we didn't lose our hearing, but it was fun. Balloons.
I guess mine would be, on Heroes, we're always looking for new types of sounds. We have a lot of ancillary sounds in the game, like explosions and debris. And we're looking for something unique, a texture that can be added to our explosions that has a unique sound, but is familiar and it can blend with other elements. And so my daughter has wooden blocks, and they kind of look like bricks, and they're made of cardboard, and they're different shapes. And so I grabbed them all, put them in a bag, and we took them to the Foley studio and set up a place where we could toss them out of a basket. And all of the cardboard boxes with the empty different sizes really made for a good texture that we can then add rocks or any other type of explosive debris over it, and it would then give it a unique feel to the tail of the explosion.
That was used on Cho'Gall initially. Was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. I just used those again recently.
I use those all
I
the
can't tell
time.
you what it's for.
It's amazing.
But
Did I answer your question? I hope it did. There's like 50 of us. Yeah. Cool. Awesome.
Hi.
Hey there.
I was mostly wondering, especially as somebody who wants to get into the video game industry in the sound department, what steps can you mainly take aside from your regular coursework that you would normally take as a college student, especially going towards the production side when mixing, recording, that side?
They have college for this now?
Well,
I'm kidding. I know they do. I kid. Anybody want to answer that one? What? I can answer it, I guess. So, okay. So, what I look for in particular, and what we found with our junior sound designer, associate sound designer, actually, Felipe Pereira. Very much. Yeah. He can do backflips. No, I'm just kidding. He can do backflips, but that's not what we look for.
Come on up.
Yeah, right. It was actually determination and just getting in contact and being persistent, and also having a really good reel that highlights your sonic voice. So, if you want to email Paul Minichini, his email is PM. No, I'm just kidding. No, just get with us after this, and then get one of our cards, and then just email us and be in contact.
Awesome. That's going to give you one more piece of advice, though. The biggest thing when you're going to apply for a job of any game company, make sure when you make the reel, it's something similar to the game you're applying for. I can't tell you how many reels we've gotten that they're showing some cool stuff, like some cinematics things they did in college that sounds great, but it has nothing to do with the game. So if someone else has another reel that has something similar to what our game is, we're going to gravitate towards that. So just make sure that you're willing to change up your reel for what you're applying for.
Great.
Yep.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
Hey, I was wondering what got you into sound design and Foley art to begin with?
What was the answer?
I can answer that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I actually started in the music industry and went the route of sound engineering and worked in the music industry a while, and I'd always been a gamer, and so I was always wondering about how sounds are actually implemented into games, and specifically being a longtime Blizzard game, that was something that I wanted to explore. So I took a lot of my sound engineering experience, a lot of those fundamentals that I learned on music, and applied them to the sound design world, learning from a lot of these other guys here too, and how to use and how to bring those two skills together.
That's a good answer. Cool. Thank you.
Right here. Hi, guys.
Hey.
I'm just curious, what is perhaps the craziest thing that you've recorded?
Ooh. Who wants to answer that one?
I can start. It's not super crazy, but it's kind of disgusting. For the Necromancer for Diablo 3, we have food trucks that come on site usually once a week, and there was a lobster tail truck there. And so I asked them to see if they had any extra lobster tails. They said, no, we don't, but you can buy one from us for lunch. And I was like, all right. So I bought it, took it back to the Foley room, grabbed some yogurt parfait as well, smushed it together and crackled it and squeezed it, and it was super disgusting. And you hear that all over the place in the Necromancer sound design. So that was great. Anybody else?
Sure. So one time we recorded in Texas, we recorded tannerite, which is actually it's a binary explosive that's inert before, like it does nothing by itself. But if you shoot it with a gun, it blows up, and it's really, really cool. I think Andy recorded some stuff onto that tape machine that you saw in the Hearthstone video as well.
Yeah, we did.
Oh yeah, it sounded really, really cool, and like because it excites the air all around it so much because there's so much power in it, it's crazy. It sounds like almost like a transformer going off. Yeah.
That's the danger when you have headphones on. You feel kind of like invincible because you're just listening to the sound, and you got like maybe cars driving by like at 100 miles an hour, but you're just, oh my God, it sounds so good. You know, you're like 5 inches from getting hit, right? But you're like invincible, right? Because I got headphones on, right? So
I think a few of us.
Gig.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say one of our producers is one of the best belchers in the industry.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And you cannot have enough belches in your sounds.
I've also used those sounds just
I've used
recently
those
too.
too.
But I can't tell you what it's for.
It will go.
You'll find out too.
It will go unnamed.
Yes.
There was that time that we recorded that kiddie pool.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we froze a kiddie pool.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the cafeteria refrigerator.
Yeah. So we actually use that for Kel'Thuzad. So we're just like, it's like, oh yeah, we need to record ice. How do we do it? And then like, we recorded a bunch of smaller pieces of ice and it worked out fine for certain debris elements. But we're like, we need to record some big pieces of ice getting broken. And like, there was like if you picture like a whiteboard, like saying like large pieces of ice, like all this like weird like write in how we were trying to do it. And then Sean like walks by, he's like, oh, you guys, we should just record a kiddie pool, frozen. And so we talked to the cafeteria people at Blizzard, and we actually brought in a kiddie pool the night before and froze it. And then we brought it out, and then we started breaking it various different ways. That was pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah. In addition to that, we actually put a full-size trampoline in our Foley room. And we actually didn't think that it would fit as we were putting it together. And it went wall to wall, like legit, like used the whole space. And then afterward, we were like, oh, I don't think this is going to work because our ceilings are only like 10 feet.
We didn't even know we were like, we're going to get some great impact sounds from it, right? And it was garbage. Completely useless.
So we didn't really think this through. And, we were kind of bummed out that we weren't going to be able to record. And it took us 2 hours to put this thing together. Yeah. And it was pretty dangerous, too, because I don't know if you've ever pulled those springs.
Yeah, it's really dangerous.
They're pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
And, but someone skimmed something across the surface, and it made the coolest sound because you got that like nylon mesh. And we ended up going for lunch, writing down all of our ideas, coming back, and we recorded for like 4 hours, and we got the coolest sounds ever. And you guys are going to start hearing those in some of the content that we have in Heroes pretty soon. So yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks for your question.
We got time for one more. We got 1 minute.
1 minute. We got one more.
Hi, I really just want to know how you guys made the level up sound in World of Warcraft.
Ooh, Brian?
Brian Farr.
Is Glenn Stafford here?
I swear I saw him back there.
Okay, so Glenn was the original audio director when I started. He was a massive help in creating that sound. So I give a lot of credit to him to make the level up sound. So yeah.
Yeah. Very
He's back
gratifying,
there.
isn't
It really is.
When you hear that, you're just like, oh yeah, another level.
I love that sound. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I think we can do one more, but this one's going to have to be a quick one.
Short answer.
Hi, there's a lot of different ways to record sounds and different microphones and techniques. Are there any unique ways you've recorded a sound or unique microphones you've used?
Yes, we actually built a stethoscope microphone. We actually, it's not a completely original idea because we saw a video by Diego Stocco. I don't know if you've seen his videos. They're awesome.
Brilliant.
He makes instruments out of like trees and all sorts of things. And we basically took a microphone and we bought an insane amount of ultrasound gel, which we only thought we were buying one bottle, but of course Amazon sent us like an entire case of it.
Yeah. It's a good deal.
Yeah, that microphone plus we bought an actual stethoscope, which we cut and combined it with a microphone and actually created a stethoscope microphone. Like, yeah, we were able to record like the sound of our heartbeat or like drinking and actually hearing it go down your throat, which is super gnarly. And, but
which was actually used for Stukov in Heroes. It was actually Felipe again. It was him going like that.
Yeah.
Mic on his neck. It was the stethoscope on his neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some mics that go really, really high in frequency, and that's kind of a trend nowadays.
This one right here.
But there's also mics that actually go super, super low, right? And those mics, they're not like conventional microphones. They're like for industrial measurement, but you can actually take those sounds and convert them and use them. They go all the way down to like 0.1 hertz or something. So instead of recording sounds that are way out of our hearing spectrum, right, you can record sounds that are way low that we can't hear either, and then pitch them up. So
get some weird stuff.
You heard it here first.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, folks.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
Yeah. All right. I think we're going to be hanging out. If your question didn't get answered, or if you had another question and didn't feel like coming up or whatever, we're going to be around. If you guys got anything else, you've been a great audience. Thank you so much. We love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for attending SoundCraft, an interactive Blizzard sound demonstration. Up next, Blizzard Art Live 3D art and
BlizzCon. Are you ready for Community Night 2017? Our host of Community Night is an actor, comedian, and the CEO of Nerdist. He's also the host and executive producer of NBC's hit game show The Wall and executive producer of AMC's Talking Dead. Straight from his current national comedy tour and a past host of BlizzCon's Community Night, please give it up for Chris Hardwick!
Hello! Hey everybody, how's it going? How's it going? I walked out early, so I just looked like a complete asshole standing on stage while they were giving me the intros. What was it? Points. Oh, I know Midnight's dead, but thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to Community Night. It is an incredible honor to be here. This is a huge, huge, huge audience. I did this in 2014, and it went pretty well. And I was like, well, I'm not doing that again. It went well. Why risk it? Why come back so people could go, well, you sucked this time, but it was great last time. But it's been 3 years, and there's a lot of great stuff that Blizzard has going on. So I said, I'm gonna come back. But this is an amazing community. I am your humble host and servant tonight. My goal is to celebrate all the amazing stuff that's going on in the Blizzard community tonight. And it is a really phenomenal community. This is one of my favorite cons of the year because, you know, particularly for gaming, listen, not every gaming community is awesome. Let's be real. The BlizzardCon is great though and I think it's because of BlizzCon, because you guys have to meet each other in person and be accountable to one another. So you can't weaponize your anonymity and be dicks online because you go, oh, I gotta see that guy, or I gotta say hi to that lady. I talked to that guy while I was peeing. I can't, well, in the bathroom. I can't, that sounded weird. I apologize. We're already off to a weird start. You know, when I was here, by the way, there's no way I can workshop any of this material before I come here. What other venue? It's like I can't go to the Comedy Store and be like, what's up, Comedy Store? Have you talked to Jaron yet? Like, I can't do that. They're not going to know what I'm talking about. So I've prepared some stuff. I hope you guys appreciate it. Before I get into that, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about myself. I got married since the last time I was here. Yeah! I got married to a lady! Which was very exciting. And when I did that, I decided to give up the online pornography. I thought I would stop doing that. I would give it up. Thank you. It seemed respectful. Don't boo me for that. It was a nice thing to do. So now, like, no more, except for when I'm traveling and on weekdays. But other than that, not a lot. Not a lot at all. It was bad. I mean, I'm not going to get too graphic and too into detail. This is a family event. But seriously, before I got married, I had a sock that Dobby wouldn't take. It was rough. Master is too kind, but Dobby is good. Dobby is good. He does not require his freedom that desperately. My wife is a cat person. I am a dog person. So we have a cat. I love dogs. I'm sorry, cat people. I don't get it. I want to like them. Cats are friggin' monsters. They are vicious little monsters who are just waiting for you to die so they can eat your face. That's it. They don't care about... A dog would eat your face after you died, but he'd feel really bad about it. It'd be like 3 days and be like, no, as he was munching on your face. But cats, they just have like claws that rip through flesh and demonize and pee that smells like ammonia for some reason, which is a nature danger sign. And they don't love you. You'd think when they're rubbing up against your leg, they are tenderizing your meat for later consumption. They're not interested in you. They will kill you. They would kill you themselves if they could. Anyone, honestly, it is confusing because you think they love you, but you don't. But honestly, cats are like Taylor Swift. They are feeding on your loneliness to survive. It's true. They are. Sorry, cat people. Sorry. Shake it off. Shake it off. Anyone who thinks a cat loves them is the same type of person that thinks a stripper is their girlfriend. But she was on my lap. I know, that's what it's not. It doesn't mean anything. I think this is probably one of my favorite events every year because the cosplay here is epic. It is amazing what you do. Better than any con that I have ever been to here. And I'm a little bit older than most all of you, and so when I was growing up, like cosplay for me was literally like red footy pajamas and a cardboard Federation badge. You people are friggin' smelting. I don't understand the level of detail. You're mechanics who are making these costumes. And it's always fun to see a space gorilla standing in line for tacos. That is an incredible experience. But you have to be very mindful, you guys. Reinhardt looks great on paper until you have to go to the bathroom. And then it's just, how do you get the Roadhog out? How do you get it out? Now you think that's just a wiener joke, but it actually tracks. Short-range blast with a wide spread. It feels weird to be an old gamer. Like, I'm a Gen Xer. I was born in the 70s, and so like I'm like an OG gamer. I've been through all of it. I think I mentioned this last time I was here. When I was a kid, like, video games were more about imagination because literally they were squares that shot lines at other squares. And that was it. And it was the greatest thing we had ever seen. And even the first Diablo, because I played all the old Blizzard games on CD-ROM. And Diablo, I know. Are you cheering CD-ROM? It's dead. Let it go. It went away with a zip drive. It's not coming back. Diablo, though, was very simple. Well, there were like 3 classes, right? Warrior, Rogue, Sorcerer, and that was it. And I always play Sorcerer. I always play Wizards and everything, no matter what. I just like to kill shit with lightning. That's all I want to do. I want to kill shit with lightning. And now, Overwatch, like, I've played Overwatch, and it's overwhelming for people of my generation. Like 25, now 26 heroes with the addition of Moira now. 26? Do you need like 6 tanks? For crap's sake, our biggest enemy when I was a kid was a gelatinous cube. We fought cubes. So I kind of wanted to just walk through a couple of the Overwatch characters just to get a better understanding for my generation. Can we put up the first one? Can we pull up the first one? Obviously, Reaper, you know. Reaper, he has a lot of dark feelings, you guys. If he wasn't killing you, he'd be reading you his poetry. That's all he wants. I mean, for God's sake, his superpower is turning into a vape cloud. He just wants My Chemical Romance to tour again. That's all he wants. When I was a young boy, my father took me to a city to see a marching band. You're going to go to Hot Topic, and then you're going to smoke cloves. Then next one, McCree. I like McCree, but really let's just hose him off and put him back into Westworld. That's what we're going to do with McCree. Next one, Doomfist. It's really right in the name, isn't it? Isn't that really the most upsetting part of Doomfist? The next one, Zenyatta. It's great to have a robot yoga instructor. Get an oil cleanse. Do some stretching. And then, of course, probably my personal favorite, the next one, Harambe Warby Parker. I didn't know people were going to be upset about Harambe. I'm like, I can't think of another famous gorilla. He was the only one. Although that one also tracks, also hates snipers. That's where I lost you. That's where I lost you. It's all right. We all lost each other together. We all lost each other together. But can we talk about how the glasses respawn? I know the beautiful story about the scientist giving him the glasses, and it's very special. First of all, hipster, he doesn't need the glasses, so he's just wearing hipster frames. And then they break, and then they just respawn again. They just respawn. So they're not even the same friggin' glasses that he originally got. The next guy, of course. Now, they're a little polarizing, Hanzo. A little polarizing. I don't trust anyone with a man bun. I just don't. But a lot of people say, like, oh, if you play Hanzo, you're a troll, you're a troll. But what I discover with this character is that the archery is so accurate that you actually have to be a friggin' archer in real life to play this character. So I felt like he was a pretty tough character. But these are all great. This is all great. It's such an amazing community. And I think I appreciate that it's not as toxic as so many others. I host a show called Talking Dead, which is a show that is, oh, thanks, love it. Walking Dead, also amazing community, another amazing community of people. So passionate, the Walking Dead community, which is great when they're happy, and when they're not, it doesn't feel great. So as the host of Talking Dead, I would often say, I'm therapy for Walking Dead, right? Like, things happen on the show, you got a lot of feels, and then I come out and I'm like, it's gonna be okay, and then you go to bed and you feel all right. Then the season 6 finale happened last year, and there was a cliffhanger where we didn't know who Negan killed, and people were not happy. And so I jumped in the middle of it. I'm like, hey, it's me, your buddy. Don't be angry. And everyone was like, well, double F you to me. And then I realized I'm not a Walking Dead therapist. I'm Walking Dead customer service. That's different. I'm the person where you're like, I know you didn't do this, but you're representing the company, so screw you in the face, man. Screw you in the face. And I have this theory that you're in your head, you're always the same person you were right about the time you hit puberty. That never goes away. So I'm always this scared little non-confrontational, nerdy kid who got stuffed in trash cans for bringing D&D books to school. And so I don't like confrontation a lot. There's a live stream right now and people are saying horrible things, and it would really break my heart in half. So people got very upset at this Walking Dead finale, and it went on for a week, which is longer than the typical outrage cycle of the internet. So I'm in bed one night. At the time, I was just engaged, and I want to share a moment with you about how I knew my wife was the right person I was marrying. She just said the most perfect thing at the most perfect time. I was on the computer, 6 days in. I was a mess. The room's dark, just the glow of the computer screen. She's falling asleep, and she goes, "What's wrong?" And I go, "People being mean to me on the internet." She goes, "What are they saying?" I'm like, "They said I'm worse than Hitler," which I don't think is true. And then Juggalo Nuts 420 said that I'm a shit salad, and I don't know if that means a crispy bed of lettuce with poop laid on top or a lot of different poops mixed together, which would technically be a shit medley. I don't know what's happening anymore. And she goes, "Well, just don't read it." And I go, "It's my job." And this was the moment that I knew I was marrying the perfect woman. She rolled over and just very sweetly like nuzzled her head in the nape of my neck and started brushing the hair behind my ear. And she goes so sweetly, "Well, maybe you should stop being such a little bitch." Oh, thank you so much. So welcome to Community Night. It was my job to warm you up. I hope you are suitably warmed up. There is an incredible show here tonight. We're going to be celebrating talent. We're going to be celebrating you. We're going to be celebrating passion and the performances that really define the Blizzard community. You've planted a flag in the earth for the most incredible gaming community, and we're going to celebrate that tonight. But this year, we're going to do things a little bit differently. We're going to showcase the rich tapestry of talent. We're going to alternate performers and contestants in our talent show and cosplay contest. So it's not chunking the way it has in years past. We're just kind of rolling it all together, and we're going to save the announcements for the winners at the end. And between the contest rounds, you're going to meet the winning artists and filmmakers in BlizzCon's 2017 art and filmmaking contest. We're just going to wrap it all in and keep you intrigued the entire time. So we're going to get right into it. First of all, have you had a good BlizzCon so far? Great. A lot of good announcements. Got WoW Classic coming, yeah! Some free StarCraft. So we're going to talk about all that stuff and celebrate all that. But let's begin right now. This is BlizzCon 2017 Talent Show Contest Musical Sting. All right. Tonight, you're going to see and hear 4 exceptional performances. And because the Blizzard community has so much talent, we needed 3 judges that were worthy of this task. 3 judges who can make the hard decisions, who can recognize the great performers, people from this very community, not wieners that we just pulled in off the streets of Anaheim. These are your people. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our 3 judges. Our first judge is a producer, a director, an actor, He is a superstar voice. You may recognize him from Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm. Please welcome Mr. Johnny Cruz. Do we get a light on Johnny Cruz?
What's up?
Johnny, you're blanketed in darkness over there. I see a dark silhouette.
Yeah, I want to be mysterious.
Okay, good. The ghost of Johnny Cruz. There he is, Johnny Cruz. All right.
Hey.
Yeah, we didn't really have time to rehearse all the lighting. It's not, you know, listen, guys, there's no artistry in perfection. Life has flaws. Here we go. Our next judge, very talented host with a gaming personality, nearing 500,000 YouTube subscribers on our World of Warcraft focused channel called Trade Chat. Please welcome Panzer! Hi. Our third judge, a man I was watching today on the live stream in the other arena. I saw you almost cry on stage. That was very sweet. I just wanted to hug your bow tie. I love you so much. This man is the voice of Reinhardt. He's the voice of War Chief Blackhand. He's a legend in the community and many more characters. Please welcome Mr. Darren DePaul!
Hammer down!
Hi. Now, when you, how's your throat?
So good.
It is
Call
good.
me Johnny B. Good.
That's great.
I can do this all day long.
You really can.
Yeah.
That's-
It's about joy, my friend.
Good.
How can we stop joy?
We're not going to stop joy.
We will not.
The rest of the world wants to stop joy. We're a little bubble here. We're trying to protect joy as much as possible. What do you guys think, Panzer? What do you think makes a great BlizzCon performance?
Oh man, I love seeing like the little injections of fandom and everything. Like obviously everyone here is so talented, but I love it when I hear like a reference from a game that I play, and you can just tell that they're on that same level of nerd as you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a particular thing that you prefer in cosplay? Like, is there anything that you look for?
Oh man, well I like do artsy craftsy stuff, so I'm always impressed by things that like are articulated and mechanical because it's way beyond my capabilities.
Right. Johnny, how do you describe if you met someone that didn't understand what BlizzCon was, didn't know anything about Overwatch or Warcraft or Hearthstone or anything, how would you describe this community?
Oh, just amazingly, wittingly, spicily committed to every little piece of the lore of the games. They don't mess around.
No, because that's what, because a lot of people, just because I started a thing called Nerdist, people are always like, well, what's a nerd? I go, well, it doesn't matter what you like. It's the mutant power of the nerd is how intensely they like those things. And a nerd will go farther down any channel than any other living creature and understand something on a granular microscopic level more than any other living creature so that they can then use that information against people. I think that's all.
Exactly.
That is so accurate.
Perfect.
Well, but because it's totally true. When I was growing up, when people say nerd, you're like, shut up, I'm not a nerd, shut up. And now the insult is like, fake nerd. No, I'm not a fake nerd.
I'm a real one. I'm a real nerd.
Yeah, no, I'm a real nerd. Yeah, look at my collection of stuff. But we're gonna look at collections of stuff tonight. We have our first contestant. We're gonna start with a musical performance. This is a musical group of a long time. Do you already know who it is, or you're just excited? Oh, excellent. Oh, you're wearing the shirts. This is going to be exactly in your range of interests. I feel very good about your excitement level before, during, and after this performance. Yeah, you should get a shot of them. See if you can get a shot of them so people can see the Bahram U. Ladies and gentlemen, for you three, what is your name, sir? What is your name? Ken, thank you so much for. Do you know the band, or you? They are amazing. I'm going to bring them out for everyone else right now. Please let me have a huge BlizzCon welcome for Bahram U.
We are Bahram U. We're a nerd punk band from Los Angeles, California, and we got our name Bahram U from the exploding sheep in Warcraft 2. Click them 3 times, it goes Bahram U. Blizzard games have impacted my whole life. I've been playing for over 20 years now, since '94. I've grown up with it. It's raised me. It's changed the way I think about things. So many different games and so many different fantasy worlds. It has to get you fired up. Keep having fun, keep doing what you do, support each other, love each other, and enjoy the ride, because Blizzard's for the rest of our lives.
What's up, Blizzcon 2017? You guys having fun? What was that? Are you guys having fun? There we go. Hey, judges. All right, so we are Ba Ram U Nerd Punk Band, and I've been playing Warcraft since like 1994, and this song is about my entire journey through all those years. This is called Blizzard Through the Years. It's that little drop of dopamine that drops when your loot drops. It's the rushing of adrenaline at the final boss. There's no words to describe it, but I'll still try to explain. A lifetime of adventure from growing up while playing Blizzard games. 2, 3, Horde! Blizzard's here. Through the years. Start with Warcraft back in 1994. Who knew that RTS would take my world by storm? Diablo, StarCraft, Warcraft 2, then Warcraft 3. Headphones on, can't hear my mom yelling at me. Yeah! Blizzard's here. Through the years, I'm off to college, host LAN parties in the dorm. A bachelor degree in playing for the Horde. World of Warcraft battlegrounds and dungeon raids. I got my Warbear mount back in Burning Crusade. Yeah! Blizzard's here. Through the years, and if you're busy, don't have time to play at home, download Hearthstone, that's Warcraft for your phone. Play all the legendary heroes of the storm. But don't forget that we still want a Warcraft 4. Yeah! Blizzard's here. Through the years. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. For you and me. So log on in and join the family. Have some Lucy Remember Lost Vikings and Footy Wars. Remember the red shirt guy and that Pally Leroy. Ganking lobies in Silver Moon. Oh yeah. Queue for random teams and match with noobs. Oh no. Up till 2 a.m. on custom games. Type power overwhelming cause I suck at campaign. Error 37 at release of T3. Waited 2 whole decades for the Warcraft movie. I'll join the big leagues and take a shot. Go toward on attack in comp Overwatch. So much nostalgia, so much story to be told, that I'll be playing Blizzard till I'm 90 years old. Yeah! Blizzard's here. Through the years. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Punting nose. Don't forget to bubble and Hearthstone. Blizzard's here. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Through the years. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. For everyone. So pull up a chair and join us in the fun. Thank you guys! We are Ba Ram U!
Ba Ram U! Congratulations. Great job. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Sam.
You have a microphone. I don't know why I don't understand how microphones work. Great job. Do you know your super fan Ken, who's in the front right here?
What's up, Ken? Yep.
He's so excited that you're here. I hope you hug him afterwards. Ken needs love. He wants you to hug him.
Always.
I loved it. It was Grandpa Gen X calls that ska. Would you categorize that as ska? Yeah.
Ska punk.
It's fantastic. Let's go to our judges and see what Johnny. Let's start with you. Do you have some judge words of wisdom for Ba Ram U?
Absolutely, man. What a fun performance from all you guys. The dancing you were throwing up there, the energy. I enjoyed it. The cleverness of your lyrics, delighted. And you threw in some have some Lucy oh-ohs. So you got my vote.
Thank you. That was our last-minute addition for you.
Thank you.
Panzer, what do you think?
Well, I just got done saying that I loved references, and this whole song was references. I don't know if my favorite part was Warcraft 4, or Punting Gnomes, or For the Horde. It's hard to pick, but it was great.
Excellent. What do you think, Darren?
Bahram you, more like Bahram, I love you. I am here to be delighted, and you did that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. Any parting words for the room before we send you off into the wild?
Hey, Blizzard, keep rocking, keep loving each other, and keep doing your thing.
Bahram you! Thank you. Excellent. I just had a moment standing there where I was like, I'm 100% Ryan Seacrest. Not even kind of. All right, buddy, let's go to the next one. So we're going to announce the contest winner in a minute. But we have some amazing cosplay that's backstage. Just so you guys get an idea, I don't know if you've ever seen backstage, but it is a menagerie of cosplay just as far back. Like if you just teleported in from another time, you'd be like, the Earth has been overrun. But it's an incredible scene. Let's go backstage and see if we can get some footage from back there. Do we have a camera backstage that we can go see? Excellent. I can't really see very well on the sides there, but that's what's setting up backstage. They're all going to be coming out in a minute. Some of these people have worked for years on this cosplay, and you damn well better appreciate it. So while we get our first group of cosplayers ready, okay, good. And now it's the guy who's cosplaying as Ryan Seacrest. While our first group of cosplayers gets ready to come out, I'm going to present the first of 3 winners of Blizzard's art contest. There are also amazing artists in all types. There's crafters, we have artists, we have people who made videos. This year, Blizzard received 200 submissions from around the world. Competition was very tough, but after very careful review, Blizzard's internal judges identified 3 winners. So I'm going to start with our 3rd place winner now. This is Valkyrie by Joe Frere. He is from Lisbon, Portugal.
My name is João Freire, and I've been playing Blizzard games since early 2005, starting with World of Warcraft. My piece is inspired by Mercy from Overwatch. I first fell in love with the character when, on the Overwatch teaser, she descends from the sky to save a little girl from the rubble. Honestly, it still makes me tear up a bit. And I want to say to everyone to never give up. Thank you, Blizzard, for all the amazing experiences.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That's insane. This kind of reminds me of how not talented I am. I think the best thing I ever made was my best piece of Warcraft thing, which I'd never be able to show, was an orc teabagging Sonic in MS Paint. Maybe I'll bring that next time if this goes well, you guys. MS Paint, R.I.P. All right, so I know, it's dead. Just like at midnight. All right, it's time now to present our cosplay contest. This really is also the heart of BlizzCon. This is when I think of BlizzCon, I don't just think about the announcements. I don't just think about the robust community of people that come out. I really, like I said, I really think about the cosplay and the amount of time and effort that goes into it. We're going to bring out 4 separate groups of 25 cosplayers, and we're going to introduce all of them. Then at the very end of community night, I'm going to have the privilege of announcing our top 3 cosplay winners, all right? So let us begin now. Let's meet your first group of cosplayer contestants. Here they come. It's a long walk across a giant stage. Nobody's coming out. Oh, there they are. Great.
Lee as Grievous Gladiator's Dread Plate.
We'll put you over there. Very good.
Spoon makes Maiden Core Torbjorn.
Oh, I got it, I got it, I got it. It's fine. Don't, just look away. No, look down. It's not, it's fine. Okay, I got it. You're good. High fives.
Vanessa Miller as Lady of the Nightmare Xavius with Ganir Deadwood Skin.
Fantastic. I'll push you back over there.
Inanimate cosplay as Zool the Necromancer.
Hey Zool, how's it going?
Steve as Vol'jin, the true war chief.
I gotta say, I think the cosplay should just be called Steve, not just your name. Yeah.
Alistar as the Witch Doctor. Neil, Dragon Soul Mage in Time Lord's regalia. Dream Kitty is Ashes of Alarm.
This is fantastic.
Hard Luck Hero is Sombra.
There you go. Yeah, make it happen. Do it. Moonwalk it. Moonwalk it. Nice.
Egg Sisters cosplay, Diablo Necromancer in Dragoon's avatar.
The crowd loves you.
Zimoria as Tyrande Whisperwind. Michael Castile as the Prophet Velen.
All right, excellent. This is our first round of cosplayers right here. Here they are. Gaze your eyes upon them. Take a bow, everyone. Excellent work. This is really not easy to do. I'm so impressed. Let's have a huge round of applause, and we will have them walk off. We're going to meet our next group. Yes, here they all come off. Excellent. I'm surprised you could see and not fall in your... Are you okay? Can you see okay? All right, you're good. You're good. All right. He just like cuts me in half. Yeah, that would be funny. It would be. I wouldn't even be upset about it. Be like, that was a good bit. Let's meet the second half of our first group of cosplayers. Let's bring them out.
Ketsu cosplay as Firebird Wizard from Diablo 3. Valkyrie Studios as Nocturnal Eagle-Eye Tyrande. Tiggs as It Waterwise.
I'm so terrified someone's just gonna keep walking and just tumble off the front. Okay, good, good. You're good. You're safe. You're safe there.
Stoppable Force cosplay as Daredevil 76.
That is mwah, mwah. Fantastic.
Nolly, Warrior Tier 13. Cynthia Hall as Rogue Tier 6, Slayer's armor with twin blades of Azeroth, and Thoradol, the Star's Fury. Dusk Rose as Tyrande Whisperwind, with Pepe as Malfurion. Princess Merida of Dunbroch, Dwarven Hunter of the Wild Hammer Clan, played by Malice Winterfolk.
I'm not a good catcher. Bam!
Velisendra
Is this mine? Or do you have to get
as
this back?
Demon Hunter Valero. Aurelis as Shadow Reaper Anduin. Lanisaz as Zargara.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is what it's all about. Oh, my. I hope you stuck a person back in there. I hope there's a person just in there. That is amazing. You look incredible. You see over there? Thank you. You can gut me if you want. I'm fine with it. I believe that's the end of the second group of Group 1. Please have a huge hand for all of this cosplay. This is an incredible collection. Oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Let's have a hand for the second half of Group 1. And good luck to all of you. Hopefully we'll see you later tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time and your effort. Let's go off this way. He's gonna lead you off this way. Not easy to turn around, I would imagine. But she manages gracefully. There they go. All right. One more huge hand for the first round of cosplay, please, as they are walking off. So, now we're going to recognize the first of 3 winners of BlizzCon 2017's movie contest. These, oh, it's dark. Oh, it's light again. Someone's magic, and it's dark and it's light. Great, here we are. Fun to watch on a live stream. This is the first of 3 winners of BlizzCon. They tried to put me in dark. You can't silence me! I love you too, person! But Ken and I have a thing going right now, so I don't know. All right, this is the first of 3 winners of BlizzCon 2017's movie contest. These are chosen from over 40 submissions for their originality, for their authenticity, and/or their comedic artistic expression. The third place winner of the 2017 BlizzCon movie contest is Roman Alimov, and he's from Kaliningrad, Russia, and the movie that he's made is called Real Play. Let's take a look.
Hey BlizzCon, my name is Roman Alimov. I have played Blizzard games for 26 years. This is my son Vsevolod, who has become interested and very passionate about Hearthstone 2. It is a great way for us to communicate. Blizzard inspires the imagination and gives all of us a world of beauty and fantasy to enjoy. I hope you enjoy our movie.
It's good to see ya.
Nargon! are stronger than I.
Bring it on. Well played.
Roman Alimov! I love the sheep thing. All right, now you doing good, Ken? I love you too, Ken. I want to come down and sit with you, Ken. We should just not in front of Ken. Dude, you're a side piece, not in front of Ken. Oh, this got crazy. The fake relationships Hardwick has in the audience. All right. It's not fake, Ken. It's real. I just tell him that, but you're the real. You and I can do things that Ken and I can't do. Now, I love that there's already like Team Ken and then Team Guy that they don't know whose name is. They're like, I'm just picking a side. You know, Horde, Alliance, Ken, that guy. I don't care. I just need to be on a side. I'm very binary. Just give me this or that. That's all I want. Now it's time for our Whoa, hey, what? Again? Again? Yeah, I know, that was good. Well, the problem is the third person I'm seeing is the lighting guy. He's not happy. Very upset. We were fighting before I came out, so he shadowed the judges in darkness, and then I might be blue in a second. I have no idea. All right, next it's time for our talent show contestant. This is last year's talent show winner that I think you might remember. Please welcome Squirrellock!
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and this is Andrew, and we are Squirrellock from Florida. I wanted to write a song about the struggle of like, what game do I play right now? It's a love song to Blizzard. Blizzard games have always kind of been an escape for me.
Blizzard games, I think, have really kind of shaped who I am as a person. If you ever have a dream or a passion, take it and run with it, and you'll see where you go.
Hey y'all, this is a little high. I missed you guys. This song goes out to Blizzard and everyone who's really addicted to their games, and sometimes it's really hard to choose what to play throughout the day. So this is about that. The struggle is real when I sit at my computer trying to decide what's played. Open BattleNet, I'm overwhelmed cause I'm addicted to so many of these games. Do I start an Azeroth? I need to get my mage to max. I could play some Overwatch, but then again maybe StarCraft. I could always use some HOTS. You know how much I love quick match. Oh, I have to let it out. This is a true love song to Blizzard. I may never leave my house, but that's okay. My friends don't either. From questing in WoW to trolling my whole team with me. I'm ready to get started. Oh crap, I forgot patch day. It leaves me broken hearted, cause I just want to play. The
match is done and I log on, it's time to raise my APM. Thought I was gonna win, but that zig rush was way too much for me to defend. Wait, the season's almost over, and Diablo's calling my name. But that raid time's getting closer, and my guild is gonna kill me if I am late. Okay, that's done, let's get some loot. That diva skin I need to own. Now I kinda have to poop. I guess it's time for some Hearthstone. Blizzard, I am thanking you for making this game for the phone. Oh, I have to let it out. This is a true love song to Blizzard. I may never leave my house, but that's okay. My friends don't either. Real life can suck, so I'm so grateful for these games. And if I didn't have them, I think I would go insane. Blizzard, how I love you, and I hope you never change.
Let's go over to the let us go and be judged. Can I help you with your cowbell? Thank you. Fantastic. Great job. How you doing? Are you excited? I'm
really excited.
How's Blizzcon been for you so far? Pretty fantastic. Good, good. Well, you were fantastic, and the judges are going to talk to you. I guess let's start with Darren this time.
I was entranced. There was so much love. It was simple, but it was beautiful. And there was escalating absurdity, which speaks to my comedic sensibility. And every moment was just perfect. Thank you. This moment is even more perfect.
What? You what?
What? It was great. I loved it.
Panzer.
Oh, I found everything about it so relatable. Like, it really reminded me, I know it's a song to Blizzard games, but it had such an aura of Blizzard with, you know, you have so much talent and there's so much seriousness about it, but then it's funny and it doesn't take itself too seriously. And honestly, I like almost teared up a little. I don't know, me and my husband play WoW a lot, so I really related to everything you said. I loved it, and you have a gorgeous voice. You're very talented.
Thank you so much, Johnny.
You guys just ooze adorableness. It's so cute. Your voice is amazing. I've never seen a man rip a kazoo like that in my entire life.
It really was some fine kazoo work.
He slayed it.
Yeah. Is that a kazoo or the devil's trumpet?
It's a kazoo.
I'm going to give this back to you as much as I'm legit want to keep this, so you better take that away or I will be playing with it the entire time. You don't have to give me your cowbell. Fine, I'll take it. Yeah, always. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for my bell. Thank you very much. They're going to regret. Would you hug me? Put your other arm around me. God, it's worse than leaving someone hanging with it. Go pick that up. What's happening? Thank you. I really appreciate the cowbell. Thank you so much. And maybe you'll sign it afterwards. You got to sign afterwards. Great job. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you both. Squirrel Luck, everyone. Huge round of applause. The set. Hey. The set. Don't worry about it. The second place winner of Blizzard's art contest is Wang Chichao, also known as Gothic Q. He's an incredibly talented creator from Shanghai, China. Let's see where he took his Blizzard inspiration to create his winning entry, Illidan Stormrage. Take a look.
Hey Blizzcon! My name is Wang Chichao Gothic Q. I started playing games when I was studying at university about 9 years ago. I'm a huge fan of World of Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch, Heroes of Storm, all of which has been an inspiration to me as an artist. I am honored to be a part of Blizzcon this year, and I send my best wishes to the Blizzard community, and I hope that you enjoy my art.
That's incredible. I mean, just seeing all the different types of ways that people express themselves artistically, it's really interesting to see. Because I always say, you know, the reason gamers are so passionate is because we connect, we inhabit these characters and we connect to them better than we connect to other people most of the time. And so it's interesting to see how, like, what people connect to in different games and what they see and how they express it. We're going to see more of that. And speaking of characters, it is time to meet the second group of cosplay contest competitors. Let's bring them out. The first group of 13.
Kota as Sky Captain LaFontaine on the Mighty Wind.
Excellent. Let's put you back over there.
Kazan as Nightmare Ursoc.
I would legit crap my pants if I turned around and saw that. If I was like this and I turned back around, instant poop. That is incredible. That is terrifying. Stop moving so slow. It's weird. It's freaking me out. I don't like it. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, you look amazing. Go over there.
Aya Lin as Human Outlaw Rogue.
Can you?
Chrissy Rose as Draenei Paladin in glorious plate armor.
That is amazing. You look incredible. And it is hard to walk in hooves, you guys. It is not easy.
Boring Portlander as Dr. Harold Winston.
Winston?
Apocalyptic Ash, Hunter Tier 11 with lightning charged battle gear.
This is amazing.
Avery Faith
put you over
as
there.
Emperor Hakan II, Avatar of Belial, Lord of Lies. Adiakel as Tracer.
Tracer.
Miss Ravencrest as Priest Mercy. Zanzibar as Yulon, the Jade Serpent. Ricardo Riami as Pumpkin Reaper from Overwatch.
What's this? What's this?
Danny Foca as Legacy of Raykor Barbarian.
All right, I think that is it for the first half of Group 2. Please take a look, take it in, enjoy, absorb. This is our first half of Group 2 cosplayers. Incredible work. You really all do look amazing. All right, let us have you now walk off stage. We're gonna bring out the next group. Now we're going to bring out the second half. This is 12 people for Group 2 for the second half of Group 2. I'm going to have nightmares about that. That thing's going to be creeping up on me all night long. I know, please. I appreciate it. I ward you off with my magic cowbell. All right. Let's bring out the second half here of Group 2.
Cat cosplay as Raptorian Farah from Overwatch.
Excellent.
Zal Kegaroth as Gambler McCree. Bio cosplay as Bones of Rathma, concept art armor.
Sick abs, bro. Sick abs.
Yami S cosplay as Frost Lich Jaina. Arion cosplay, Angelic Malthiel skin. Stoof as Baldric Reinhardt. Kohalu as Artanis.
Oh, yeah. They love you. Work it, work it.
Jet City cosplay as Maiev Shadowsong.
Let's have you over here.
Mysali as Troll in Wind Fury set. Enrico Sequi as Malthiel. Snarky as Wasteland Anna. Harrison cosplay as Warrior Diva. Baizu as Vera.
Excellent. And that is the second half of Group 2. amazing work. I hope we get to see you, some of you later out here later on. Let's have a huge hand for them as they walk off the second half of Group 2. Thank you. Yes, walk off this way. This gentleman will show you where to go. You get all these amazing cosplays out here, and inside I'm like, oh, they should all fight. Like, that should be part of the, should be like, you know, the appearance, but then functionality. Ching, pew, pew. All right. Our next award-winning movie is a very, very cool piece of filmmaking that pokes at the tiny little geek living in all of us. Our second place prize goes to Andrew McCord from Linden, Connecticut for his movie Daydreamer. Let's take a look.
Hey, BlizzCon 2017. I'm Andrew McCord out of Orem, Utah. I've been playing Blizzard games since Warcraft 2 in 1996. I made a video for BlizzCon 2017. My video is about how my best friend and I met through World of Warcraft back in junior high school. He was kind of a jock, I was kind of a nerd. We met through World of Warcraft and we've been best friends ever since. So I hope you enjoy my video and enjoy BlizzCon 2017.
Look out, freak! What are you gonna do? Use your level 60 paladin on me?
Nice job, Austin.
Thanks.
What a nerd.
For real, though. Plays World of Warcraft. I mean, I think anybody who plays World of Warcraft should be considered a dweeb.
All right, welcome to class. Everyone pull out a new...
Hey, Carter, want to invite that rogue?
Yeah, I'll invite him.
Cool. So anyway, we finally down the boss, and of course, the pally gets the highest roll in the sword. After he gets it, we all hear the disenchantment. Hey man, want to join us for the raid tonight?
Only if you think you can keep up your DPS. Please, I'm the best rogue in Area 52.
Is that the Battle.net Authenticator? What server do you play on?
Wait, you think I play some stupid game? No, get out of here. Leave.
Okay, class, that's it for today. Make sure you get your projects turned in by tomorrow.
You will not best me again. I will destroy you where you stand.
You hear that? He wants to fight!
You're dead, dork. Stop! All of you, just shut up. You know what? I play WoW, and I am sick of picking on Carter. Mind your own business. Yo, Carter. Think I can raid with you tonight?
Only if you think you can keep up your DPS.
Please, I'm the best rogue in Area 52.
Excellent. Another honoree. I started to get bummed because of the nerd shaming. It took me back to grade school. By the way, did they really get bullied by Archie from Riverdale? That's not possible. My wife watched that show. I walked in the other night. Archie was like, there were like 20 shirtless dudes behind me like, we are the Red Circle. I'm like, I would rather you were watching porn. What are you watching? Congratulations to this, our other honoree. It's now time to meet our third contestant I'm going to put this away for when I come back out because I'm not using this responsibly. We're going to meet our third contestant in the talent show contest. This is from Tracy, California, the J Tavern Bard. We're going to show a little video, and then they're going to come out. Take a look.
Hello, my name is Jay. I am the Tavern Bard, and I am from Tracy, California. I have been playing Blizzard games since I was 5 years old. My heart really goes into it. All of my friends I have met playing games, and I'm truly blessed to be here. I've met so many other players from playing Overwatch, World of Warcraft, everything you can think of. And to everyone out there watching, I love it all, and I love Blizzard. Thank you all for that. I couldn't be more excited.
What's up, Blizzcon? This song is dedicated to all the heroes of Azeroth. Whether you fight for the Alliance or the Horde, this song is a tale of your deeds. Take a drink at the Lion's Pride Inn. Come feast at our table, let our stories begin. Come rest your feet, but don't you storm off and hear my tales in Azeroth. Tales of enchantment, of magic and war. Stories of the Alliance and the glory of the Horde. They brought down the Lich King and then they slay Deathwing. Though it ends, our quest will go on. Remember those who fell at the Wrathgate, and those who stood in the fire, for the souls that we lost in Theramore, that only drew Jaina's ire. Now we traveled through the wastelands of Northrend. Now we've ended Kill Jaden's campaign. Now on Argus we see lies our destiny to end Sargeras's reign. Now we drink and unite. We'll never give up the fight, and we'll sing all our tales by the old tavern light. But now this song is over, and it's come to an end. At least until the next World of Warcraft expansion. For Azeroth!
Oh my God, that was amazing. That sounded incredible. Congratulations. How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. This is my first BlizzCon!
Yeah! Yeah! And how are you finding your BlizzCon virginity no longer being a thing?
Well, you know, it's been great. I mean, everybody I've met here has been fantastic. And honestly, I don't look at you guys as just con-goers. You guys are all family.
Yes, sir. Your voice is beautiful, by the way.
Thank
Your
you.
voice is legitimately beautiful. And I'm also jealous of your perfect beard coverage. This is incredible. Every square, it's perfect. Yeah, I see it. You look great. Let's go over here and talk to the judges. Let's let the judges, boy, they're really harsh tonight. I sure hope. Boy, that Darren's been an animal. Darren, retract the claws. What do you have for Jay?
That was hauntingly beautiful. If a guitar could bleed passion, I think we just saw that. Thank you for sharing your heart and your joy with us.
Excellent. Panzer?
It was very like immersive listening to you. I could imagine walking into an inn in World of Warcraft and there being an NPC that sang that song to me. I mean, it was beautiful.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, man.
Jay just wants to be an NPC. They gotta put you in the game, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
They gotta put you in the game. Here's what I say. Here's what I say. Hang on. Here's what I say. And Jay, I want you to know something. I have 0 power, but no one listens to me. But if they did, if you win tonight, they should put you in the Emmer effing game. I feel like that's only fair. As a not actual representative of Blizzard Entertainment, I promise I will wish that that will happen. What do you got, Johnny?
Your O's ripped into my soul, shook it up, and just made me feel, man. Like, that was beautiful. Those O's, I can't even, it was amazing. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you crushed on your first BlizzCon. I hope you had a great time. Thank you so much for being here. Can I have a hug? Thank you. Jay, good luck to Jay, the Tavern Bard. All right. Our third and grand prize winner of Blizzard's art contest is Shengyi Sun, also known as Gasson, from Guangzhou, China, whose skill and power are evident in this incredible work, The Light of a Loon. Let's take a look.
BlizzCon is excited to announce our first place winner, Shengyi Sun from Guangzhou, China, for her powerful depiction of the goddess Elune from World of Warcraft. Congratulations, Sheng, on your beautiful artwork, The Light of Elune.
Excellent. And again, huge hand for this year's art contest winners, all 3 of them. These are incredible images. And in the theme of amazing images, it's time for our next group of cosplay contestants. Here's group number 3. Let's bring out the first batch.
Oshley as Valkyrie Mercy. Catherine Haldane as Winston.
Get mad, break your glasses. Get mad, break them.
Mayubi as Jaina Proudmoore. Sparkle Stash as Pylon. Sparks as Mystic Kingdom's Arthas.
How are you going to get that through TSA? It's not possible.
Den Ben as Party Medivh from One Night in Karazhan. Sugar Ray as Pirate Queen Cassia.
All right, that is the first half of group 3. That's everyone, I believe. Is that everyone? Is there one more person? Nope, I don't think so. All right. This is the first half of group 3. Please give them a huge hand. Excellent work. Now everyone exit off this way. Other way, yeah, this way. There'll be a traffic jam if you go that way. It's gonna be like driving down the 5 to get here. It took 9 hours. I had to eat the driver. Here's our next group.
Luke Kazeko, Graffiti Tracer. Edith as Sombra. Keelis as Crusader from Diablo 3. Brendan O'Shea as Tier 19 Warlock Billy Sunday. Bada Bing as Pimpston.
Oh my God, that's the greatest thing in the world!
Leah Stevo, Malthiel Reaper the Edgelord. Jay as McCree. Mary Burke as LFR Tier 19 Druid.
Excellent. And I believe that is the second half of Group 3. Let's give them a huge hand. Great job, everyone. Hopefully we'll see some of you later. Pimpston, oh my God. Bitch better have my gold. Tonight's third and final Filmmaker Award honors a movie maker from a group of cosplayers. Can we go backstage and kind of see what they're up to, first of all? Can we go back and see what all the cosplayers are up to? Everyone back there? Yeah. Excellent. I can't see what's happening over there. Can you hear me back there? I know you can hear me. I'm standing up here with a microphone. That's how sound works. I didn't know if they could hear me back there, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Excellent. Our last and grand prize award in the movie contest is shared by two terrific movie makers from Adelaide, Australia. They are Lisa Asheris and Chris Kellett. And their award-winning film is Winston, which was, of course, inspired by their shared love of characters and how Blizzard characters take on a life of their own within a family through certain family members, like Tracer the cat, don't always approve. Let us watch and share in this terrific piece together.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa.
And I'm Chris. I hope you're having a great BlizzCon. We really wish we could be there.
We actually met in WoW in 2005 while raiding. I was from California and Chris is from Australia, but so the whole long distance thing didn't really work out.
But we met by chance again a couple of years ago at BlizzCon.
So I feel like we owe Blizzard a lot because without their games we would have never ended up together.
We made a movie for the contest this year. It's called Winston. It stars our cat Tracer. Have a great BlizzCon.
Harry! Harry, where are you, mate? We have to go.
Ah, there you are. Come on, mate, we gotta go. He's looking a bit worn, mate. One more run-in with the cat and I think it's time to say goodbye. time to say goodbye.
All right. That was Winston. Congratulations to all of our Filmmaker Award winners with their incredible work, who add a new dimension to creating work that takes place in another dimension. It is now time to meet our fourth and last talent show contestants who know this stage very well. I'm going to present, you know, I keep introducing people like they're going to come out and there's a video, because I'm a dick, I guess. I don't know. But let's just watch the video first, then the band is going to come out. They're from Wixom, Michigan. Have no fear.
So we are Have No Fear from Detroit, Michigan.
Love and peace. 5 years ago, we brought hip-hop. We brought soul. We brought energy. See, today, I want to let you know that we're back. We've been in the lab. We've been brewing something. We bring a different aspect, and we're about to show it this year. So I want everybody in Blizzard to know that your boys are back. We are here. Hip-hop is alive. You will have bars to the stars. We'll be there to provide you with that sound.
Blizzcon. Hey.
What's happening, Blizzcon?
Oh, great to meet you, Ryan Harden fans. Let's get it. Who plays Overwatch? Come on.
You ready, Blizzcon?
This is to push the payload. Go ahead, Dodgy, give it to me. Let him.
Steady on a grind. Pushing the payload.
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 Winning's on my mind. Hit the objective.
Hit the objective.
Hit the objective. Let's go!
Step into the dojo.
Step to the dojo.
You already know, bro.
You already know.
Tell me how you want it. You can get these hands up. You can get the storm.
Don't get it.
You can get it anytime, anywhere. It don't matter. Hanamura or Kings Row.
It don't matter, boy.
This is business as usual. Dragon strike and let the dragons consume you.
Fighting for the future, though. But when I'm living for the moment, though, I prove that devil that wants to say. I'm a coin, that is my slogan. Show. Tell the Tesla, can you imagine why this prime egg was put on this planet? Had a strange feeling that was implanted, and that was the day the proper rate was granted. Boy, I make the whole squad bleed. Reflecting the damage on me. Slicing up you and your homie. Leaving your family lonely. Don't control me. I think not. Climb up the leaderboard straight to the top. You're a Hanzo main, so you can't complain. I hit gold damage every time I play.
Flow like water.
Flow like water.
It's a new guy flow. Jesus Cthulhu. Tried to tell you not to try, dude. I bust shots like McCree in this high noon. Sonic Arrow, I see through it all. Seeing that which is unseen. Brother, you were never my equal.
Come on, scatter.
Sacred geometry, cause I'm steady on the grind. Pushing the payload.
Pushing the payload.
Pushing the payload. Pushing the payload.
Come on, winners on my mind. Hit the objective. Who hit the objective tonight?
Yeah, let's go.
60 you and the funny thing is none of y'all about to beat this couple of these keys. You know we brought raw. How about my son? Now that is like us no more reaper. Oh, it don't make. I just went above her. After miles all on my output. These struck me my only outlook. Overwatch can drop. You know when I know. Either with a play, no gonna get took.
As soon as they see me, they know I'm a star. Robotic ninja too. They come from a Armada, we coming for y'all. Enter the dragon. Yeah. I carry the whole team. True and Shinobi. You cannot hold me. Dragon Blade on 3.
Got you once and now you're back again. Come on. Headshot, that's a recap. My only drawback is when I'm fully charged and I'm trying to decide which head to crack. Me and my sights, then it's a rap like me.
Oh, this side lit.
That's all she wrote. You were never gonna win, Jack. You should have just stayed on the payload.
My game's impeccable.
Yeah.
My aim's exceptional.
Yeah.
I just keep going and going. I cannot stop like a repeating decimal. High dimensional, blinking the decibel, so conventional thing. Listen, my Lucio got him in sync. I guess you could say the cavalry's here. The cavalry's here.
Be steady on the grind. Pushing the payload.
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 Come on.
When it's on my mind. Hit the objective.
Hit the objective.
Hit the objective.
Let's go. I'm pushing the payload.
Pushing the payload.
Hit the objective.
I'm pushing the payload.
Pushing the payload.
Hit the objective.
I'm pushing the payload.
I'm pushing it, yeah. I'm hitting it, yeah.
Pushing the payload.
I'm pushing it. I'm hitting it. We getting it.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
Stare up beside me and hit me up. We taking a W. I came in the mall with this dragon touch. Even small if we keep it up. Ain't a game, we about to rush. UGK no cat.
Get you about to slay.
Everybody finna go nuts.
Warriors path. I was built for this. I ain't straight for the top. That's the precipice. Perfect excellence. Coming crashing down like a doom fist.
And you knew this.
And I wish you would have practiced patience. Ruin my meditation. Now, man, you know what? I'm about to go crazy.
Close 100 post game with the ghost game. Yeah. I'm changing my name from Mercy to Ruthless so it can be correct.
Come on.
The way I've been stacking these kill streaks, I should be in the Hall of Fame. You wouldn't even believe these obstacles I overcame.
Steady on the
grind.
Pushing the payload.
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 Pushing that winnings on my mind. Hit the objective. Hit the objective.
Let's go. I'm pushing the payload.
Pushing the payload. I hit the objective.
I'm pushing the payload.
I'm pushing the payload.
Hit the objective.
I hit the objective.
I'm pushing the payload.
I'm pushing it, yeah. I'm hitting it,
Pushing the
yeah.
payload.
I'm pushing it. I'm hitting it.
We getting it.
Let's go.
Yeah. Make some noise, Blizzcon.
Have no fear. Huge hand.
Hey.
Have no fear.
What up, Blizzcon? It's been too long. What up?
Detroit, that's right. They said Wixom in the beginning.
Who said Detroit? Detroit.
Let's say hi to the judges and see what the judges have to say. Have no fear. Mr. Cruz, let's start with you.
Man, you brought that Overwatch fire. You got bars on bars on bars on bars on bars. It kept going. It was fire. Yeah, and you can hype the crowd. I was getting hyped. Some Lucio in there. That was dope. That was dope.
Panzer.
You guys have such stage presence. Like, I don't think anybody could help but like bounce along with you. You're amazing. In the hat, ridiculous. Also, anytime someone promotes getting on the payload, I'm there. I'm there.
That's not one thing you learned. Stay on the payload, please. Just to tell you, get on the payload. We came to Detroit live. Get on the payload, Hanzo.
Okay, fine. All right, I'll do it.
There are some Genjis I would like to listen to this song.
Mr. DePaul.
What is this payload of which you speak? And I thought Reinhardt had energy. Did you see me? I was grinning from ear to ear. It was so happy. You were rocking the place. And I'm a guy in a bow tie, and I just said you were rocking the place.
Excellent.
Thank you. To meet you.
That's from the judges. Another huge hand for Have No Fear.
Woo!
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
All right, that wraps up the performance piece of the contest. Now the judges are going to have a very difficult decision. They have to go back. They're going to decide who's going to win. They're going to decide the order. and it's not going to be an easy job. So we're going to go back to them in a little bit. Another huge hand for Have No Fear, your final talent show performance. And let's also have a hand for our judges right now, too, who've done an excellent job of being kind and talented and supportive. We have one more group of contest winners before those winners are announced. Here they are. Please help me welcome the first half of cosplay contestants group number 4. This is going to be a big group. Take a look.
Schizo, champion of the North. Athena, the Orc Hunter. Aaliyah, the Orc Warrior Princess. Morbid Embalmer of the Frost Wolf Clan. Red-haired Ash, the Diablo 3 Barbarian. Amy Metker, Diva Tracer Mashup. Dan Miller, Nat Pagel Master Fisherman. Miss Marissa Cosplay, Jaina Proudmoore. Nick Nightenbach, Strike Commander Morrison. Sarah McMunn, Lunar Li Ming from Heroes of the Storm. Pixel Pants, Invincible. Original skin design, Victorian Vala, Hero of the Storm. Uzukara as Hawk Strider. Michelle, the Illidari Demon Hunter. Brian Rogers, Vindictive Gladiator Demon Hunter.
Oh, see what happens? See? Good recovery, though. Good recovery. I hope that grows back. Is that... You gonna be okay? That seemed painful. All right, let's have a hand for the first half of Group 4. This is the first half of Group 4. Let's have you exit off that way. I'm gonna glue that back on. Oh my God. Why did I drink so much water? The host does not have time to pee, you guys, during the whole show. It's gonna get uncomfortable. There's one more half. Shut up, Ken. There's one more. I can never say mad at you. There's one more half of the group 4. Let's bring them out now.
Mythicor, the Alliance Paladin. Katie, Luxara, Human Paladin. Jessica as the Darkshire Librarian from Hearthstone. Marie, the Pestilence Master Necromancer. Ziveria Nordskov, armor-plated Widowmaker. Richard Yale as Blackwatch McCree. Evil Cosplay, Sylvanus. Laura Mercer as Hogger. Ashenis as Jesse McCree, Vigilante Skin. Lemon Drop Cosplay as Protoss Kerrigan. Jindrax, the Bloodfang Rogue. Kyle Alarak. Kenika as Huntress Kasparian. Hyperion Armory as Jim Raynor.
I'm over here! Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Excellent. This is the second half of Group 4. Let's have a huge hand for these incredible cosplays. It's incredible detail. So cool. Just go. Oh, here, I'll help you out here. Hey, let's go for a walk. Let's go for walkies. Hey. Yeah. You want to go over here? Okay, great. That is amazing. Oh, don't trip over the, watch out. Yeah, okay, that way. Great. Can you, is it, okay, perfect. All right. Oh, please don't fall off for the love of. There we go. Yeah, everything's great. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, there you, good, excellent. All right. Crisis averted. That was it. Let's have a huge hand for the second half of Group 4. That was all the cosplayers. That was everyone. And I have to say, You've been an amazing audience tonight. I am truly humbled and honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me and for being so kind. This is a massive room of people. I hope you were able to see everything and take it in. This has been an incredible, and I really hope you do. I hope you're inspired by what you saw here tonight, and I hope that you go away and Monday you come back, or you start and you go, I'm going to get ready for BlizzCon next year. Because this should inspire you. If you were on the fence about whether or not to write a song or do something, an art project or a film project, or to create a cosplay, do it. These people did it. You can do it. Work hard and come back and be supported by your fellow BlizzardCon goers. Very tough competition for the judges. We're going to start with the talent contest. What do you guys think? What do you got? We saw some great acts.
We are coming to you, sir.
Please come over and join me. Do not fall, Darren DePaul. That would be tragic. If you fell down the stairs.
It'll be okay. I'm not dressed as Reinhardt.
No, it wouldn't. What was sort of the criteria? What were you guys looking for with the judging?
It was really tough. We just wanted to see what spoke to the community, what spoke to us.
Yeah.
And everyone did, so this was a hard decision.
Did you guys go back and forth a lot?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, just know that, if someone made it to this stage, they've already won. I mean, this isn't really a hierarchy of anyone being better than anyone else. Yeah. You just sort of picked whatever you thought, resonated the most tonight.
On every card, we wrote so much love because that is what we felt for each act.
I love you. All right, now it's time for our moment of truth. Let us have the cards.
This is the 4th place.
4th place? In the talent show, 4th place goes to Bahram Yu! 3rd place, you know who should have this? Ken. There's no reason that Ken shouldn't have this. Give this to Ken. If you don't give it to him, we'll talk about it later. No, you and I, we'll talk about it in bed later. All right.
Oh, man.
3rd place winner, Squirrellock. Squirrellock is our 3rd place winner.
There they are.
Second, I will.
Thank you. 2nd place, Have No Fear, which means someone's getting in a game. Please welcome Jay the Bard. Oh my God! A moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for that one special kiss. Jay, you crushed it! You crushed it! How are you feeling? I love you guys! Okay. That thing that I promised you before will probably, definitely maybe happen. I don't know. But I hope they strongly considered it. And you're an incredibly talented guy. And, it's your passion and excitement that sort of fuels the community and why all these people come out. So I hope you know what an amazing job you did. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone here at BlizzCon, to the judges, and to everyone. I love you guys so much.
You should keep your card that says you're the 1st place winner. All right, Jay the Bard! Coming to a Blizzard game near you. I'm just gonna get people to start writing about it in blogs, and then maybe they'll have to do it. I'm announcing it. Screw it, I'm announcing it. He's gonna be in a game, fine, whatever. Maybe not a Blizzard game, but someone will put him in a game, All right, now it is time to announce the winners of the 2017 BlizzCon cosplay contest. We've seen a lot of fantastic detail. You can see the passion, you can see the work that goes into this. This was also not an easy decision on the part of the judges, especially because, there were so many people that were entered. The judging actually began this afternoon and took well over 3 hours. Our judges, all Blizzard employees and accomplished cosplayers in their own right, judge contestants based on originality, design, presentation of the costumes by the cosplayers. And from all this incredible work, we were gonna have 3, but there were so many good ones, so we're gonna have 4 winners, and we're gonna have some honorable mentions. So we have honorable mentions. May I please have thank you very much. What is your name? Please come back. I need you. I love you. Please. What is her name?
Kenny.
Kenny, would you give Kenny a huge hand? I wouldn't be able to announce a winner if Kenny didn't do this. Don't you ever walk away from me in front of company. All right, let's bring out our honorable mentions. Jet City Cosplay. Here comes Jet City Cosplay. Any minute emerging from that curtain with a spring in their step and a sparkle in their eye as I stall as long as possible. Do I read everyone up? I'll just read everyone and then they'll come out. Let's try it that way. Jet City Cosplay, Oshly, Schizo, Kohalu, Leah Stevo, Avery Faith, Egg Sisters Cosplay, and Lannises. That worked. It worked that time. It worked. Hello. Fantastic. Surprise for later. Excellent. These are your honorable mention cosplayers. Please give them a huge hand. And now, here we go. Ah, yes. Take your bow. All right, here we go. Fourth place, cosplay prize, goes to Sparks as Mystic Kingdom's Arthas. Third place goes to Mike Castile as Prophet Velen. Second place goes to Hyperion Armory as Jim Raynor. And the winner of the 2017 first place prize of the BlizzCon cosplay contest is Laura Mercer as Hogger! So good. Thank you. Ken, I'm sorry, it's over between you and me. Laura Mercer, congratulations. Can you talk in that? Nope. All right. Stomp once if you're having an amazing time. Fantastic. Stomp one more time if you want to thank everyone, all the judges and everyone at BlizzCon who has brought you this tremendous honor for your fantastic work. Fantastic! We have established communication. Laura Mercer as Hogger. And please, another huge round for our 8 honorable mentions and our other winners as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. You've all done an amazing time. Thank you, you've all had an amazing time. Thank you so much for being here. You can stay out here if you want. We could just live out here from now on. We could just live out here. Here, give this to there. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, everyone who came out. I want to thank Blizzard for putting this on. I want to thank you as the community for making this what it is. I hope I served you well as your host. I would be happy to come back anytime. Thank you so much. You inspire the passion in the gaming community, and you make me feel like everything's okay. It's a happy place. Congratulations, everyone. Have a great rest of your BlizzCon. Enjoy your burrito. Points. Good night.